Buddy, and welcome. That muted me again, didn't it?
Yeah.
Bastard. Sorry. What a word to say when I start the stream, but sorry about that. Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Literally, as soon as I start speaking, StreamYard mutes me, but yep, you can hear me now. Hope you're all doing well, and welcome back for another night of fun movie talk with me, Pete Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hello, everyone.
Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Oh.
And Scott, the movie critic.
Hello, everyone.
And tonight we've got two very special guests, both from America. We have the 1RealNerd.
Hey, what's up?
And we also have Tim Jong Un Productions, but Tim's currently at work at the moment, so he'll be joining us later in the evening, because I think it's still like about 3 o'clock where he is. But nevertheless, we've got a full house nearly and plenty of topics to talk about. So before we get into the chat, what are some of the films that you've watched over the past week? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. I've not watched too many. I've watched 3 horror films this week. All came out last year. I've just rewatched them again. So I watched Halloween Ends, Smile, and Barbarian.
Very nice.
It's pretty much what I've just watched this week. So, yeah, I'm trying to cut back a little bit this week because I'm trying to rack up a big stack of movies I've not seen yet, and then just get them all out in one go. So I'm just trying to watch some stuff I've seen before.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. How was Halloween Ends on a rewatch?
I still enjoyed it for what it was. Still thought it was okay. I get every criticism about that movie, but it's when you go into a movie and everyone tells you how great it is, and everyone tells you how amazing the movie is, and you're gonna love it, and then when you watch it, you kind of go, that was okay. It wasn't as great as everyone was saying.
Yeah.
Halloween Ends was the exact opposite for me. Everyone said how bad it was, and I was expecting it to be really bad, and then when I went in, I just came out and went, that wasn't as bad as what everyone was making it out to be. But I get the criticisms.
I definitely get where you're coming from that. Many a times I've heard a film is bad, then go and watch it, and I'm like, yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely get it. You hear all the buzz about it, and you kind of get caught up in it and come out with an opinion without seeing it yet, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Ah, awesome. And you still enjoyed Barbarian on a rewatch?
Yeah, it's still good. I've had to order another Blu-ray because the one I've got is absolutely terrible. The last 10 minutes, the sound completely went, so I had to. I've ordered another one, but yeah, still a good movie. Smile is as creepy as ever. I forgot how creepy that movie was. The first 10 minutes of that film, just horrific. But yeah, really enjoyed it.
Have to check out Smile. The trailer did look very creepy, and I'm hearing from loads of people it was a great time.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Awesome. What about you, Mike? What have you watched over the past week?
I think for me, it's been quite a lot of newer stuff. So I watched over the weekend. I watched The Fabelmans. Really enjoyed that. Yeah, thought that was a great movie. To be honest, finally watched Pearl. Really enjoyed that one. I liked X, but I think I do like Pearl a little bit better than it.
I prefer Pearl as well.
Yeah. I also watched After Sun. Yeah, that movie floored me. Yeah, it completely blew me away. That ending was just unbelievable, and I don't think I'll ever listen to Under Pressure by Queen in quite the same way again.
That's what John said as well. Yeah.
Yeah. It was. I was just like in a stunned silence for 10 minutes after that movie was over. And I also watched Tar yesterday with Cate Blanchett. That was pretty good.
Oh, very good selection of stuff there. I know Tar with Cate Blanchett, that's supposed to be about nearly 3 hours long. Did it feel like it?
Not really, no. It was quite slow, but at the same time, really engaging. So it kind of went by really quickly. She was just really good in it. She was definitely the best thing about it.
Oh, good to hear. And I'm glad to hear you've watched Pearl. I've still yet to see it, but I've heard a lot of people either who aren't a big fan of X really enjoy Pearl and vice versa. But I'm glad you enjoyed both.
Yeah, I like both of them. Yeah.
Mm. Oh, awesome. And what about you, Scott? What have you watched over the past week?
I've watched quite a bit, to be fair. But I also saw Fablemans at the weekend and thought it was a fantastic movie. Really enjoyed that. Also went to see Babylon at the cinema, which I thought was really entertaining. Really enjoyed that as well. I watched Wolf for the first time with Jack Nicholson film. I thought that was really entertaining. Really enjoyed that. I also watched All Quiet on the Western Front on Monday, which was an incredible war film. Thought that was absolutely excellent. And I watched a really underrated vampire film called The Vampire Doll, which was the first movie out of Bloodthirsty trilogy. Really enjoyed watching that one. And last night I watched Untamed Heart for the first time, which I thought was a fantastic movie. Really underrated film, that one.
Oh, what, the Christian Slater one?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Very nice selection there. I know Andy's talked about that film quite a bit, haven't you, Untamed Heart?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I watched it for the first time when I was doing A-level film studies. Yeah, just really enjoy it.
Oh, great stuff. So, The Fablemans, how would you say that out of a Spielberg film? Would you say it's one of his best ones, Scott?
Yeah, I would have it up there for me, maybe top 10, top 15 for me.
Oh, really good. I've heard so many positive things about that one, so I'm definitely going to get around to watching it. And Babylon, what did you think of that one with Margot
Yeah,
Robbie?
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I thought it was really entertaining, quite mental at times, a bit weird, but it is still very good.
I've heard some scenes are very out there, and Tobey Maguire's quite interesting in it.
He definitely is. Yeah, he's weird in that film.
Oh, cool. I'll have to check that one out as well. So great selection there, Scott. And what about you, 1RealNerd? What have you watched over the past week?
What have I watched? I've watched the Return to the Swamp Thing.
Ooh.
And Hell Comes to Frogtown.
Very nice.
That's a weird movie.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh, it's awesome because it's got Rowdy Piper in it. It's really awesome. Sandal Bergman, that was in Red Sonja. Yeah, it's actually. But then you got to get into that kind of like type of humor. I like it. I mean, it's like kind of weird, but yet cool at the same time. Well, just like Return to the Swamp Thing. I mean, come on, it's like pop culture right there. You know, I mean, you can't go wrong with this stuff. I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you like this stuff or no?
I haven't seen it, to be fair.
Oh, really? Yeah. No, Return to the Swamp Thing is awesome. Hell Comes to Frogtown, and then of course, what I'm going to be watching soon is going to be Earth Girls Are Easy. Ha ha ha. And then The Northman, which I haven't watched, but a lot of people are saying that it's
that's a great one.
Good. Is it? Yeah, that's what people are saying is good. And so I haven't seen it. And so I'll be checking that out here maybe tonight. So yeah.
Ah, very nice selection there. I have seen Hell Comes to Frogtown before. That is an experience and a half, but it's a very entertaining film.
Oh yeah. Yep. It is. It's a blast.
Great to hear. For me, I've watched only a couple of things. I did watch that Royal Warriors on Saturday night. Had a lot of fun with that one. I thought it was even better than Yes, Madame. It had the guy from Bullet Train in, and he was also in Mortal Kombat, the recent one, as Scorpion. So that was pretty cool. Some of the action scenes in that were brilliant. And then I watched After Sun at about 2 o'clock in the morning. Very, very good film, I must admit. I was a bit hesitant, watched it because I watched about first 10 minutes of it a few weeks ago and wasn't so keen, but I thought I'd give it a go. Yeah, I went to bed crying nearly. Yeah, that film broke me. That's quite an emotional film. I weren't expecting that. And like you, Mike, I won't be listening to Under Pressure the same way again.
Okay.
Yeah. I might actually have to pick up the movie release of it because it's that good. Definitely one of the best of last year. I can see why Josh loves it so much. All right, and before we get into the comments, as it's your first time on the stream, 1RealNerd, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, hi, I'm 1RealNerd. I started back in November, and I'm trying to grow my channel as much as I can. You know, what can I say overall? I'm just trying to do what I can do. I'm trying to do movie reviews. I'm also doing arcade building. That means I actually build arcades, like retro arcades. So I'm going to be doing series in how to build that kind of stuff. And I'm also going to be doing some charity work. And that's going to be one of my special things I like to do, working with charities and for charities, not sponsored by charities, but just working to help people in need. That's one of my major focuses. That's really what I really want to do overall. So movies, yes, arcades, yes, but helping people, 100%.
Absolutely. Fantastic guy, fantastic channel. If you haven't subscribed to him already, the link is in the description down below. He's got some great content, plenty of videos, and you've done really well for not long having your channel. Well over 200 subscribers, and you've only been doing it for a few months. So,
and
good
I was
work,
sick,
mate.
Yeah, and I was sick with COVID for 23 days in November. My Christmas was COVID. Yeah, it was fun, but I got over it, and yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better now. That's
Thanks,
the main
man.
thing.
Appreciate it.
Right, so without further ado, let's get into the comments. I say let's get into the comments, and my phone's going completely weird for some reason. Right, sorry about this. Right, first up is not StreamYard, it is Matt from Vengeance Media. Looking forward to a fun-filled stream tonight. Awesome panel as always. Will you guys be picking up the Rocky 1 to 4 on 4K this month? Do you want to go first, Andy?
I'm not going to pick it up on 4K just because I love the Rocky movies, but I don't revisit them as much as most, and I'm quite happy with the Blu-ray set. And as well, I don't really want to pick up a Rocky set that's only got the first 4 movies in.
Yeah, I get that.
Or 4K editions when it's just the first 4. But yeah, no, I love the movies, but yeah, I'm going to pass on the 4Ks.
I understand that. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think I'm going to pass as well for now. I'll see what happens later on. Like maybe they'll release a box set with all of them in, or I might just wait until they're a bit cheaper. But I'm not really in a rush to pick them up just yet.
Definitely. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I've already pre-ordered the box set, to be fair, so very looking forward to getting that.
Brilliant to hear. When's it coming out? Later this month? End of the month?
I believe so, yeah.
Awesome. And you do get the director's cut of 4 as well with it, which is a nice touch.
Which is pretty cool. Looking forward to watching both versions again.
Nice. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
Actually, you know, I think I'll pass on that one because I actually have the Rocky Blu-ray collection, and I like the way it looks on my projector because I have a 4K projector, a Sony, and 2 of them actually, and I like the way that Blu-rays are up converted, and especially that series of movies looks good anyway. Sometimes I think that these companies, when they're doing, and I know Sylvester Stallone is supposed to have helped with the restoration or because it's his brainchild, in other words. But I often find sometimes upgrading some of these collections that you already have, you're upgrading it time and time and time again, and it gets to be kind of like too repetitive that you're not getting that quality in production that I think that the standard should be meeting, but they're kind of like not really making it. You know what I mean? So that's my take on 4K of, you know, some of the new ones that are coming out. Unless it's like some of the films like the new ones that are basically done in 4K. You know, like have 4K DI or sometimes even 8K DI, which quintessentially gives you a superb picture. But a lot of these films, you know, they're 35 millimeter, you know, and they've been up-resed, and sometimes it doesn't look quite right. They over smooth the picture, or it's too grainy. You know what I mean? So I kind of like, I'll pass on that one because I think the collection that I already have will be just fine.
Yeah, I definitely get where you're coming from there, mate. I do agree with you there. For me, I'm going to leave it as well. I got the Rocky 1 to 6 box set on Blu-ray for about 20 quid. It's a nice little set. Each come in their own case. Even get some art cards. It's a really nice set. This new one, yeah, great to have Rocky on 4K, but it is an incomplete collection without 5 and 6. And I do think £60 is a bit too much. If it was the complete 6 films, that'd be a different matter. But as you only get only 4 of the films, it's a shame. And I do believe that they'll milk this like they'll milk the Star Trek stuff, because that's getting constant re-releases. But if I find it super cheap on Amazon, silly deal, yeah, I'll pick it up, but I'm in no rush.
There you go.
We have True Action Star of the Dale saying, evening, gents, looking forward to tonight. Evening. True Action Star says, why have I got a spanner near my name? My wife says I'm a spanner all the time. You're a mod. I made you a mod, so if there's any issues in the chat, you can sort it out. There's loads of new mods tonight. And I'll probably add some more next week. We also have Mike here from T-Shizzle saying, hey. Hey, mate.
Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Mike.
We've got Matt saying to True Action Star, it means you're a moderator. You can remove hurtful comments if need be. Yeah, and Matt's also a moderator as well. So thanks, Matt. We've got Edward here saying, evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all well. Michael Jackson's nephew has been cast as the singer in the biopic titled Simply Michael. Yeah, this is the one that's been directed by the guy who did Training Day. So that could be quite good. I know to cast Michael Jackson has always been a bit of a hard topic. Who do they pick? But it's a relative, so I'll say fair enough. That'd be an interesting story to tell. So what do you think of this, Andy?
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of a Michael Jackson biopic, to be honest. I mean, he's a very, very interesting and unique individual. But yeah, no, I'll just be excited to see what it's all about when we see the finished product.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much of his life to cover. Like, what would that movie concentrate on? Because it would probably be like a 4-hour movie if they did everything. So yeah, I'm kind of the same. We'll just wait and see what happens and see what it's like.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you there. He lived till he was 50, but a lot went on in his life, and it is a lot to cover in such a 2 to 3 hour film. Very much like the Elvis one, it could brush past loads of things. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see. Looking forward to seeing it, as I do like his music quite a lot. To be fair, grew up listening to Michael Jackson when I was a kid, so yeah, I'll be going to see it definitely.
And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I think I'll check it out. Sure, why not? I actually own his the movie The Wiz. I love that. We did that in high school as a play. And I think it's pretty good. And I think his music was really iconic. And yeah, I think I'll check it out. Why not? Sure, he's a good singer.
Yeah, I definitely am intrigued to watch it whenever it comes out. I'm a sucker for biopics. I do enjoy them, so hopefully they can do him justice. We have True Action Star saying, hey, Forgotten World, Axeman, Scott the Mortal Kombat critic, and Poldark guy.
Mortal Kombat.
And he's just saying thanks to Matt. Mike says he's looking forward to this. Thanks, Mike. Vengeance saying hey to Mike. Matt says, did anyone pre-order the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4K second sight release yesterday? Did you, Andy?
No, I haven't. I've seen the set and it looks amazing. I do want to, but I've got a feeling when I get around to actually having the motivation to pre-order it, I think it's going to be sold out.
Yeah, I think the set's about 45 quid, so isn't too bad for second sight. And they normally do very nice places. What about you, Mike?
No, I think I'm going to pass on this one. It does look like a really nice set. But it's one of those movies that I like the movie, but it's not one of my favorite horror movies. So I don't really revisit it all that much. So yeah, I don't know if I can justify getting it. So yeah, I probably will give it a miss.
Yeah. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, well, I'll probably give it a miss as well. To be fair, it is a really nice set, but again, I'm not a massive fan of the film. I do like it quite a bit, but it's not one of my favourite horrors, so I'll probably give it a pass.
Definitely do get where you're coming from. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
You know, I'll be brutally honest. I never cared for Texas Chainsaw Massacre at all. And so I can't really see myself getting into it and purchasing it. No, I would definitely pass. It's just not my thing.
Yeah, that's fair enough, mate. And yeah, it's a very nice set. Second sight's always good, but yeah, I'll probably give it a miss as well. I might pick up the standard 4K or the standard Blu-ray later on down the line, but it's not a day one pickup for me, unfortunately. We have Josh here from Through the Lens saying, "Hey y'all." Hey Josh.
Hey Josh.
Well,
We have Jason, the old millennial, here saying, "Anybody excited for the DCU announcements?" Hey Jason, thanks for joining, mate. What was announced? I think we've got a new Superman that was coming, and there's Batman 2's been announced for 2025. The Flash is obviously coming this year, and a few TV shows. I don't know. I mean, the whole thing, what happened with James Gunn sacking Henry Cavill and all that has been a bit salty for fans. I ain't that excited at the moment. I'll wait to see the fruits of their labour and see if it's any good whenever these projects arrive. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm exactly the same, Pete. It's not really sparked my interest today with what's come out. I need to see the DCU get back on track before I start getting interested in it, because it's a mess at the minute. It's a total train wreck. Yeah, I'm just
definitely.
I need to see something that excites me by them. Yeah,
I agree. What about you, Mike?
It's kind of gotten to the point with me with DC where I just don't really care anymore. Because, like you guys say, it's just a mess. So I'll go with it. Whatever they want to do with the DC franchise, I'll just roll with it, and yeah, we'll just see where it goes.
Yeah, I must admit, with like up and coming titles like Aquaman, Shazam 2, I couldn't care less, to be honest. It's like they haven't got any real importance now. They're just there for the point of it.
Yep.
What about you, Scott?
I'm excited to see Batman 2 just because I thought the first one was amazing. But other than that, I'm not really too bothered, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing that everybody's looking forward to is Batman 2. And I think they're doing some TV series with that as well. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
you know my opinion on all of this, on the DC world and all this type of stuff. I loved Christopher Reeve as Superman. Okay? He always sticks out in my mind as the most iconic Superman that existed. Even before the 1950s, he did such an extraordinary job. Okay, so having people come back and redo what he did, and it just, for me, it doesn't work. And yes, they have overplayed the DC and even Marvel way too much. They're pushing it too much, and it's more of, and this is my opinion strictly, it's too much more money than quality. You know what I mean? You have too much of the companies they're building out. Let's make number 5 and 6 and 7 and 100. You remember that scene in Back to the Future when they had Jaws, what was it, 45 or 205 or something? It gets to be like that. I think it's like to the point where enough is enough with all these remakes and continuing to do number 5, 6, 7, 8. And then what happens? You got them going around in circles. What are they going to do? Have them as an infant now, and then growing up, and then going into it's just too much. Too much is too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you there, mate. You make some really valid points. We have all had enough of these origin stories. We know the Batman, the Superman one, and all the Marvel ones back to back, especially Spider-Man. He said it 3 times in 20 years. But yeah, I know with this new Superman, we're supposed to be getting a very young Superman, which is an interesting choice. I mean, fair play. I think all the Supermans they've picked, I think it was Brandon Routh, wasn't it, the one in Returns, and Henry Cavill were both very good Superman. Nothing beats Christopher Reeve, but they were very, very good Supermen in their own rights.
Can I say
But,
something? Can I get
yeah.
We did have a younger Superman in Smallville, right? In the TV
Yeah.
series Smallville. So it's again them rehashing something that's really already been done. Because I mean, the story of Superman growing up has already been explored, like you said, many, many, many times. So yeah, you're right. It's just kind of
Yeah, you're right there. Smallville was a really good series. I enjoyed
It
that when
was.
that was on.
Yeah, no, I liked it. I really did.
We've got Josh here saying rewatched Babylon yesterday and kind of disliked it a lot. It was so self-indulgent and felt like a bunch of Hollywood executives jerking each other off for 3 hours. That's a brilliant way of putting it there, Josh. I have heard from some reviewers, I think even Mark Commode said something very similar to what you said, Josh. It looks like a very flashy and bombastic film, and I'm intrigued to give it a go. You've seen it, Andy.
Yeah. I enjoyed the film. I just thought it was just so over the top and just hilarious in parts. I kind of see it as this decade's Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
It's just so bizarre and so visually creative. I don't know. This is a movie that has to be sort of experienced. I'd say it's not a movie that you watch; it's a movie you experience. I don't want to spoil it, but the ending of the movie made me want to watch some other movies that we all know and hold dear to our hearts. If you've seen the end of the movie, you'll know what I'm on about. But it's, it was just a great experience. I loved it. I just thought it was great.
Oh,
Really
that's
bizarre,
good.
really fun. Yeah.
Oh, glad to hear you enjoyed it. Have you seen it, Mike?
No, but I do plan on watching it very soon. So yeah, watch this space.
And Scott, you've seen it and you really enjoyed it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Thought it was really good.
Yeah. Have you seen it, 1RealNerd?
I have not. No. And yeah, I think maybe I'll check it out. Why not? I'm up to anything new. Sure, why not? Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's hit streaming now, so perfect time to give it a watch. I probably will do. I know they've done some steelbooks for it, and it looks really nice. The steelbook does on, I think it's Savvy or H&V.
Where's it streaming?
I think it's gone video on demand.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Like Google Play or Apple, whatever it is, stuff like that.
iTunes, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
We've got True Action Star saying, hey to Nerd Real 1 or 1RealNerd, and he says, where's Tim Productions? Tim's currently at work at the moment. He'll be joining us later in the evening, mate.
How's it going, man?
We've got Just a Nobody here. Went out with my girlfriend today. Went to CEX and got some pickups. Birds of Prey Blu-ray, The Lost World, and Jurassic World Blu-ray. Groundhog Day Blu-ray, Back to the Future Trilogy Blu-ray as well. Oh, very nice pickups there. Yeah, I've pretty much got all of them. I think the only one I ain't got is Groundhog Day because I've got it in 4K. But I must admit, I quite enjoyed Birds of Prey. I had a good time with that one. What did you think of that?
Film, yeah.
You enjoyed it, Scott?
Yeah, I thought it was quite entertaining. I remember seeing it at a cinema with my friend.
Yeah. Did you like it, Andy, Birds of Prey?
Yeah, it's entertaining. I think Margot Robbie's the best part about it. There's a scene in it though that really made me feel uncomfortable. I I didn't like it. But apart from that, it was a fun, harmless movie, just harmless fluff. Yeah,
I think it's one of the better DC films because it tries to do something different and not focus on universe building.
Yeah.
You seen it, Mike?
I haven't actually. I remember I was going to see it, but then I saw like a lot of really bad reviews for it. So I kind of just stayed away. I was kind of surprised that it got a lot of bad reviews because I thought it was going to do really well.
Yeah, it was very mixed reception from a lot of fans, and I think it came out just before COVID, so a lot of people never saw it at the time. Have you seen it, 1RealNerd?
No, I haven't. And I probably will have to check into it because that's one that kind of flew way over my head. So, yeah, so that's one that I kind of missed.
Awesome. And just nobody also picked up Smile on Blu-ray because my dad bought it a few days ago. Oh, brilliant. I hope you enjoy it. I'm hearing so many positive things about it. Have you seen Smile, 1RealNerd?
No, I haven't.
No. Cool. We have Sinjin here saying, "Evening, guys. Hope you're all doing well. Anyone checked out Megan yet? That's on the watch list. I'm definitely going to give it a go. I keep saying it, but I've got it ready to watch. I know Andy's seen it. What's your thoughts on it?"
I liked it. I thought it was good. I know I'm hearing a lot of complaints about the movie that it's not violent enough. But for me, that's okay. The movie didn't have to be that violent for me to still enjoy it. It was it's not an original story. We've all seen this before in other movies, but I enjoyed it for what it was. I had fun with it. It's definitely not a bad movie, but if you're a gore hound, you're not going to get it with that film.
Yeah, I've heard that it's very restrained in its like violence and gore, but it says it works in the effect to make it feel more creepy. Would you say that?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
That sounds like a plus in my book. You seen it, Mike? Yet?
Nope, not seen that one.
Nope. Scott, have you seen Megan yet?
No, I'll probably wait for it to come out on Blu-ray, to be fair.
Yeah, there seems to be like rumors and suggestions that we're going to get a bloodier version as well, like an extended director's cut with the physical. So that'll be a good pickup. You seen it, 1RealNerd?
No, I haven't, and I don't know. Now that's the one with she's like a robot or something like that. Is that right? And she's like it's supposed to be a helper for that little girl or something. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It kind of looks like what's that one that they did before that was about the robot? Ex Machina. Is that what it's like?
No, it's not. It's not like that film. But I get where you're coming from when you say it does look like that movie on the surface.
Yeah.
But this movie's kind of like it's getting compared to Child's Play quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. I'd say it's more closer to that movie.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd get into that one. The only thing that I did like, and I'll tell you this, I know this is kind of off the subject. I always do this, so you'll get to know this. There was a TV series called Humans. Did anybody see this one?
I remember it being advertised.
I've seen it. It's a very good show.
Yeah, I love that. The Gemma Chan.
Yeah.
She played in Eternals. That woman is extraordinary. She is such a superb actress. Oh man, she's just incredible.
She certainly is.
Yeah.
She's the best thing about Eternals as well.
You're not kidding. That's exactly what I said. Eternals wouldn't have been anything without that woman. 100%. She made it. Without her, yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. We have Sinjin saying, Fablemans is a very good movie, great acting as well. Glad to hear you are enjoying it. I'm going to have to check this one out soon. We've got Just a Nobody saying, I probably won't be checking out M. Freegan or Megan ever. That's fair enough, mate. I can understand that. We've got Josh here saying, watch Charlotte Wells' first debut, which was a short film called Tuesday. One of the best things I've seen in a long time. After Sun and that go hand in hand. Oh, very nice. Haven't heard of that one before. You guys heard of it? Tuesday?
I've heard of it, but not watched it.
No, the only Tuesday I can think of is the Addams Family one. Fuck no, that's
Wednesday. That's exactly what I was thinking when they said Tuesday. I thought the Addams Family, exactly.
Yeah, it's Wednesday instead, isn't it? It's not bloody Tuesday.
Exactly, Tuesday, Wednesday. You got it.
Oh dear. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, Josh. We've got Jason here saying, I watched Megan yesterday. It wasn't the most original movie. If we give robots artificial intelligence, there's a chance it won't lead to our destruction. Yeah, that's kind of the aspect I'm thinking that a lot of people are liking about this film. Would you agree, Andy?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Awesome. It's definitely one of the reasons why I want to watch it, because it feels like a very today sort of thing with all robots and that people are creating. Right, we have Just a Nobody here saying, when it loads up, watched the first hour and 40 minutes of Babylon yesterday. Was really great though. Couldn't finish because life gets in the way sometimes. 1 hour 40 is still quite a long time, and it's a 3-hour film, so you watch a fair amount, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. Right, comments have gone weird. We got Josh saying, I hated Pearl, a painfully annoying mess which drove me nuts all the way to the end. Wow, not a fan, Anne. Did you like EXO, Josh? I'm intrigued to know whether you like that one or not. Honestly, the trailers, again, I'm just only seeing the trailers, but it just looks really more intriguing to me than what X did. Did you prefer X or Pearl more, Andy? Which one was your favourite?
I've got to say, I kind of like them both equally. X had more characters in it that I was invested in, and I liked where it was going with those characters and what it was doing. Pearl was just visually stunning from start to finish. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen watching that film. They're both good for different reasons, but I kind of like them equally. I can't wait for this third one.
Maxine looks great, yeah.
Yeah, because I just think I can see myself coming back to it as a trilogy and just rewatching it quite a fair bit. If Maxine is on par with those two movies.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That one looks very interesting. Mike, what would you say? Pearl or X is your favourite?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same. I mean, I liked both movies equally, but I think Pearl was more my kind of horror movie. Like, it was more psychological horror, whereas X, like, I remember someone wrote a review for both, like, for Pearl, saying X is basically kind of similar to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, whereas Pearl is kind of similar to The Shining. And I can kind of, like, agree with that in some sort of way. And yeah, I just preferred Pearl as a movie. There's one scene in it. I don't want to spoil it, but there's one scene where she has to like dance in front of these judges, and like Andy, you might get what I mean by this, but the scene kind of reminded me of An American Werewolf in London. I can't really say too much else without spoiling it, but there was just like little scenes like that just really surprised me and I really enjoyed. So yeah, and it's a very visually stunning movie as well. So yeah, I've got to give it to Pearl.
Awesome. And Scott, which was your favourite out of X and Pearl?
I would probably have to go with Pearl as well. I did love both movies, to be fair. Thought they were both really enjoyable, but I think that Pearl was more my kind of horror film as well. And talking about American Werewolf in London, that's a great horror film, one of my favourites.
Oh, it's classic.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. What about you, 1RealNerd? Have you seen X or Pearl?
I have not.
No
I totally bypassed those. So no, I can't comment on those. I don't know those. Oddly, yeah.
No worries. We've got True Action Star saying thoughts on the Star Trek films, the original 6 ones. I've only seen the first one. I thought it was pretty enjoyable. Felt like just like an extended episode, really, more than anything. But I've heard the rest of them are very good. I'll ask Andy because he knows a lot about them. So what about you, Andy?
Love them. Love the 6 original films. I love the 4 next gen films. I love the Kelvin ones. Love them. The original 6 though. The first one's really good. You've got that Jerry Goldsmith score, which is phenomenal. absolutely love it. The movie is trying to be 2001, for the like a 70s version of it, but I still really enjoy the film. Second one's arguably one of, if not the best Star Trek movies ever made. Third one's fun, entertaining, really enjoy it. The fourth one's really good, really awesome. Five's considered to be the worst, but I still get a kick out of it. And six is probably my favorite one. I just think it's extremely underrated.
Brilliant summary of all 6 films. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I pretty much like them all. Yeah, like some of them are better than others, but I think it's a very consistent movie franchise. Yeah, I just enjoy all of them.
Sounds good. Scott, have you seen them?
I haven't seen a single Star Trek film, no, sorry.
No worries, mate. What about you, 1RealNerd? Have you seen them?
How much time do we have? Because yes, I love Star Trek to the extreme. We're talking to the point back when I was growing up, you had to choose between like Star Wars and Star Trek. I was the guy that would rather go see, like the first one I saw in the theaters was, I think it was The Voyage Home, the one where they have to travel back in time to save the whales. And I remember seeing that film and I loved it so much. And there's just something about it just always spoke to me, the world. I'd love to live in that Star Trek universe. And then I felt like later on what happened with Picard, it's like they shot themselves in the foot because they took a beautiful series and they turned it kind of static because they destroyed the whole world and made it completely corrupt. And that was the whole thing about the Star Trek universe is it centered around selflessness, working for the betterment of everyone. And then now they're changing it completely and throwing out Gene Roddenberry's envisionment of what this was all about. I think it was just horrid. But yes, I love all the Star Trek films. I think that when they did it on the recent release of the Blu-ray version, they did really, really well in what they did, what they had to work with. Now, I don't know necessarily if they had all the originals from this or whether they were using digital instead of the film in the can, the 35 millimeter or the 8 millimeter or whatever they had, 85 millimeter. I'm not sure. I know that some films in the Blu-ray set seem like they were missing certain elements. So it's almost like they kind of worked with what they could, but they did a good job on it. But no, yes, I'm rambling. Yes, I know. But yes, I love Star Trek films. I am the biggest Trekkie that ever existed. Next to Ian Ramblings, he's the same way as me. He's the same way. But yeah, no, I love him. I love the series. Adore them.
Brilliant. Glad to hear you enjoy it. There's quite a few Trekkies in the community, there is. So there's plenty of people who love talking about Star Trek.
And I can go on and 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 on. Yeah, you get the point.
Brilliant. We've got Sinjin here saying Wolf is a good movie, Scott. Yeah,
definitely.
I agree.
Really enjoyed it.
Jack Nicholson and Michelle Pfeiffer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is good. I saw that years ago. Yep, Wolf.
And James Spader's in it as well.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Yeah. You enjoy it, Andy?
It's not one of my favorites. I prefer Dracula and Frankenstein, but Wolf's yeah, it's okay. It's not one of my favorites. You've got like a really young first appearance from David Schwimmer in it as well. But yeah, no, it's an okay movie. I think it's okay. It's not one of my favorites. And
what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I remember seeing it when I was really young, and I remember not liking it at the time because I wanted it to have more werewolf action in it, and I don't think it really does. It kind of starts off like a werewolf movie, but then it really slows down, and it's like a drama for like a large portion of the movie, and then it's like the ending where it goes like full werewolf movie. So I never really liked it when I was younger, but I rewatched it for the first time quite recently, and yeah, I had a much better time with it.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Right, we've got just a nobody here saying, saw the Godfather trilogy for £12 in CX, never seen them, I should have picked them up. That's a pretty good deal. That is. Yeah, you in for a treat with those films. Right, we've got Sinjin here saying Untamed Heart is so sad.
Yeah, It really is.
I've heard it is.
Yeah, get you. It's a cracking film, but yeah, it's the ending's heartbreaking.
It is, yeah.
We've got just nobody here saying, "Oh yeah, forgot to mention that I'm Rhodey. I had a funny feeling you were Rhodey."
I forgot you changed your name, Rhodey. To be fair.
Yeah. We've got Jason, the old millennial, here saying, "All quiet on the Western Front and was depressed the rest of the day." Do you have a favourite war movie? My favourite is Sergeant York from 1941. Great question there, Jason. Yeah, that's the thing with war films. When I watch them, I always do feel depressed. My favourite one is probably Saving Ryan's Privates or Private Ryan, but again, that really depresses me. I remember watching that a couple of years ago, and I could only get through half of it. I felt real depressed after watching it, so I had to turn it off. But yeah, it's my favourite war film. What about you, Andy?
See, this is the thing with war films, isn't it? That they're meant to be depressing. They are, it's a tough subject matter.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, well, yeah, there's a few for me that come to mind. Full Metal Jacket, I think, is fantastic. I love that film. One's about the Vietnam War as well. Casualties of War is one of the most difficult watches that the war genre has ever produced. Yeah, it's that movie's tough. It is tough to watch. I used to love watching it as a kid, but as an adult now, it's just it's tough to sit through. That movie.
There's lots of rough scenes in it, that's for sure.
Yeah, really rough. Yeah.
Isn't it interesting? Like how when you're younger you look at the world in such a different way, but then when you're older you realize that death is death. It's real and it's not something just in the films. You conceptualize that in your mind,
Exactly. Yeah. That's it. Because there's movies I used to love as a kid, but like as an adult now, when you sort of you've gotten older and you've experienced more, there's movies I can't watch. As an adult the same way.
I do it too. Yep.
Yeah. It's funny, the way you change and your perception of the movie changes. It's
evolution of a personality. Yep, that's what they call it. Evolution of a personality. Yep, basic psych. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Very true. Very true.
Yep.
What about you, Mike, for war film?
Yeah, I mean, I think like you guys are saying, you've kind of got to be in the mood to watch war movies because, like you say, they are quite depressing. But a lot of my favorite ones tend to be about the Vietnam War. My favorite is probably Platoon.
Good one.
I just love that movie. So, it's just so raw, and I just love it. And Casualties of War is another one that I really like. It is a hard watch, but it's just one of those. It's one of those movies that by the end of it, I'm just like. I'm like fist pumping because I'm just like, it is kind of like somewhat of a happy ending at the end of it. It's just, it's a great movie. Yeah.
Good picks. What about you, Scott?
There's quite a few good ones. I do actually quite like a lot of the Vietnam War films as well, such as Platoon, Full Metal Jacket. There's a really underrated war film called Southern Comfort as well, which I'm a really big fan of. Walter Hill directed that film. And but my two favourites are probably Saving Private Ryan and Hacksaw Ridge. Just really love those two films.
Yeah, I've heard Hacksaw Ridge is really good. That's the one with Andrew Garfield, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's the one that won't pick up a gun or something, isn't it? It's a true story, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Ah. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I can't say is that I really like the war movies. But I mean, I do like some because of what they had to tell of the story that happened during that time. Like take, for instance, The Saving Private Ryan. Yes, I own it on 4K. I own it on Blu-ray and DVD. Yes. Enemy at the Gates. Most people don't know about that one. Let's see. I like The Patriot, obviously. I like, what's another one that I like? Schindler's List. That's impactful. That says something. That's a film that was made not just to make a blood, guts, and gore, but it was a film that was made to let the world see that there were people that were putting themselves on the line to save other people's lives, and that this man Schindler made a difference and still today makes a difference in people's lives. And then also, and you're going to laugh at me on this, and you're going to say, oh my gosh, I always liked Pearl Harbor. And I know a lot of people say, oh, it's a chick flick. If it's a war movie, but it's a chick flick because of the kind of love interest. But you know what? That was a really enduring film. If you watch that, really watch it. The cinematography is spot on. I mean, the sounds of the film take you, it transports you into the film in such a way that you can feel the pain, you can feel the angst of what's going on in the minds of these characters in such a way as you walk away, and you can't not look at the last scene in Pearl Harbor and feel the touch of seeing your own best friend's son that you basically adopt. That got me. I mean, that broke my heart into two, but then it made me feel like so, I don't know, empowered. I don't know.
Some really good picks there, guys. I haven't seen Pearl Harbor in years. I think the last time I watched it was probably when I was a kid, but it's been a long while, so I definitely need to rewatch that. I have got it on Blu-ray. But another couple of war films I can think of. One recent one, 1917. I really did enjoy that one. And this is more of a fun one, but Kelly's Heroes. I love that film. That's a lot of fun.
That's a good film. I do enjoy that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know that one.
Josh says to Rhodey, you won't like The Godfather. We've got Traction Star saying, thoughts on The Last of Us Episode 3. I hated it. Put me off the series. Too woke for me. Right. Yeah, this episode has been a bit divided. I must admit, they have deviated from the game. But I did enjoy the story they told. May not be for everybody, but I thought it was a quite emotional one. It broke me by the end of it. Very good character building. And very good character building episode. Quite shocking. Anybody else checked out the series?
No,
I haven't watched it.
Nope.
But give it a go, Traction. So you might enjoy the next couple of episodes. But I definitely do get where you're coming from. We got Just Nobody Rhodey saying, why is that? We've got Ian Hill, the Ramblins here. Hi everyone, hope you're all well. I really enjoyed Halloween Ends. I knew to ignore the hate and dislike by the fans and critics. Well, I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it, Ian. It seems to be getting quite a little bit of a reputation. A lot of people seem to be enjoying it, so I'm glad to see that a lot of people are liking it. So good to hear it. We've got Mike here from Did You See That saying, hey guys, hope you're all doing well. Hey Mike, hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Mike.
Mike will be back doing his Thursday night live streams tomorrow night. He's got a huge host of guests on there, including myself and some amazing people. So be sure to pop on over to Mike's channel tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's like every hour he's getting some new guests on. I think he's got about 10 guests in total, so it's going to be a good time.
Awesome.
Cool.
I think he asked me to join next week as well, so that'd be quite fun to join.
Oh, you'll enjoy it there. Mike does some excellent streams.
Yeah, definitely.
We've got Sinjin here saying How Comes to Frogtown is a very good cheesy film. It is a very cheesy film.
Oh, it's awesome. It is so awesome. Oh, man. Oh,
Who can forget Roddy Piper and the exploding pants? Oh,
Yeah.
my.
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Through the Lens says, Josh says, heard about the DC announcements and honestly don't care for any of them. I feel fatigued from superhero films, so I don't want to see any more of them. Yeah, I can definitely agree with what you're coming from. Definitely from DC and more so from Marvel. The superhero stuff's getting a bit boring now. Don't you agree, Andy?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I used to remember a time when I used to get excited and look forward to a superhero movie. Now it's just like, it feels like there's one coming out a week. It's just it's insane. Yeah, too much.
I miss the original X-Men films. That's what I miss. The best. The original ones, yeah.
Oh, they were good. I enjoyed them. The new recent ones, I think the only one I really enjoyed out of the recent ones were probably First Class, and that was it.
You know what? I really like. I know everybody's like, "What the heck?" I like Dark Phoenix, man, and I actually even liked Apocalypse. I really did. You know, there's something about that character that they had. What is her name? The one that played Dark Phoenix. What's her name?
Sophia Turner.
Is that who it is? She's really good. She really owned the role, man. I was like, "Yep, that works." Yeah.
Yeah, she's in Game of Thrones, I think.
Oh yeah, she was. Yeah, she was. Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. Mind you, I really enjoyed X-Men Origins Wolverine, and that's an awful film, but I get so much entertainment out of that one.
Oh no! I like Wolverine. I like Wolverine. Yep.
Yeah. Right, we have Dimension Scott here saying hey to everyone. Hey mate, thanks for joining. True Action Star says, watch the menu with the wife. That was a good time. I want some burgers and marshmallows now. And maybe that leading girl, whoever she is. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And the leading girl, Anya Taylor-Joy. Yeah, the burger in that film. Oh, definitely made me hungry. But yeah, loved the film. One of my favourites of last year. Andy, you enjoyed it, didn't you?
Yeah. Got the Blu-ray.
Nice.
Oh.
Loved the movie. Thought it was great. Yeah, that I wanted that burger at the end of that film. I was so hungry. I came out of that movie. That burger looked delicious, and Anya Taylor-Joy is very easy on the eye as well. So
yeah,
it was a good time had by all. So yeah.
Crushing, are you?
You see it, Mike?
Yeah, I really like it. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like the ending of the movie, it kind of reminded me of the ending of Midsommar a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, in a very strange sort of way. Like as soon as I finished it, I was like, wow, did I just watch Midsommar, but in like a restaurant instead? But yeah, I really liked it.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to put it. Yeah. Thinking about it, it does work now. Scott, you've seen it?
I have, yeah, loved it. Thought it was a really good film, really entertaining, and yeah, that burger is really looks really fucking nice. To be fair, so yeah.
Oh yeah, never seen a burger that delicious before.
Maybe want to have a McDonald's afterwards. To be fair.
Oh, but you'd look at the burger and you'd think like, "Oh, this is crap compared to what she's eating."
Yeah, that's the only problem with McDonald's burgers. After
she's got a real big meaty thing in her hand, and you've just got a thin one.
Yeah.
That's just...
Are we still talking about the
burger? I mean the burger.
Wow.
We were all waiting. Just talk about burgers, nothing else. Yeah.
Okay. There's always one thing you say gets us, Pete. There's always one.
Yeah. I suppose I do have a way with words.
Oh boy.
You sound like you're crying, 1RealNerd.
I think I am.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, man. Thank you, Pete.
Okay.
Oh.
Have you seen the menu, 1RealNerd?
You know I haven't, but I'm going to have to see it now. Oh, man. Oh.
We've got Sinjin here saying, what do you think of Aaron Taylor-Johnson to play Bond? He is a good candidate. Yeah, there was some rumors going about that. He's been in talks. Mind you, everybody's been in talks to be James Bond. Yeah, I'll be up for it. I think he was the best part about Bullet Train. I thought he was very charismatic, and I wanted to see more of him as that character. He could pull off a Bond, so yeah, I wouldn't mind it. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I think he's a very underrated actor. I'd like to have seen more of him as Quicksilver, but yeah, he's a good actor. I don't know if Bond's the right role for him. To be honest, I can't see anyone being Bond at the minute. I just can't fill in that blank space of who's going to be Bond. I can't do it. I can't think of anyone at the minute. But yeah, Aaron Taylor-Johnson, he's a good actor though.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I can't really picture who could play Bond. I feel like they should literally just do open casting call and just get some random person who, like, well, maybe like obviously an actor, but someone who's just not famous at all. I think it'd be kind of interesting to do that. You know, like how they did with the Star Wars sequels. You know, when they got like Daisy Ridley and all those other people, like they were barely. Like they were pretty unknown at the time, and yeah, I just think they should do something like that because I just can't really picture anyone who's sort of well established. I can't really picture anyone in that role.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Like a casting call to see who they can get. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I sort of agree with Mike. To be fair, I think that'd be a really cool idea.
Cool. What about you, 1RealNerd?
You really want to know? Because here's the situation. Didn't Bond die?
Yep.
Well, there you go. He can't.
Yeah.
No one can come back. No one can play him again because quintessentially the guy died, right? Now, if they did this is what they need to do. To tell you the truth, they need to take the daughter, supposedly, right, and put the daughter in the role as the daughter of Bond, and then continue the franchise that way. And the reason why I say this, and I'm going to go off on another tangent, but you got to get used to me on this. Take, for instance, Doctor Who, okay? I've been preaching to everybody what they need to do is, okay, there was an episode, I don't know if anybody's, is anybody a Doctor Who fan or no?
Yeah.
Not really seen it, no.
Well, okay, so in Doctor Who, there are characters, there was an episode where they had the daughter of the Doctor. And it would be a perfect series that they could introduce. And it's oddly enough because David Tennant, the Doctor in these episodes, is married, oddly enough, to the woman that played his daughter. I can't remember what her name is.
Who is Doctor's daughter herself?
Yeah, she's
Peter Davison's daughter.
Yeah, she is. She's what's his name? I can't remember what the
Peter
name
Davison.
Yeah. And but they need to put her in that role and start a new franchise is what they need to do. So my idea is this. Now, I'm a real big James Bond fan. I mean, I own all the films, and I adore them in every kind of way. And I think what they've done with James Bond over the years is they've taken what James Bond was, and they've stripped it away. The early James Bonds, like Sean Connery, and all the rest, were English gentlemen, right? They were proper. They were to the point. They were strong and they could fight, but they weren't brawn. You know what I mean? And when they introduced the Daniel Craig, he was a little bit more kind of buff, but he was more of a Bond for the ladies, not so much for the true Bond fans, because James Bond was founded upon those opening scenes, the Bond girls, and now they flipped it around, and now it's more of the Bond guy. Up until Daniel Craig when he died in this last movie. So then I ask you this, how can you take a character that has quintessentially died and then is he going to reincarnate? Was he cloned? How do you do this? So
I think with that one, it's a standalone sort of thing. They're separate from the other Bond films. And if they did it, they'd just like do another reboot and just continue on how they were.
Oh, so another reboot. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then get a guy named Phil and we'll be good. Just find a random guy, say, hey, Phil, are you here? Phil, hey, you got the role.
The only Phil I know is Philip Schofield. I think he's a bit too long in the tooth to be Bond. Oh dear, I can imagine it now. He'll be getting out his bloody wallet and it'll be a We Buy Any Car advert. We've got Rudy here saying, just a nobody, saying, saw Fantastic Mr. Fox Criterion in CX for £20 and really regret not buying it. That is a rip-off. I wouldn't pay £20 for Fantastic Mr. Fox on Criterion. You can get the film on standard Blu-ray for about £1 in CX. I mean, yeah, it's a nice set, but not £20. If it was probably 10 to 15 maybe, but As much as it's a good film, I wouldn't pay that much. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, same as you, Pete. I'd just get the standard edition and CX for what, £1, 50p. Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same, really. I mean, from a personal point of view, I'm not the biggest fan of the movie. It's probably one of my least favorite Wes Anderson movies. So, yeah, I wouldn't be paying £20 for it. If I had to get it, I'd probably just get the standard Blu-ray.
Yeah. And Scott?
Yeah, I would say just get a standard Blu-ray, a lot cheaper.
Yeah. Do you have Criterions in America, 1RealNerd?
Oh yeah, absolutely we do. Yeah, and I own quite a few, and as far as Mr. Fox, I wouldn't pay that kind of money for it either, because I think Criterion does a good job. In fact, I've actually talked to the head of Criterion. I'm trying to think what his name is. Tom McKay something like that. And good guy, nice guy. And I like Criterion, but Criterion's selections sometimes tend to be lacking in their source material, and I'll leave it at that. So.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We have Dr. Impossible here. Evening, Doctor. Hope you're well. He's got a question for you, 1RealNerd. Have you seen Not of This Earth with Tracy Lords?
Yes, I have. And it is good. Very good. Yes.
Ah, awesome. Haven't heard of it before. Have you guys seen it before?
No, not heard of it.
No.
It's a Roger Corman film. Roger, do you know who Roger Corman is?
Yeah.
Yeah, Roger Corman's awesome. The guy that could do a film on $2 budget and get it done, really.
Ah, awesome. We've got Treasure Star saying, what's your favourite Bruce Dern film? That's a good question. I can only actually think of one. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, I think mine might be Nebraska.
Ooh.
I think that's a great film. Yeah.
Very nice pick.
Love it.
What about you, Mike?
I think I'll have to go with The Burbs. I think he's in that movie. I think he's like the neighbor in that one. Yeah, I'll probably have to go with that, or maybe The Driver. He's pretty good in that as well.
Yeah, that's probably the one I would go for. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I was just quickly looking through his filmography, and the one that really stands out is The Burbs. Really enjoyed that one.
Nice, very good pick. What about you, 1RealNerd?
I'm not a joiner here, but The Burbs. You know what I mean? No, really, because everybody says The Burbs. The Burbs, I'm like, great, you stole my answer. Thank you. Yeah.
Good
like minds, you know, what can we say? We think alike.
Yeah.
I'd have to say The Driver. I think he's really good in there as the cop guy. He's very relentless after The Driver. Really love it. We have got Rhodey saying Rocky 5 and 6 are coming to 4K. Stallone is working on alternative cuts for the two movies. Never seen Rocky, might blind buy that beautiful 4K still. But yeah, I'm hearing some stories that he's supposed to be doing a director's cut then too. So that'll be interesting to see. Definitely with Rocky 5 because I'm not the biggest fan of that one. But I didn't mind 6. I thought that was all right. You've never seen Rocky. Wow, you're in for a treat, mate. And I think Scott would agree with you on that.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, so, wow. Well, if you get around to it, I hope you enjoy it, Rhodey. We got Josh saying I saw 50 films in January. 50, wow. Which is a record for me. My favourite first-time watch being either Double Life of Veronica, Persona, or Close. Very nice. Haven't heard of any of them.
I've heard it. I don't think it's Close. I think it's Closer, and it has Jude Law and Natalie Portman in it. And The Double Life of Veronique is the one that I think they're talking about. And that one is kind of weird because it's kind of like almost like multiple personality, and it's a psychological thriller, but it has something visionistic. I don't know. It's just it's well done.
Oh, very cool. Anybody else seen these films?
No, but I really do want to check out Persona though. I bet that's meant to be really good.
Ah, cool. I haven't got a clue. I keep thinking when I keep thinking of Persona, I'm thinking of a video game series, so hard to get that out of my head. But we had Mike here saying, "Hey guys, hope you're all doing well." Hey Mike, thanks for joining last week. It was great chatting to you. I hope you're doing well as well. Josh says to Rhodey, "I'd watch it first, as you don't want to spend £30 to find you don't like it." Yeah, that's fair enough. We've got Coro here saying, "Hi everyone, not staying too long tonight as I'm flying to Gatwick early tomorrow morning." Oh wow, hope you have a safe journey, Coro, and enjoy coming over here to the UK. Thanks for joining, mate. We got Matt V's Movies saying, "Evening all." Evening, Matt. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Matt.
We've got DVD and Film Bloke here saying, "Hi everyone." Hey mate, thanks for joining.
Hello.
Hello.
We've got Cora here saying, "Wow, a new chat filter." Is it a new filter? I'm really unsure. We've got Rhodey saying to Josh, "You're talking to the guy who bought Jurassic World on 3D Blu-ray. I don't even have a 3D TV, though I get what you're saying." 3D Blu-rays are super cheap, Rhodey, so it doesn't really matter. I've got a load of 3D Blu-rays, mainly because it was cheaper to buy because they were from Poundland. DVD and Film Bloke says, "I have the Blu-ray set of Rocky. Since I don't have a 4K player or 4K TV, I won't bother." Yeah.
Good idea.
Actually, the Rocky box set on Blu-ray looks much more nicer than what seems to be just a very slim case with 4 discs in for the 4K. I don't think you even get the Blu-ray in them, so I'm a bit pessimistic about that box set, whether it will disappoint or not. Because paying that price, you want a hefty box set that looks quite lavish, and if it's just a slim case with 4 discs in, it is a bit disappointing.
Yeah, but did you know something, that when you get those slim discs, those slide-in ones, they break or they fall apart?
Yeah.
You know, they basically disintegrate. What did I get? Oh, I know what I got. I got Transformers, a collection on Blu-ray I got from Amazon. It came used, I kid you not. And the case was all kind of like broken up and falling apart. And I contacted Amazon. They took care of it. But man, but the case on that thing, it's just horrible.
I know, like over in America, you have the eco cases, and they have like holes inside where the discs are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They're not very nice at all. Over here, the cases seem to have shrunk here a bit, but we don't have them so often here.
Yeah, they're junk, that's for sure.
We've got Dimension Scott here saying, "Glad I can get to the stream before I have to go and do something important." Thanks for joining, mate. That does mean a lot. We'll have to get you on someday in the future. Matt says, "I've seen Black Z." What's that mean? I'm pretty uncertain that. True Action Star says, "I said about Playtendoguy in a remake of Pretty Woman, and I want to know who would be your Pretty Woman if you starred in the remake." For me, Maggie Smith. Okay, fair enough. Who would be your Pretty Woman, Andy?
Michelle Keegan.
Yep, can't argue with that. What about you, Mike?
Do you know, I might actually say Anya Taylor-Joy. I could actually picture her in that role. So, yeah, I'd go with her.
Yep. Scott?
I was going to go with Anya Taylor-Joy as well.
I'm going to go with Anya Taylor-Joy as well for reasons. What about you, 1RealNerd?
You know what I'm going to answer, because we talked about who does somebody that I know or actually live with look like?
Are you going to say Kate Blanchett?
No, I'm going to say my wife.
Great question there, True Action Star. Josh says that Michael Jackson thing will... Oh, Scott's just left.
No,
he's back. He's back. Josh says that Michael Jackson thing will be a stinker. Volpar hasn't done a good film since Training Day, and we don't need it. Tired of biopics at that point. Yeah, I don't mind him as a director. He's done some pretty fun films. The Equalizer ones have been entertaining. The remake of The Magnificent Seven was a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's a biopic. They're easy watches. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, same as you, Pete. I don't mind them. The last couple we've got seemed very cutty cooker, as it were.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't mind them. They're easy watches. You can have a good time with them.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I don't mind them. I think some of the ones we've had recently they've been good. Yeah, I think like you said, Andy, that the kind of cookie cutter movies, they probably could be better, but on the whole, they're fine.
Yep. Scott, what about you?
Yeah, but I quite like some biopics, although I have seen loads. At this point, there's definitely loads that have come out recently, and some of them do feel quite the same, but I still enjoy them for what they are.
Mm. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I'd watch it.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Rudy's got a bad feeling about it. He's got a bad gut feeling about it. We've got Matt B movie saying, I see Black Panther 2's released on Disney Plus today. We'll be checking out on IMAX version soon. Ah, good to hear. Yeah, I need to resubscribe to Disney Plus. I need to get those club card points a bit higher to get another 3 months for it. But yeah, I'll probably watch it on there first before I decide to pick up the retail copy in case I didn't like it, like Thor Love and Thunder.
Oh, I bypassed that 100%. I said there's no way.
We've got Danny here from This Is My Life saying, hey all. Hey
Danny.
Danny.
My friend. How's it going, man? Hey.
We've got DVD and film books say, I saw quite a lot this week. I saw a Czechoslovakian animated short called The Hand from the 60s, which was really dark and phenomenal. Cool. I watched it accompanying Wake and Fright, which was great, but sadly it's not perfect thanks to the kangaroo hunting scene. Ouch. Yeah. We've got Dimension saying hi to Matt. Dr. Impossible says there's too much messing around with films now. I agree with 1RealNerd. Some films have benefited, but it's a brilliant way to make even more money. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah. We have Bumpers Movies here saying, evening guys, In Search of Darkness 3 has hit Shudder. Has anybody watched it yet? I think I still have a Shudder subscription, so I will have to check it out, but I haven't seen the previous ones yet, but sounds good. Anybody else seen In Search of Darkness?
Nope.
I haven't watched them, no.
I'm waiting for my Blu-ray to arrive. I've had an email saying it's getting dispatched.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, and then I've got the trilogy on Blu-ray then, so yeah.
Awesome.
Good stuff. Have you seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I've seen the first two. I'll probably watch this new one. It's just finding the time because I think they're like 5 hours long each, aren't they? So it's just finding the time. But I suppose it's something that you can kind of watch like in blocks if you want, because it is a documentary.
5 hours? Wow.
Yeah, I think they're normally 5 hours. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you watch the three of them back to back, it's like 12 hours.
I fall asleep during those. Like when I go to watch those kind of things, I like start to fall asleep and then I wake up and then I fall asleep and I wake up and I get like a half an hour of the whole everything kind of rolled into one and I have these weird dreams afterwards. I'm like, what did I just dream about? What the heck?
But I think this third movie, well, if you've seen the first two, I think the third one's gonna uncover so many movies I've never heard of from the 80s horror genre.
Yeah,
because the first one pretty much covers everything.
Yeah, I mean, when I watched the second one, like most of the stuff in that one, I'd never even heard of it. So, yeah, if that's anything to go by, this third one, it's just going to be
all the obscure stuff.
Yeah.
I'll be intrigued to check these out. To be fair, are they easy to get hold of on Blu-ray or?
No, they're not.
No.
They're not
Oh.
particularly, because I the ones I've got were they're like backer purchases. So you have to
backup
yeah.
copies, or
like, you know, when you what's the phrase I'm looking for?
Oh, when you fund something.
When you
thing?
fund back something. Yeah. You act as a backer. And they are quite expensive. You get a lot of stuff that comes with the Blu-ray. You get posters, pins, and everything.
Oh, yeah. That's
like
pretty
a
cool.
Kickstarter.
Yeah, like a Kickstarter. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah. Okay, yeah. I got
it. Yeah. But yeah, and you also, I was lucky enough, and you get your name in the credits as well.
Oh, yeah. We have a few companies here in the U.S. that do that. Yeah, Troma actually did a lot of that in the 1980s. In fact, I had a friend of mine that was actually in a cameo in one of the Troma films. I can't remember which one. It was Toxic Avenger or something like that. Oh, so funny, man. It was just, oh, what a riot. Yeah. Crazy.
Cool. We got DVD and Film Bloke saying I saw a Roger Corman film called The Terror, which I was very mixed on. Oh. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Anybody else seen it?
No.
Yes.
No. Oh, what did you think of it, M1RealNerd?
What did I think about it? I think anything that Roger Corman does is like butter. Just like butter, man.
Spreads all over? I'm confused.
No, it's good. Yeah, it's good.
Oh.
It's good. Yeah, it spreads all
okay.
over.
David
stop
Beach
it. I'm not going to be able to breathe, man. I'm going to die.
David Beach says, good evening, guys. Always do a good night stream. Thanks ever so much for joining, David, and thanks for the kind words, mate. Got True Action Star saying, I still think Playtendoguy would be good on a TV quiz show. Would I?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, give it a go, Pete. You might do well.
Well, I was thinking as a presenter, I wouldn't be very good because I watched one today and he says stop the clock, and I was thinking, I bet if that was me, I'd say stop the cock instead.
Wow.
David Beach says he's put another couple of these up. Thanks ever so much, David. Brody says, not sure Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a movie. God. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a movie I want on 4K. It's a shitty look. It's a part of the movie style, and I'm not a big fan of the movie anyway. That is very true. The film is definitely a very dirty-looking film, so I can't see a 4K enhancement will do much for it, and could kind of take away some of the charm of it. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I'm kind of worried it's gonna look like the 4K of The Hills of Eyes, because that's one of the worst 4Ks I've seen. The movie does not lend to the format at all. Yeah. I'm kind of worried it's gonna look very similar to how that transfer worked out, and yeah, I'll wait for the reviews to come out and see what it's like first.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Waiting for the reviews is one of the big things. What about you, Mike? Because I know Henry Portrait of the Serial Killer. You got that on a 4K. How was the transfer for that? The Blu-ray was really rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird one. Like, I'm just trying to think if Texas Chainsaw Massacre is like the same thing, because I'm not too sure on like the technical aspects, but I know that I think Henry was shot on 16mm, and I don't know if I'm right in saying this, that with that format, there's just not as much there to work with when you're restoring the movie.
Elements?
And I don't
the film elements. You mean that? Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if Texas Chainsaw Massacre was shot the same way. I don't know if that might have been 16mm. And I just think if it is, like, I don't know. I don't really know what they can really do to to like enhance it in the 4K format.
Well, I can tell you exactly what to do. So the process of 4K restoration, it starts first of all with the actual film itself that you get, and then they run it through like a digitizer. It's a wet digitizer. And oftentimes what you have is you get the producers that weren't thinking, and they didn't store them in the right places. And so they get what's called vinegar syndrome, like the company that makes films, that does the distribution of films. And you found a lot of that with all these films, especially horror films, because come on, horror films are quick and easy to produce. They're cheap. The budgets are really, really low. And so nobody really cared, and they didn't store them in the right spots. They stored them in people's closets, for, Christ's sakes. And what you had is you had these films that the film was basically deteriorating, and then they thought, okay, they're going to do a restoration. And it's rubbish. It really comes out rubbish. And they try to go through and they try to enhance it. Because when they're doing these 4K restorations, if you don't have the film material, it's all digital. And it's basically like taking your Blu-ray player and cranking up your sharpness or what have you. And so it doesn't end up looking right. And then it looks grainy because they try to make it pure, but then it doesn't come out the right way. Or they do like what I can't remember what the director's name is, that smooths everything. And then you get this unwatchable content. But no, I understand what you're talking about. I do. 100%.
Yeah.
Yep. You really explained it really well, mate.
Sorry, I ramble.
No, don't apologise for rambling. It's really interesting to hear about it.
Yeah.
What about you, Scott, with the 4K of Texas Chainsaw?
Yeah, I'm not really too sure, to be honest. It is quite a dark looking film, to be fair. So yeah, it could be either good or bad. It's just one of those things that I'll just wait to see what it transfers like, and if it's meant to be really good, I might check it out.
Awesome. We have a DVD from Film Bloke here saying, I also saw The Independent, which was a mockumentary about a fictional B-movie director. It's not as good as Forgotten Silver or Terra Firma, but it's still good. Wow. Glad to hear you enjoyed it. Heard ones?
No.
I think I've heard of Terra Firma, but I've not seen it.
Yeah, that's the only one I've heard of as well.
I haven't heard of any of them. I'm sorry. Not a one.
No worries. We've got Rock God Nigel. Good evening, you sexy bastards. I'm definitely with Mike. I absolutely love both films, but I reckon I'll like Pearl way better than X. Can't wait for Maxine now. Hey, Nigel. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Nigel.
Hey, Nigel.
Well,
Nigel will be joining us on the 15th of this month, so that'll be another fun night.
Awesome.
Ready for 8 hours this time, Nigel? or 9 hours? How about that? We've got Matt saying hi to Dimension and Bumpers and Matt. We've got True Action Star asking Scott, have you got a stream this Friday and who's on?
I have got another stream on Friday, yeah, and Matt from Vengeance Media and Nigel from What God 2004 will be joining us this week, so it should be a fun one.
Absolutely incredible lineup. So yeah, fantastic. 8 o'clock again?
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. So yeah, if anybody hasn't checked out Scott's streams, definitely check them out. They're a lot of fun. Again, everybody's links in the description down below, so go and give them all a sub. They've all got brilliant channels.
Thank you, Pete. Appreciate that.
Cheers, Pete.
We've got Nige saying, I pre-ordered the collector's edition of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4K direct from Second Sight, as you get an extra 3 exclusive art cards. Oh, cool. Through the lens, Josh said he didn't sack Cavill. People just assumed he did. Didn't he get employed by DC, or he had his contract started up again? So, or unless they just let him go. But they did sack him. I don't know. Some sort of legal loophole, I should imagine. We've got Ian here saying, good news, Doctor Who Collection Season 9 has been released. Is being released. Exciting to have another John Pertwee release. Yes, I've seen it pop up. £50, quite a fair bit. but it's very nice. It's a good season and a very nice set. But I'm not keen on the box sets. I'd rather wait for the Amarais or just get the DVDs because the transfers aren't a huge upgrade over the DVDs. Are fine. Got hi Matt, hi Ian, hi Matt. How are you? Got Matt saying Picard season 3 trailer looks good. I haven't seen Picard. Have you, Andy?
No, I'm not seeing it.
No, Mike.
Yeah, I've seen the first 2 seasons. I haven't watched the trailer for the new one yet. I haven't got high hopes for it because I didn't really like the first 2 seasons of Picard. I know they're bringing back all of the Next Generation cast, and yeah, maybe it will be better, but I'm not too sure.
Just skip Will Wheaton. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
I've not heard great things from fans of this Picard, saying it started off really well, but then it kind of lost its way in season 2.
I would say what happened was when they made Picard a android and then made it so he would eventually die, it doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you want to do that? It just doesn't make it. I understand they wanted to take Patrick Stewart and give him like more work, but to do that, it doesn't make any sense at all to me. I mean,
wow. I would not expect that with Star Trek. But that's pretty interesting. Have you seen it, Scott? Picard?
No,
Picard?
I haven't. I'm not too good with Star Trek, to be fair.
Nah, I only really know him from like the Next Generation, and I think I've seen a couple of films. We've got Trek Star saying, "What's your favourite Johnny Cash song?" Fair enough. Ring of Fire or Hurt. I think.
Good choices. Yeah.
You got some, Scott?
Probably Ring of Fire. I used to sing that song quite a lot when I was a kid. One of my favourite songs to sing when I was
Walk
young.
the Line. That's my favourite. Great song. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, probably just his cover of Hurt. Yeah.
That's a good one. Mike?
Yeah, same. I've got to go with Hurt. When I was younger, I never used to like it. I used to prefer the 9 Inch Nails version, but now I think I prefer Johnny Cash's one. And if you've seen the music video to it, it's like, wow, that's emotional.
Yeah.
It is. It is. I remember that as a kid, that music video. What about you, 1RealNerd?
You know, I didn't really ever care for his music. His acting when he was in like films and TV shows. Oh, he's a good actor. I really enjoyed him. He was in like TV shows like Dr. Quinn and some other things with his wife.
He was in Columbo, wasn't he?
I think so. Yeah. But I really didn't care for his music. I don't know. It just didn't click with me. I just was, rocking out to like, I don't know, something else. But yeah, not him.
No worries, mate. Dr. Impossible says DVD and film blog, I get itching feet when I see someone's head getting blown off or they get their throats slit, but no one ever says anything about that, you tell me. Is this a quote from the film? Bumper says, I've got the original second sight Blu-ray of Texas Chainsaw from 2010. Had it signed by Toby Hooper, so I probably won't double dip. That's fair enough.
Oh, the disc is signed by the director, is that right? Or is that an actor?
It's probably the case, I would imagine he'd sign.
He's a director.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Yeah, no, I would keep that. That's awesome. Anything that's signed by a director or a producer is amazing. Yeah. Awesome.
We've got Andy Like Stuff saying, hey guys, hope you're all well. Hey Andy, thanks for joining, mate. I read all the DC stuff that came out yesterday. For me, I prefer DC just to do standalone stories instead of universe like Marvel. DC has always been better at singular films. I completely agree with you there. When they do something different, something like Joker, even Birds of Prey, when it was just its own thing, I greatly preferred it. They can get away with doing more mature content, which Marvel is still trying to break out of. So just go with that. And I prefer the standalone stories. What do you say, Andy?
The thing with me is I'm all for a DC universe with its characters. I'm all for that. I want that. But I want it to be good. And it just feels like from day one, they've just tried to copy Marvel from day one. It's like they've seen what Marvel are doing. They've seen the success Marvel has got, and they just want a piece of it. And that's all they've used the DC characters for, is to just, we've got the rights to these characters. Let's just do what Marvel are doing. And there's no thought, there's no planning, and it's a mess. And that has shown that their standalone movies work better by default, in my opinion. The movies are great, but I want a DC universe that is done right and done properly. Forget what Marvel are doing. Don't copy Marvel. Just do their own thing. Do it because it's there to be had. It's absolutely there for the taking to be done, and they're just not doing it right.
If it's done right, it could actually be even more successful than Marvel at the moment, because Marvel's going on a downhill slope, aren't they? Really,
it's perfect time to do it.
Yeah. I know, like, some of the release dates for these DC superhero films have already been announced. Like, some of them are coming out in like 2 years' time, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool, but I would have thought it would have took a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Oh no, they start producing and getting these films done so fast after the next one. I mean, they're starting to produce Avatar 3 and 4 and 5.
Yeah, but I was thinking, like, with like Kevin Feige, he did have like a plan right ahead, and it was 10 years worth of work, and you could see how it was going. But this one, it just feels like, well, he's just been employed, and now he's magically got a plan, a roadmap between TV series and films. It just seems a little bit too quick for me, but he is a very talented director, and he has made very good films for both DC and Marvel, so hopefully he'll do a good job. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think, like I said before, I've kind of stopped caring with regards to DC stuff. I mean, I think the only character that they seem to get right is Batman. Like, he's the only one who seems to have successful movies. And even though I love Batman, I'm kind of sick of Batman movies. I want to see someone different. And Superman's obviously the other big superhero for them, but they've tried and failed twice now to sort of reboot that character. They tried with Brandon Routh and it didn't work. They tried with Henry Cavill and it worked a little bit better, but there should have been more than what we got. And yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do next, so I'll just have to roll with it.
Captain Sweatpants.
Yeah. They were going to do a Blue Beetle film, weren't they? That was supposed to be coming. I don't know what's happened to that. Yeah, they had all these plans. I should imagine most of them have been ditched, because like the Batgirl one, that was ditched, and that's a shame because Michael Keaton was going to be in that.
Oh, really?
And Brendan Fraser.
That would have been nice.
And Brendan Fraser, yeah.
Huh.
That's a shame. And I see they've axed now Doom Patrol, which is a shame because that was quite a decent little series.
Huh.
What about you, Scott? What do you think of all this? Would you prefer standalone, or would you like them to go for a universe style?
I'm not really too bothered what they go with, to be fair. I think it would be cool to see them do a DC universe, but if done properly, like Andy said before. And if it's done properly, I'd be down to see some of their films.
Yeah. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I would say neither. I would say like you said, it's too overplayed. It's just like it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, you know.
Yeah. Wow, you go back to like the early 2000s, mid 2000s, a superhero film comes out. It was like 1 or 2 a year, and it was a big event. Spider-Man 2, when that came out, that was huge.
Yep.
Yeah.
X-Men 2, huge.
Oh,
even
I remember
X-Men 3 was quite big.
Yep. Yep.
But it's like the fast food of movies now. They're always out every 5 minutes.
Pretty much, yeah.
We've got Nige here. I'm assuming most of you are getting the Hitcher from Second Sight this year when it comes out. I'm absolutely pissing my thong for it. Such an amazing film. I'd love to see the remake included too. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've only seen the remake. I wasn't the biggest fan of the remake, but I definitely want to pick up this one. Yeah, I'll pre-order it straight away once the release date's announced, but it's taken ages. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've got an imported Blu-ray of it, and that looks stunning as it is. And yeah, I really want to see it on 4K because some of the scenery in that movie is fucking gorgeous. It is stunning. As soon as it gets announced and as soon as the pre-order goes up, that is one I am definitely wanting to get my hands on because I love that film. Love it.
Hopefully it won't be too long. What about you, Mike? I know you've been eagerly anticipating this one as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's probably my most anticipated movie to get a Blu-ray release. Although to be fair, I've got it on DVD, and even that actually looks quite good.
Yeah.
It's actually a really good quality DVD. But yeah, it's one of my favorite movies, and I'll definitely be getting that. And I have a feeling that when it gets announced, I feel like their website's going to crash with pre-orders for that one.
Yes, I think you're right there. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, definitely. I absolutely love the film. I've got it on a German media book, I think, and it's a really cool Blu-ray. But I'd just love to see it in 4K because it is one of my favourite movies of all time. So yeah, definitely looking forward to pick that up.
Fantastic.
Wasn't too keen on a remake though. I thought it was pretty much same as the original. To be fair.
Yeah, Sean Bean in the remake, weren't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, 1RealNerd?
You know, I haven't thought about that movie. That's the one with Rutger Hauer in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie in like a long time. We're talking years. So I'd be up to seeing it again in whatever form. I might get something like that. Sure, why not? I haven't seen it in so long. I can remember bits and pieces of it in my head, but not seeing it in like so many years, you're kind of like, you just remember. It's kind of like Blade Runner. It's like watching Blade Runner and watching Blade Runner 2049. You look at Rutger Hauer then in Blade Runner, and you think about how he owned that role, and then you look at, let's say, Kay in the film preview or the new one in 2049, and you see the similarities and the dynamics between the characters, but it's like, yeah, it's just like Rutger Hauer is a really good actor. I mean, like, especially he was in Lady Hawk, and he was amazing in Lady Hawk. Oh, incredible film.
He's a good actor.
He is.
Definitely was.
I quite like Split Second as well. That's a fun film.
What is that?
Split Second.
Split Second. I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah. It's a good movie.
Yeah.
That's they're missing an opportunity with that film, not putting that on the Second Sight label because calling it Split Second Sight.
Yeah.
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 I watched one with Rutger Hauer a few weeks ago called Wanted Dead or Alive. That wasn't too bad either.
I've heard of that one.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that too. Yep.
Yeah, that was on Amazon Prime. That wasn't too bad.
I like Blind Fury.
I've seen that one. Yeah, that's weird though.
Yeah.
It's like post-apocalyptic, kind of like, or no, it's not post-apocalyptic. What is it? It's like sword and sorcery because he has a sword or something like that, right?
Yeah, he's got like a cane, but it's like a sword.
Yeah.
It's a fun film.
I'm looking forward to checking that out. To be fair.
Yeah.
We got DVD from Film Bloke here saying, also, I've finally got After Hours, but I have a long story about it. I ordered a standalone copy on eBay, but I had to conclude Raw Mal lost the bloody thing in the post. There's no surprise there. I got a refund. The seller was totally cool. I hope the seller gets compensated by Raw Mal for it. Comments have gone all weird. Come on, comments. Since all the individual copies have sold out, I got a box set with After Hours. Alice doesn't live here anymore. Who's knocking at my door? And the 2-disc versions of Goodfellas. It arrived today. Oh, I'm glad to hear you finally got it.
I'll be back. I know you just got to do something.
No worries, Scott. Yeah, glad you got it because you've been on about it for a couple of weeks. You ordered it and been waiting a while for it, so Lisa's here now. We've got Rogue here saying, hi, I watched The Fablemans today. Had some annoying kids in the back that wouldn't shut up throughout it. Oh, that's a shame, mate. But did you enjoy the film? And thanks for joining.
That's the worst when that happens.
There's always a pain. I don't know why. And it's probably not a film that kids would go and see anyway, just go in to cause an issue.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Vote says, I actually think After Hours was the only ever sold in that box set in this country. Really? No. That's one that's primed for like a Blu-ray or 4K release. Also, Pardon. Edward says, oh, what's your favourite 80s and 90s film? That's quite a lot of films to cover there. Yeah.
There's too much to cover in those questions.
I know. I could pull out a few. Let's talk about, and you guys are gonna think this is kind of cheeky though. Hard Bodies, Private Resort. Let's see here. Just One of the Guys.
I really like that film. Just One of the Guys.
Side Out. Hot Dog the movie and Ski School. Yeah.
Good selection there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hard question to like just come up with some films out of random air. Do you want to have a go, Andy?
God. Yeah, there's too many, isn't there?
It's hard to do unless you've got a list or something.
80s is for me. It's the best decade for movies. The 80s. There's just a plethora of.
Because they were having fun making films in the 80s. I mean, there was none. Think about what was going on in the 80s. There was no cell phones. There was no real technology. The only way you could get out and watch a film was in the theaters. And so everything was made to be theater oriented. Nowadays we have, I mean, I have 2 theaters in my house. I have projectors. I can sit back and watch it in the big screen. So now they market more quick and fast. They don't care about what they put out. They put them out really, really fast. In the 80s, the 80s was just a fun time. It's the greatest time in history. Well, not the greatest time in history, but one of the greatest times in history. Yeah.
It was a very creative decade, shall we say.
Music, yes. And I was there. Yeah, what can I say?
Did you want to name some of your favourite 80s and 90s films, Scott?
Yeah, can't name all of them as we'll be here all day, but yeah, obviously with Rocky 3, Rocky 4, The Shining as well, that's one of my favourite horror films of all time. With Hitcher will have to be up there as well for 80s, with original Karate Kid as well. But I think I might actually prefer 90s slightly, although I love the 80s as well. It's really tough to choose between those 2 decades. Those are like the 2 main decades for me with films. But some of my favourite films from the 90s would have to be Shawshank Redemption. Falling Down is fantastic, really underrated movie, that one. I'm trying to think of some more, but my mind's gone blank at a minute.
It's a hard question to come up with a good list. Can you think of any, Mike?
For the 80s, I probably have to say Blade Runner, Beetlejuice, The Hitcher, License to Kill. For the 90s, probably Falling Down as well. Heat, Carlito's Way. Yeah, that's probably all I can think of.
Some very good picks there.
Oh, I got 2 others. Up the Creek movie, and what was another one? Oh, Legend. Come on, Legend.
Yeah, good pick there. Tim Curry. Yeah.
Also, I would pick Day of the Dead for 80s as well. That's one of my favourite horror films as well.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, you could pick
I love
loads
the
of 80s
gore
horror
at the end
films.
of that film. It's got some great gory scenes at the end of that film.
Yep.
Awesome. Hard to think of some, but I like the 90s, probably something like Scream, I'd say. GoldenEye. License to Kill. God, it's so hard to think off the top of my head. Right, we have DVD from Phone Bloke saying Alice doesn't live here anymore. And Who's Knocking at My Door are still only on DVD for now from the BFI. The BFI ones have no new extras, and the transfers on the discs in that set are fine. Oh. Cool to hear. We've got Nige here saying, I'm sick of hearing about all the superhero bullshit now. Totally saturating everything. They're getting on my tits at the best of times. Men flying all over in Lycra, clearly based on true stories. Definitely get where you're coming from, Nige. DVD and Film Book says, I can live with Goodfellas on DVD, but at least it's the nice 2-disc version with the extras. First DVD release was one of those awful flipper discs with the film split in two. Oh, that sounds rough. Rogue says, Odeon is finally getting the WoW. I'm watching it next Wednesday. Brilliant. I hope you enjoy it. Look forward to hearing what you think about it. Anybody going to see the WoW whenever it launches, Andy?
Yeah, definitely. I knew the Odeon would eventually put it out.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I think my local cinema's showing it on Friday, so I might potentially go. I'm off work on Friday, so I might go and see it then.
Cool. Scott?
Yeah, I'm planning to go and see it on Sunday. Really looking forward to it.
Cool. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
You know, I'll tell you a little story. Since I built my home theaters in my house, you know, I just don't go to the theaters anymore. I just don't like it. I'd rather wait for it to come to disc, and I watch it on my screens. There's nothing better than to sit in your own home. I mean, I have a 150-inch screen and a 140-inch screen, you know, and for me, I don't have to worry about people being loud or interfering in the way I'm watching things, and I can watch it whenever I want to in the middle of the night. You know, so I just don't like theaters anymore. I just don't like them. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I can get that, especially like when you've created your own home theater at home. You've got the same experience at home, and you don't have to go out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I definitely do want to go and see it. Whether it's shown over here, I never know. But yeah, it's good to see Brendan Fraser back on the screen, so I am excited to watch it. DVD from Film Book saying, hey tonight. Ian says, what's your favourite Universal horror classic? Very good question, Ian. For me, it's probably got to be the Bela Lugosi Dracula. I do really enjoy that one, but the Frankenstein one's pretty good. And I have a soft spot for the Mummy as well, but yeah, it's the Bela Lugosi Dracula one. But I kind of prefer I think it's the Spanish or the Italian cut more than the English one. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, for me, it's probably Dracula, but I've got to say, I have such a fun time with The Invisible Man. I think the effects in that movie hold up so well and were pretty good for the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good, fun film, that is, The Invisible Man. I can remember that one. I still need to see the John Carpenter one, Memoirs of the Invisible Man. I haven't seen that one yet.
It's not Carpenter's best, but there's some fun to be had in that film, but it's not his best.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say The Invisible Man as well. I remember when I watched it, I remember like not really expecting much from it, but it just completely surprised me. It's such a fun movie.
Awesome. Scott?
For some reason, I actually haven't got around to watching them yet, but they are definitely high up on my watch list, and I do own the films on Blu-ray, so we'll get around to them.
Nice. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I would say all of the above, with emphasis on the Mummy. Or is it? No, not the Mummy. I'm trying to think of the one. I'm losing. Yeah, I would say just all of them. All of them have notable qualities about the films. They're just they're a period of the time, and the time produced incredible storyline and incredible. I don't know, just everything about that era is just spot on. So I can't say enough or too little about that collection. All of those are great.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
We have the viewer Drew saying, "Hey everyone, what's up? Hey Drew, hope you're doing well, my friend." He said, "Good news, my birthday was yesterday. Well, happy belated birthday, mate. I hope you had a nice day yesterday."
Yeah, happy birthday, man.
Rose says, "For my fiction project for uni, where we're making a social realism short film, and I managed to convince the crew to let me direct." Fantastic stuff.
Nice.
My dream job is to become a writer and director. I hope you succeed at it, mate. I hope this project of yours at uni goes well. You have to tell us in the coming weeks.
Definitely.
Rhodey says, "Cinema, oh my god, same." Yeah, you want to be the same. I can imagine you'd be a good one as well. Direction Star says, "Will you be getting the Harry Potter game, Playtendoguy?" Oh, what, a Hogwarts Legacy? Yeah, it comes out next week. I do want to get it. Yeah, I haven't pre-ordered it, but I'll probably get it release date if I can find it cheap enough. Josh says, "Megan Reeks." Not a fan. Not a fan at all. Oh, you've changed your name now to just Josh. It's gone through the lens, is gone.
Oh, yeah.
Rogue says, I've also now finally seen every Steven Spielberg film minus the 2 extra TV movies, which are hard to find. Great to hear. I've just found Something Evil on YouTube. Just need to find Savage to complete Spielberg's film feature filmography. Very good to hear. Dr. Impossible says to Josh, "You're becoming cynical about mainstream cinema. That's a good thing." Yeah, I can get that. DVD and Film Bloke says, "That is commitment to Rogue." It certainly is. Same here. We've got True Action Star saying, "Have you got any Alan Arkin recommendations?" Alan Arkin. The name rings a bell. Alan Arkin. He was in that one with what's his name? Michael Caine, weren't he? Morgan Freeman film. Yeah, Going in Style. I'll probably say that one. I really enjoyed that. That was pretty entertaining. And apparently he's in Gross Point Blank as well, so I'll say that as well.
Oh, I've seen that, yeah. That's good.
Andy?
Alan Arkin. If he's the actor I think he is, I'm probably going to have to say Edward Scissorhands.
He is in Edward Scissorhands, yes.
And Little Miss Sunshine.
Yeah, and them as well. Mike?
Yeah, Little Miss Sunshine for me.
Great film. Scott?
I really like The Rocketeer. I think that's a really fun film, so I'd have to say that one.
Very good pick there, Scott. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
You know, he brought up The Rocketeer, and that's a good film. I think he's right. He's right. Good job, man. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
It was also in So I Married an Axe Murderer with Mike Myers as well. Didn't know that.
Huh.
Been in quite a few films. Rogue says, "Also, I actually really enjoyed 1941 and Always There. Both heavily flawed films, but they were both really fun." Yeah, I heard 1941 isn't his finest hour, but it's got a good cast in it. Hasn't it got, what's his name, Belushi in it?
Yeah.
I know that one. That is super funny. Oh, wow. Oh, that's you laugh at that one. That's good. That's well done.
Oh, good to hear. DVD and Film Bloke says to Rogue, "Yeah, I'm in no rush to check it out, but I could enjoy it if I did, yeah." Dr. Impossible says, "Give me a good Alan Arkish film. He's a good director." Very similar to Alan Arkin, eh?
Now you're asking.
Yeah. As Google saying, do I want to know his height? No, not really. I want to know his movies. It's double Al as Alan. He's directed some interesting films. Rock and Roll High School, Hollywood Boulevard. I have not. I think the only one I've probably seen is Elvis Meets Nixon back in '97. That's the only one I've seen.
Did he do Saturday the 14th?
Don't know. I'm checking. I can't see it. Nope.
Huh. That was a funny film.
I need to see that Saturday the 14th.
That's funny, actually.
He did the sequel to Caddyshack, so.
Oh, okay.
The only movie I've seen that he's directed is Heartbeeps.
Ah.
Oh, I remember Heartbeeps. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I remember that one.
He's also done another one that I have seen before. I didn't mind it. It was Rennie Zellweger called Shake, Rattle and Rock. That wasn't too bad. I quite like that one.
Oh, yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I think the only one I've seen is that Rock and Roll High School, but I thought it was okay. It wasn't anything special, but it's got a good soundtrack.
That's the one on 101, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scott?
I haven't seen any of his films, unfortunately, so I can't really say.
No worries. What about you, 1RealNerd?
And I'm not sure either what the ones that I've seen that he's done. That's the one that I kind of have a gray area with. I'm like, huh? So, yeah.
We have Rogue saying Spielberg's first film, Firelight, was made when he was 17, and it's 2 hours and 20 minutes long, but it's almost entirely lost. Oh, that's a shame. What about your action? Oh, what are you saying, mate?
Oh no, I was just gonna say that Spielberg had a or no, when it wasn't Spielberg, it was Lucas that had a really good interesting life because he almost died apparently in a car accident when he was young, and because I was watching, they had a documentary about Lucas on Disney Plus, and it's really fascinating. If people want to hear about his story, check it out on Disney Plus because there's stuff I didn't even know. Like how he was and what he went through and how he became who he was. It was just amazing. You don't understand the guy until you look at his life and how he got there and how him and Spielberg and all of them, everybody knows that they were all friends and how they built their companies around each other. But I didn't realize he had such a tough life.
I heard something about that. I have to check out that documentary on Disney Plus. Sounds very interesting.
Oh, it is. It's well worth it.
Traction Star says you guys picking up the Rock. I'm going to gather the Rockies 4K steelbooks and what happened when they're releasing. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We're not in a rush for it. DVD Film Bloke says to Rogue, yeah, I believe the film became the basis of Close Encounters. Very cool.
Cool.
Rogue says, I've read that Spielberg has already wanted to remake Firelight, but studios have always shot his pitches down. Really? Considering
I can't imagine any studio turning Spielberg down. Like, I feel like he could pitch anything and the studio would do it because it's Spielberg.
He could walk in with a stick of butter and say, here, check it out. Here's some butter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe that through. I mean, he's such an iconic director. He's made so many timeless films. They'll just give it to him. It's not like Robert Zemeckis where Disney's just giving him the breadcrumbs.
Oh, you're not kidding.
True Action Star says, what games are you currently playing, Playtendoguy? GoldenEye for the Switch. They re-released that. That's some fun nostalgia there. And also picked up the new Need for Speed. Having a lot of fun with that. All the characters sound like annoying jerks, but apart from that, it's a lot of fun to drive around. Rogue says, I finished Splatoon 3's story mode and loved it and didn't see the twist coming at the end. Glad you enjoyed it, Rogue. Told you it was a lot of fun time. Rogue says, but Splatoon's backstory, which is found in the logs, is extremely dark for a kid's game. I absolutely agree with you there, mate. It is quite a dark backstory. We have the 4K lowdown here saying, what's up, guys? When are you having me back on the stream, Pete? Oh, I keep meaning to get you back on. I know we do have a spare spot at the end of the month, so if you message me, I'll see if we can fit you in for the 22nd. How about that, Anne? I'll message you later after the stream. DVD and Film Bloke says, to 4K lowdown, I'm going to guess if there's a spare space in the schedule. Yeah, there should be one on the 22nd. If not, it'll definitely be March. We have Danny here saying, I've got the Godfather trilogy on VHS box set. That's fancy. That's a nice set.
Awesome, man.
Dr. Impossible says, do you know who Kevin McDonald is? Pete, Andy, Mike, and guest. Does he present Grand Designs?
I think he's a director.
Is he? Kevin? No, not Kevin Hart. No, he's not.
Kevin McDonald?
Apparently he's an actor.
Oh,
Kevin McDonald. I know a David McDonald. That's David Tennant.
Yeah. He's been in quite a few films like The Last Kick of Scotland, State of Play, The Eagle, and Black Sea. His face looks familiar.
Oh, well, he's Scottish, of course.
He's a Scot.
I'm a Scot.
He's a Scottish director. Yes, Scottish director. Yes, not an actor because it's a different way of spelling. Yeah. Correction. Rogue says, Pete, you need to watch some Soviet-era Russia war films. I'd recommend Come and See and The Ascent.
I've heard Come and See is actually really good. I do want to watch that film, to be fair.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I'll have to pop in the HMV, see if they've got anything in the Soviet Isle. I've never actually heard of them ones, to be fair. I hope so. Yeah, definitely, mate. I want to get you back on. I've been wanting to get you back on for a couple of weeks now, but I keep forgetting to ask. So I'll message you after the stream, or if you're watching this now, just pop me a message and that'll rig my memory. We've got True Action Star here. I see we've got a Fast 10 poster. Yeah, I think we did. Excited? Not really. Not on the bit interest. I've got about as much interest in it as Vin Diesel's got to make it. Apparently, he never even turned up for shooting one day. He was just in bed. Yeah, not that fussed. Andy?
I still haven't seen Fast 9 yet. So I'm just...
You lucky bugger. You're not missing much.
So, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Mike?
Am I excited? Am I fuck? Like, I've not seen a single one apart from the third one for some reason. That's the only one I've seen, and yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it. It's just not a franchise that's ever really interested me.
Yeah, I can definitely get that. Scott?
Yeah, I couldn't really give a shit, to be honest. I've only seen the first 7, but yeah, I'm not really that bothered.
Yeah, it gets more ridiculous as the series go on. There's only so much the Power family can do. What about you, 1RealNerd?
You know what? You're going to laugh. I've never watched any of them.
Oh, brilliant.
Isn't that funny? Not one of them. I haven't bothered with not a single one.
Yeah,
What?
I don't blame you.
No.
Actually, I'm quite envious of you.
It's a franchise where there's just nothing special about it at all. It just defines mediocrity.
Isn't there something about they try to find the chicks that everybody think are appealing? It's kind of like that kind of thing. Is that what it is too?
No, it's like fast cars, like street
Yeah.
racing, and then it goes like very like James Bond-esque, more or less, trying to do these like weird Mission Impossible like
Oh
cars.
yeah,
So,
yeah,
like,
yeah, 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 yeah.
I mean,
But I re-
the biggest thing with that is just like, what the fuck's the government doing if they're relying on street races to fucking sort out the country's problems?
I don't. Yeah, there's a long story about that one. Don't you know? Like it's called the Patsy deal. It's called. You don't want to get your hands dirty, so they pick people in particular to do the dirty job. So they're fall guys. It makes
Yeah,
perfect sense. They've always done that in films from the very beginning. You always have the patsy in every film. Well, you know what you need to do? You need to take that box and you need to take it over there. Why? Oh, because you just need to. Okay, yeah, all right. What do I do with this box? Get arrested. What? I didn't do it. You told me to. Well, you know what? I don't know what you're talking about, man. So it's one of those situations. Oh yeah, it's done in
yeah.
film all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but to be fair, the Fast and Furious films have become more and more like Thunderbirds each day. They're like the vehicles, they can perform absolutely unbelievable stunts.
Oh yeah, yeah.
DVD Even Filmblock says, I guess since you've asked Pete, might be able to make space. Yeah, absolutely. 20 seconds should definitely be fine. If not, first week of March. Rogue says, I'm still shocked by the lack of World War II movies showing the Japanese front. Yeah, that's true.
There was that one that Clint Eastwood did. Is it Letters from Iwo Jima?
Iwo
Yeah,
Jima,
that's
yeah.
the one. Yeah, I said
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
Unless there's many in Japan, whether there's some Japanese films that showcase it from their side, don't know.
Godzilla.
Sinjin says, talking about Vietnam movies, the one that slips through the net from the 78 films The Boys and Company C is so good, and some of the best training sequences in it. I have heard of that one, but never seen it myself. You guys seen it?
No.
No.
We have Rogue saying, when the comment loads, the comment, I've read that mainly because after World War II, Japan and the US government signed a treaty that made Hollywood be banned from making the Japanese atrocities into movies until 75. Yeah, probably is. Rock and Roll Hal says, I imagine 40 years from now on we'll have movies about, yeah, I can hardly imagine we'll have that. Dr. Impossible says, you've got it, 1RealNerd. Picard was the assassination of Picard as a character. Paramount destroyed the old to bring the new, laced with agenda-driven diversity and inclusion.
Wow, you got it, man. I love that guy. That guy's 100% right. Rock on, man. You got it. Yep. Exactly right. He said it. Yep. Wow. Awesome, man. Yeah.
Great. Rock and Roll House says, I don't see how the episode was woke at all. Bill was gay in the game. They just went into his backstory. If it was a man and a woman, no one would have batted an eyelid. Yeah, I can definitely get that. Essentially, the story they're telling in the episode is a very, like a little hint in the game, and they've expanded upon it, and the story was really well done. Rock and Roll Hal also hates the word woke, overused and often for the wrong reasons. True Star says, do you guys buy pre-owned titles? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, some stuff I get from CX if I can get it cheap enough. Yeah, that's about it. I'm not someone who goes into charity shops only simply because I've never been in. I wouldn't know where to look or what to do. But yeah, CX is mainly where I get my own pre-owned stuff.
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, same really. I just get them from CEX. Yeah, I've got no issue with buying pre-owned titles.
Awesome. Scott?
I have bought some pre-owned titles in the past, but I haven't done for quite a while, to be fair. I don't have a CX next to me, so I don't really go into any CXs.
Wow, you don't have a CX near you. That's quite a
No.
surprise. They seem to be everywhere.
Yeah.
Ah. You have a HMV near you?
Yeah, we got a HMV near me, yeah.
Oh, that's way better.
Yeah, definitely.
What about you, 1RealNerd? Do you buy pre-owned?
Yeah, you know what the interesting thing is, especially now since 4K movies have gone up so much in price, like 25%. I totally love to buy used. I mean, what are you missing if you buy used versus new? What, the new car smell? I mean, you gotta smell it, be like, oh, nope, doesn't smell fresh. Oh, here's another one. Does it smell? Wait, does it smell fresh? No.
I do say, like, open and unsealing the case and then smelling that new case feeling is quite a satisfactory smell.
Well, I guess if the new car smell is your thing, then hey, but I'm not willing to spend an extra $20-$30 just because it smells good or bad or the other way.
Well, to be fair, if you go into my local CEX, you probably want the new smelling one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. It sits too close to the back. Okay, I got your bathroom mode. Yeah, I got it.
No worries. Yeah, I buy pre-owned occasionally. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Got one or two things from CX. They're not too bad. Charity shops can be good, but unfortunately there's not a lot around here. Normally it's eBay to go for pre-owned titles. But then again, that's another new ball game. You got to be a bit careful there in case the disc is damaged or you get the wrong film or whatever. But I try to get brand new if I can.
Oh, you got to be careful though with DVDs. Sometimes I own some that have that disc rot, and boy, I'll tell you, and it's usually ones that are rare that I get this. Like I have like so many rare movies, and I'll go through every now and then, and I'll look, and you'll start to see that fog coming on them, and it's like, oh, it's just, oh, it sucks.
Yeah. I think somebody did mention about it in the stream a few weeks ago that a certain batch of DVDs were bugger for doing it back in the day.
Yeah, and I own quite a few of them.
Wow. Rogue says, I would love a movie about John Rabe. He was a Nazi German ambassador to China who stopped Japanese officers from killing Chinese civilians in Nanking. He also called the Eastern Oscar Schindler. Oh. John Rabe is credited with saving over 1,000 Chinese people from Japanese torture and execution. Oh.
Cool.
Edward says apparently Roald musical Matilda is being released on Blu-ray and DVD on February 20th. Who's picking it up? Yeah, I'm going to give that a miss. The original's the only one I really want to watch. Andy?
Yeah, same as you, Pete. I just love the original too much.
Yeah, it's got so much charm to it. This new one just doesn't do it for me. Nothing screams to me I want to buy it. Mike?
Yeah, same. It's just a movie I wasn't really asking for. I just have no real desire to watch it. I probably will watch it at some point, but yeah, I'm really not in a rush to watch it.
Yeah. Scott, what about you?
No, I'm not really that bothered. I still need to see the original, in all honesty. So
What are you going about?
I was planning to watch it on Netflix and Disney Plus. I was looking for it, but couldn't find it on there. So no surprise there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it went to Netflix in America, and a lot of people over here got confused with it, which is a shame. Have you seen it, or will be picking it up, 1RealNerd?
Probably not. I'd probably say no. Not me.
No worries.
I bet that that film will get released on Disney and Netflix before the original does, though.
I bet it will.
Probably, yeah. Yeah. This Matilda musical will just go in the wind, and you won't hear nothing of it in years to come. It won't stand the test of time like the Matilda one, because we're still talking about this one now. 26 years ago, after it originally released.
I was going to say, like Matt said, you never find the film you want. It's always a fucking sequel.
That is the way to talk about it.
Yeah. That was great. That was. I still can't get that out of my head.
He's totally right there. We've got True Action Star says, who's looking forward to John Wick 4? Absolutely, can't wait. One of the highlights of the year for me. Andy?
Yeah, definitely one of my most anticipated.
Mike?
Yep.
Scott?
Oh, yeah, defo.
Oh, defo. I was half expecting Scott to say, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, yeah.
1RealNerd?
Nope.
Oh, no.
Wait, what? Nope. Nope.
Ah, cool. Not a fan of John Wick then?
Here's the thing. I got the John Wick collection, right? Now, my wife likes it. She likes all the John Wicks, right? Now, I sat down and I couldn't watch the first one. I put it in and I started watching. I was like, this looks so stupid. So I put in the second one. I watched it. And I'm like, what the? I'm like, and then we were going to watch the third one. And I was like, can we watch this some other time? She goes, well, why can't we watch it now? Well, let's watch it. No. We'll watch it some other time. Some other time. So no, I don't think I'm going to. No, it's just, I like the actor. I like him in like The Matrix and other films, but he just isn't the, no, it didn't work for me. Sorry. I just, no. Nope.
No worries. That's cool. It's cool to hear somebody who's not a big John Wick fan, because normally everybody's really excited. So it's cool to see.
But see, I tend to be. I'm the guy that likes stuff that other people don't like. So if I look on Rotten Tomatoes and it says like 10 for the Rotten Tomatoes score, I'll say I'll like it. But then I look at films that have like 100 or 80 or 90. I'll be like, nope, and I'll watch them and I'll know right off the bat, and I won't like them. So it's just, I'm just different that way.
Well, that's brilliant to hear. It's great to hear different opinions. That's the whole point of these streams, is that we can all talk about different things. It'd be a bit boring if we all said yes.
Right. Yep.
I just apologise for me just turning my camera off. I moved into the living room. We've upgraded. We're in comfort now.
Upgraded. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I was sitting in the kitchen on a chair and it was really hurting my back. Now I'm sitting on the sofa. We've got Dr. Impossible here saying, good Vietnam film that I watched a while back with Sidney J. Fury, film with Ken Weil and the sexy Cheryl Ladd called Purple Heart. Worth a watch. Haven't heard of that one. You heard of it?
No.
No, what's that mean?
Oh.
What's got Cheryl Ladd? Purple Hearts.
Purple Hearts, yes.
I know who Cheryl Ladd is. She was dishy, but I mean, I'm trying to think of that movie. I can't remember.
I've never even heard of her, so I'm gonna have to just search her up.
Yeah, you Google her. Something tells me.
Whoa! Yes.
Drop on Instagram.
Yes. Oh wow. We'll have to see what film she's in later.
She's like Bissett. Kate. Is it Kathleen Bissett? Yeah, I think it is. She's like her.
Yeah, cool. True Action Star says, Playtendoguy, my son got Saints Row. He wasn't a fan of it. You? It's fine. It's very bleh. It's the definition of mediocrity. Not the biggest fan.
I like
the other
some
ones
of the older ones.
Yeah, the older ones are more fun because they're very crazy. You walk around with a giant dildo, for fuck's sake. But this one's rather boring.
What? You walk around with what?
I don't remember that in the game.
There is, yes. In Saints Row 3, there's like a dildo bat you buy, and it's like a giant dildo that swirls around and you smack people with it.
I don't remember. I remember playing those back in the day, those games. I don't remember ever. Oh, wow. I must have been missing something.
Well, that's in Saints Row 3 and 4. They went a bit out there with its humour.
No, I love to play Grand Theft Auto, that last one. Well, not the last one, but God, what did I play?
The last one has been serving us for well over a decade.
Yeah, but I can't remember. It's not the last one. It was the one before that. Man, I used to just love to just like get the cars and drive around and just like always upgrade the cars. And I didn't care about the mission so much. I just like to drive around, and then I'd go to the clubs, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
We need
I know
another
what clubs-
GTA badly, I think.
We blooming well do. I mean, we've just had Grand Theft Auto for the past 10 years. It's just like, hey, you got anything new, mate? It's just like, same old, same old.
GTA 5 was so good when that came out, though. I grew up with that game.
Yeah.
I wasn't the biggest fan of that one, I must admit. I was like, it's all right.
Mhm.
I loved Red Dead Redemption 2, though. I think that's fantastic.
Dude, I love that. I had that on Xbox 360. It was such a gorgeous picture quality, man. You could see details. I used to just ride around, you know, and then it was so sad at the end when Bill Marston gets killed, and then you play as his son, and then you go, you know, that scene, like, you know, when they're at the water's edge and he goes up to it, and I'm Bill Marston's son, and he kills the feds. And that's just like, and then you just ride around afterwards, and it's so fun to like just explore the scene. It's just wow, I love that game. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it's an incredible experience.
Yeah.
So come on, Rockstar, release something new for a change.
Yeah.
Rockstar needs to do more. Yeah, you're right.
True Action Star says, Bond as a lady, no thanks. Dr. Impossible says, best Japanese language action film from the 90s, Andy. Let's see what you've got. Fire away.
I'm stumped. Can't think of one.
What?
Japanese
Godzilla.
action. Yeah, I suppose. But that was American, weren't it? That one was.
Is hard boiled Japanese or is that Chinese?
I think it's Chinese.
Yeah.
Chinese.
Is it?
It's Hong Kong Chinese, yeah.
Yeah, that's Chinese. Yeah, Japanese, I'm stumped.
The only one I can think of, I don't know, I think it's Korean. Is it Battle Royale? But that's 2000.
Yeah.
I think that's Japanese, but 2000.
There's one I can think of called, is it called Dead or Alive?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
The
Yeah, I
Takeshi.
think that might be 90s. But yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I've got the trilogy of them. I've yet to watch them yet, but they look fun.
You mean Dead or Alive the movie or Dead or Alive the game?
The movie, the Japanese one.
Oh, Dead or Alive the American one. Oh man, that was nice. Kelly Presley, or whatever her name is, and
Oh, you're talking about the one based on the video game with the women in
DOA,
clothing,
DOA.
yes.
Oh man, I had that on iTunes because I couldn't get it on disc, and I ended up having to delete out my iTunes and restart it. I lost all my media. I spent so much money on iTunes back in the day, and I tell you, I missed that movie. It was fun. Oh man.
Ah, very nice. Yeah, I have seen it once. It's pretty bad. Oh,
but it's bad but good though.
yeah, it has its perks, let's just say.
It's kind of like Glass Onion.
Glass Onion, what, the Knives Out one?
Yeah.
Oh. True Action Star says, what are some of the most strangest films you've ever seen? Any David Lynch film. Blue Velvet, Eraserhead. They're pretty weird.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of anything else. Can you think of anything, Andy?
Something like The Tree of Life.
Tree of Life? That's a good pick.
Yeah, I couldn't get into that. The two Nymphomaniac movies.
Oh. For me, another one I can think of is Lamb. That's another weird one. Very strange. What about you, Mike?
I'd probably have to go with, there's a movie called The Holy Mountain.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a weird
Andrei
one.
Hadovsky, whatever his name is.
Yeah, Jodorowsky or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. That's quite an interesting film.
Mm.
Scott?
Stripperland.
What the fuck is that?
It's a zombie film, and apparently one of the rules in that film is zombies like dancing to hip hop music, so that says a lot. That's
Stripperland? I thought that was some sort of resort or something. Jeez, Scott.
yeah. I don't know why I watched it. To be honest, it's really bizarre.
Oh, we know why you're watching it.
I remember watching one called Werewolves versus Strippers. That was something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one's quite an interesting one.
Yeah,
what about you?
TV has a lot of that stuff on it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
What about you, One Real Nerd?
Lair of the White Worm and Eat the Rich.
I've never heard of them ones.
No.
I need to see Lair the White Worm.
Yeah.
I think it's a Ken Russell film.
Yeah, I don't know who did it, but it's freaky. It has what's his name in it? Guy that was in Four Weddings and a Funeral.
Yeah, Hugh Grant's in it. Yeah.
And then it has I can't remember, but it's just bizarre, man. It's like you just kind of it's weird.
Trash Star says, like the way he says died, the lad with legs. Okay.
What?
He just said the lad with legs. So.
The legs. Woo! Woo!
Dr. Impossible says, good Bruce Stern film for me is a Paramount film from '77 with Robert Shaw called Black Sunday. Both Shaw and Dern steal the film based on a novel by Thomas Harris. Yes, Harris, who created Lecter. Yeah, I have seen that one. That is a very good film. I haven't seen it for a long while, but great pick there, Dr. Impossible. Traction Star says, ever seen Shotgun Wedding? It's on Prime. It sounds like a reality TV show. Never heard of it. You guys heard of it?
TV show.
No.
I've heard of it. I've heard this actually meant to be quite funny, but yeah, I might check it out at some point.
Yeah. Ian Hill says, for various reasons, Woody Allen films are not discussed enough. I love his early ones like Sleeper, Love and Death, Bananas, Annie Hall. Does the panel enjoy any of his films? I don't think I've seen a Woody Allen one. I don't think I've seen a Woody Allen film. I've probably seen a couple of them years ago, but it's not one of my favourite directors or one that I keep an eye out for. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I absolutely love his movies. There's loads. I love Annie Hall. I love Manhattan. I love Hannah and her Sisters. I love Bullets Over Broadway. Crimes and Misdemeanors. Husbands and Wives. There's tons I love by him. And yeah, his movies don't get talked about enough, to be honest. But yeah, there's just there was a time where the only Woody Allen movie I'd ever seen was Ants. That was the only movie with Woody Allen I'd ever seen, and then I had to look up some of his stuff and dig out some of his movies. But some of his movies are really good. Yeah, the ones I've mentioned are probably my favourites.
I'll have to give some of Woody Allen's catalogue a watch. I know you get quite a few of them on, is it Criterion, I think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't know, but Woody Allen creeps me out. I don't know. There's something about the guy that I just don't. I kind of boycott him. I just kind of, when I hear the name Woody Allen, I'm like, really? It's just me, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, no worries. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a few of his movies, but he's always been one of those directors that I've always just kind of forgotten about, and I need to give more of his movies a watch and some of them a rewatch. The one I probably liked the most was The Purple Rose of Cairo.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's got a really quite a sad ending in that movie. Yeah, I quite like that one. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. What about you, Scott?
I don't think I've seen any of his films, but I definitely heard of quite a lot of those films, so I will have to give some of his films a watch.
I think the only one I can remember seeing was the one he'd done, I think, with Michael Caine was in it. Was it Hannah and the Sisters? Is that the one?
Yeah, he's in that. Michael Caine's in that one, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the one I saw many years ago, and probably one or two more, but again, not a director I know a lot with. And he didn't even have to think about it, straight to Michelle Keegan.
There you go.
Man knows what he wants. Matt says, also just booked my tickets for Titanic 4K 3D for next Saturday. I'm really hyped about that. That's cool seeing it in 4K and 3D. I'll just wait for the 4K release, I think. Hopefully we'll get one, but yeah. Anybody going to go see Titanic again?
No.
No, I'm not at the cinema now.
Oh, I'll see it in my theater, sure. No, that's the Blu-ray version of the Titanic rocks. It looks so good. I swear to God, it's like if you look,
picture.
If you look at it, it looks so 3D. The opening scenes, I even my wife was even saying that it looks so 3D. Like you can reach into the film and like pull the stuff out. Oh, it's just so well done. Wow.
That's good to hear. May pick up the
Controversially,
Blu-ray.
I'm not a massive fan of the film.
What's that?
I'm not a big fan of the film personally, but I need to give it another watch.
Yeah, there's something about it that it's just so well done. The cinematography in the film lends itself to just true artistic expression. That it's not just watching the film for the content of what it is, it's watching it for just the eye candy of the film within its own. It's gorgeous. It is such a, it's gorgeous.
Although some of the Last Hour is great, though, I will say that. I do really like Last Hour.
Oh, it's at its best when it all goes to shit.
Definitely.
I do enjoy the film, yeah. Bill Paxton's in it as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he was good. He was good. Did you ever see the movie Slipstream?
I've heard of it, but not watched it.
Yeah, that's a good film. That has a Luke Skywalker in it, Mark Hamill in it, young.
I think I have heard somebody talk about this one before, probably
It
on
was
the screen.
me. I talked to you about it once, Pete.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's like, oh. He doesn't remember. Yeah.
True Action Star says, have anybody seen The Boys? What's this, the Amazon Prime superhero one? I've seen a few episodes. It's out there. It's pretty good, yeah. I like it. Haven't seen it all, mind. You seen it, Andy?
No. I just haven't had the interest to see it, to be honest.
Yeah, that.
Kind of just done with the superhero thing, I guess.
What about you, Mike?
Same. I've not seen it. I've heard some pretty interesting things about it. Some of the things that happen in that show sound quite funny, but no, I've not seen it.
Yeah, they certainly get up to some antics, all right. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I've heard good things about it, but I haven't actually watched it myself, and I heard something it's meant to be quite funny.
Yeah. What about you, 1RealNerd?
No, I haven't even heard of it until you guys brought it up. I had no idea it existed, so nope.
No worries. We've got Andy here saying, what are your thoughts on the non-Eon James Bond films, Casino Royale and Never Say Never Again? Casino Royale, that's the Peter Sellers one. That's the comedy one, isn't it? I'm not the biggest fan of that one. Never Say Never Again, loose retelling of Thunderball. You tell Sean Connery's shown his age, but that's pretty fun for what it is. You also got Rowan Atkinson in it as well. He pops up for a bit. Pretty fun film. What about you, Andy?
I've never seen the Casino Royale one with David Niven, and I think Woody Allen's in that one as well.
I think it might be, yeah.
I've never seen that one. Never Say Never Again is a lot of fun. It's daft, silly, campy, over the top fun. The opening to that movie is like the ending of Commando. It's just, it's ridiculous. Like when you watch, it's
Yeah.
like Commando with Sean Connery.
Yes,
But,
it is. It is.
Yeah, it's hammy, it's fun, it's over the top, it's entertaining, but it lacks quality, I think, in terms of an actual film. But it's fun nonetheless.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I haven't seen Casino Royale in a long time, so my memory of it's a bit hazy. Never Say Never Again. I used to like it when I was a kid, but I don't think it really holds up now. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's got like a cheesy kind of charm to it, but I don't really enjoy revisiting it all that much. So yeah.
Yeah, it kind of does have that cheesy style of, let's say, Diamonds Are Forever, but I enjoy it more than Diamonds, I think.
Yeah.
What about you, Scott?
I still need to watch them in all honesty, but I've heard that Never Say Never Again's quite fun, so looking forward to watching that one.
That's the one that went up against, was it Octopussy? Bond v Bond? Yeah. What about you, 1RealNerd?
Okay, so I have a story about this one. Okay, so Never Say Never was basically a remake of Thunderball. Now, it was done by Irving Kishner, who didn't have the permission to use the 007 name within. He was able to get Sean Connery, although he didn't sign a contract, a non-binding contract with Irving Kishner. After the film was produced, Kishner got sued and lost the rights to hold the film anymore. So he lost everything that he made. So that's kind of an interesting deal within its own. Now, as far as the film itself, I love it. It is what, Kim Basinger in it, right? I mean, come on. Who can't say enough about her? And then there's a woman in it, the Asian Hawaiian lady. She's awesome too. I think it was done pretty well. I think, and it was American style. And then that Klaus guy, was it Klaus? I can't remember who the guy, the henchman guy, the guy that's the controller guy. I can't remember what his name is right at the band. But no, that it's a good film. I wouldn't count it out, but it was basically a remake of Thunderball, and like I said, the director was just stupid and just did something he shouldn't have done. You know, making something that he wasn't authorized to make and use the Bond franchise. So there you go. I mean, it's a good watch, but yeah, it was just one of those things.
Oh, the Bond franchise is just a minefield when it comes to licensing rights.
Yeah, but Cubby Broccoli did a good job, though, and I can say this, that Cubby Broccoli was doing an exceptionally good job with Bond. And then after he died, his daughter and his stepson, Michael, came in, and they destroyed Bond almost 100%. Slowly but surely, they were kind of pecking at it. And then you can see once they transitioned into the newest Bond, it was all about female perspective, and it lost a male perspective. And it's not like that's not a bad thing to offer it to everybody, but Bond was founded upon those opening scenes. I mean, come on, growing up, that's the one thing you turned on is like, man, I want to watch a Bond film. Which one you want to watch? I don't care, man. The opening scenes are so cool. I mean, you got beautiful women. I mean, the music was always just killer. View to the Kill and all of that. And I just remember watching that, and I was just like, I didn't care if the rest of the film even existed. That opening Bond scene with the women of Bond, it was like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. Like, the modern Bonds have lost their fun factor, shall we say.
Yeah, for real.
We've got Tom180 here saying hello all. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Tom's saying, where's your background, Mike? What's he on about there? I have no idea.
I mean, if he means the living room, it's over there. Yeah.
I don't know what you mean there, Tom, but going on, he's saying, favourite Michael J. Fox film that's not Back to the Future, between the Frighteners and Casualties of War for me. Good picks there. For me, I'm going with a childhood classic. I'm going with Stuart Little.
That's
Love
a fun
that film. Yeah, it is. Good casting and all.
Yeah.
Hugh Laurie, Gina Davis. Yeah. Can't grumble at that.
Definitely.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, maybe the Secret of My Success.
Oh, that's what I was gonna pick.
Yeah, and Mars Attacks.
Oh,
that's also
nice
fun.
picker.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I'd have to say the Frighteners or Casualties of War and Mars Attacks as well.
Brilliant. Scott?
Is Mars Attacks a Tim Burton film, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, that's pretty fun, to be fair. I would say my two favourites are probably Casualties of War and The Class of 1984.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the one that Mike picked up a few days ago, didn't he, in his
Yeah.
Blu-ray hunt? Ah,
That's a really fun film. I enjoy that one.
I've seen that about, but I never even knew he was in that, so I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
It's a good movie.
And what about you, 1RealNerd?
Secret of My Success, 100%. No other. Absolutely.
Good pick. Traction Star says, what games are Playtendoguy looking forward to? Just the Hogwarts one, and probably the next Yakuza one, but that's about it. Not a lot coming out. We've got Andy saying to Ian, I'm the same with Halloween Ends, baffled by the hate. Yeah, I think it's just like a train, like a hype train, and everybody joins it just to be cool, shall we say? Traction Star says the daughter bought me a new LG 4K OLED 70-inch TV on Tuesday. Cost a packet, but wow, what a treat! Wow,
Cool.
lucky you. That's cool. DVD film book says the original Texas Chainsaw was also on 16mm, so it probably won't look great on 4K when compared to 35mm, which looks better on 4K, sometimes better than modern films. Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting sort of transfer when it comes. Traction Star says the daughter does OnlyFans. She ends up at £20,000. I'm not keen on what she does, but she's set for life. It's amazing what she does. Wow, I'm in the wrong career. Dr. Impossible says, sorry to move away from film. Have any of you seen the stunning TV series called Decalogue? If you have, thoughts? Never even heard of it. You guys seen it?
No.
Never heard of it.
Decalogue?
Sounds sci-fi like, to be fair.
To me, it sounds like something like Blade Runner. Decker?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, unfortunately, Doctor, no, we haven't got a clue. You have to tell us in the comment section what it's about. Treasure says she's got a fancy sports car, nice lovely place in London, expensive clothes. I can't believe how well she's done for herself. Fair play to her. DVD from Film Bloke says actually most modern films are shot and rendered in 2K. Really older films shot on 35mm lend themselves to 4K. Yeah, I find that older films look incredible on 4K. If I see an old film on 4K, I'm more likely to buy it. New ones I'll just buy on Blu-ray. Not huge differences, I find.
Well, provided that they did the correct restoration process or transfer. Because there's some films out there that I'll tell you right now that they were transferred and they were done, like the person that was doing the transfer was sleeping when they were doing it. It's complete wow. Just terrible.
It's a bit like the Terminator 2 transfer. That's iconic. That is.
Oh, I know. Fell asleep during the process, woke up afterwards, said, "Uh-oh." Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. We've got Andy Lake stuff saying, what are your favourite TV shows of the last 2 decades? And also, what are some of your favourite TV shows of all time? Past 2 decades? Well, I suppose Doctor Who fits in that. That's a great one. Walking Dead, Hannibal for me. Favourite TV shows of all time? Probably just them, really. Can't really think of anything else. Stepdale and Son. Yeah, it's right next door to me, so I'll say Stepdale and Son as well. And Only Fools and Horses. Andy?
Yeah, last 2 decades, I'm gonna have to be really boring and say Breaking Bad. That's a show for me that lived up to the hype. Yeah, my favorite TV show of all time is Batman the Animated Series. I just love that show. But yeah, favorite shows. I grew up watching a lot of like kid shows from the 80s and 90s, like a lot of cartoons, Power Rangers, that kind of stuff that I still have a lot of nostalgia for and I still have a lot of fun watching. Yeah, other TV shows I really like. I love that 70s show. I love Malcolm in the Middle. Yeah, just shows like that. Scrubs, Seinfeld. Yeah.
Oh, Scrubs is a lot of fun. I do enjoy that series.
Yeah.
I do have the box set of like Breaking Bad, but I haven't seen it all yet. I've got up to about the second season and I just kind of dropped off on it. Not because it was bad, I just kind of dropped off. But I've heard from a lot of people that series 2 does kind of drag on and it picks up in season 3.
Season 2 was probably my favorite season.
Really?
That's the one where I just really got hooked in to the characters in that series, where it was going in series 2, and the ending was just shocking.
I will have to revisit it. I don't know why I dropped off on it, but somebody did tell me, season 2 wasn't very good, or I might be thinking of a different series, but I want to go back and rewatch it, because it isn't a very long. There's only about 6 series, isn't there? Not long.
Yeah, I think there's like 5, but the 5 split into 2 long parts. But yes, there's an episode in series 3 that I know a lot of people have an issue with because they feel as if it's just the series grinds to a halt with that episode, which I get.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. There was some stuff in season 5 as well that was majorly uncomfortable. There's a prison scene which I won't get into, but that shocked me.
Yeah.
I was terrified watching that scene. It was horrible.
Oh.
But yeah, it's a great show. It's fantastic. For me, it lived up to the hype. The acting in it is superb from nearly everyone, and yeah, it's just a great show. I just got nothing bad to say about it. It's really solid. Yeah.
Sounds good. I'll look forward to finishing it when I get eventually round to it. Keep saying it about Game of Thrones. It never happens. Mike, what about you?
So I've kind of got the same answer for both questions, but there was a show that came out in the 70s called Battlestar Galactica, but it got remade. Yeah, but it got remade in like sort of like 2004, and it's just my all-time favorite show. I just think it's absolutely incredible. It only lasted about 4 seasons, but yeah, fantastic show. Other than that, I'd probably have to say The X-Files and Twin Peaks. I have a real soft spot for a show called MASH. It's like a situation comedy set in Korean War. I just absolutely adore that show. Yeah, they're just some of my picks.
Very good picks there, Mike. What about you, Scott?
I would say my favourite show from the last 2 decades is probably Breaking Bad as well. That show's just absolutely incredible. Got nothing bad to say about it. And some of my favourite TV shows of all time would have to be Bottom. Just grew up watching that, and what probably is my favourite comedy show of all time. And I have a soft spot for Buffy the Vampire Slayer as well. I think that's a great show.
I agree. Did you see the spin-off Angel?
I didn't know, but I've heard this one to be pretty good actually, so I might get around to watching that.
Oh, I enjoyed that one. That was really good as well. What about you, 1RealNerd?
Okay, so the modern one is Doctor Who. I mean, come on, I've already told you I'm a Whovian. I'm into Doctor Who 100%. But as far as the older ones, you know what I started watching? You're going to laugh. Go ahead and laugh. Relic Hunter.
Oh. Yes,
Tia Carrera. That's funny, man. Yeah. She like basically jumps into her her unmentionables all the time. Oh no, I think we have to get undressed. Okay, here we go. Oh, there's a scene. Oh, we have to use a washing machine. Okay, I'll just get undressed. She's hilarious, and it's kind of like a takeoff from like Indiana Jones, but it's funny, man. I love it. It's amusing.
Yeah, that decade had a lot of great fun shows like that. One of them I can think of that I really enjoyed was Xena Warrior Princess.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Other TV shows that I really like is like 80s cop stuff, like Miami Vice. Have a good time watching that. I do like that.
Actually, that new version of Miami Vice was pretty good. Or no, Hawaii 5-0. Yeah, that was alright.
Oh, Hawaii 5-0. I like the original one. That was good.
Yeah.
Now I've got the theme song playing in my head. David Beach says today would have been Lisa Marie's birthday. Today she would have been 55. That's very sad news, yeah.
Wow.
She died too young. Absolutely agree there, mate. Very sad news there. We have Random Reactions HD. Happy belated New Year, everyone. What's your thoughts on the Last of Us TV show? I'm loving it, but nobody else has seen it, have they?
No.
No, sorry.
No.
Nige says 8 hours. I'm sure the last one was 8 hours. Should we go for 9? I'll tell you what, Nige. We'll go one better. We'll go 10.
Oh, 10 hours. That's an hog's true.
I might, if not, when Nige comes on, I might book a holiday for that one the day after.
Oh, yeah. That night, 8 hours. I was seeing the clock go forward. I was like, this ain't going to go 8 hours. And it bloody well did. I was absolutely buggered the next day. I had about 2 or 3 hours sleep. But it was worth it. It was such a great night.
Oh, I remember I messaged you after you were doing that. I remember that. You remember I messaged you and you're like, I don't remember anything, man. I remember when you did that.
Yeah. Literally, the 8 hours just flew by because I think you left at about 4 hours, didn't you, Andy, or something?
Yeah. I think 4 hours was my limit. Yeah.
And I think I left at about 4 hours 30 or something like that.
You and Mike left around about the same time, and then me and Nigel was just chatting for ages. It's just like, I couldn't believe it. And when I woke up the next day, couldn't speak at all.
I couldn't do a stream for that long, too long for me.
I definitely don't mind it. It's just like, you just got to prepare yourself for it. I'm going to have to have plenty of sleep beforehand and plenty of coffee for the next day. But
just don't spill your coffee on the floor when you're streaming.
No, I won't. No. What was I going to say? I keep getting talks of doing these like 24-hour streams. That's going to be a...
Oh, I have some friends on Twitch TV that did that. Just one person that does art. She was on for 24 hours and she was telling me on Instagram about how she was like kind of going through that like lack of sleep because she, no sleeping and stuff. She was like having like hallucinations and stuff. I was like, wow, really? So
Yeah. Oh, I know. One day I only had about 1 hour sleep and I was just like slurring my words the next day. I was like drunk, but I was like, I'm just tired.
Yeah, you do. It kind of messes with your brain a little bit. Yeah, you need sleep. It's like, it's like your download. Yep.
Well, I probably might have an hour or two sleep during the 24-hour stream, and people can just watch me sleep. That sounds weird.
Yeah, somebody who last stream you guys did, that one guy was telling you or talking to you about that. I remember that. I saw that when he was talking to you about what it would be like to watch you sleep, and I was like, nah, that's not cool. That'd be weird to have somebody watch you sleep. It'd be like, what?
Oh, I don't know. True Action Star says, looking forward to Knock at the Cabin. This is the new M. Night Shyamalan film, isn't it? Looks quite good. I saw the trailer for it. Like it. It's out this week, isn't it? I think.
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, definitely would like to go and see that. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I do want to see it, but again, it's Shyamalan, isn't it? It's a risk. Every film of his is a coin toss. It's going to be good or it's going to be awful.
Yeah.
You just don't know what you're going to get.
What about you, Mike?
I'm gonna wait and see what the reviews are like for it because yeah, if it's anything like Old, then I just don't want to go and see it. But if it gets really good reviews, then maybe I will go and see it.
Yeah, I get that. What about you, Scott?
I probably will see it, but I'm cautious at the same time because it is a Night Shyamalan at the end of the day, and he could be really hit or miss sometimes.
Yeah, he's a very quirky director. What about you, 1RealNerd?
I don't know, because the last film that I saw that was Shyamalan was what was it, The Village? So I haven't seen anything after that. I mean, did he do what else did he do? He did The Village. Did he do Lady in Water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I saw Lady in Water, and that was really good, and Village, and I liked that. I really liked that one. After that, I just haven't watched anything, so I don't know. I really couldn't say. I'd give it a try just because. Yeah, the only movie that I thought was really weird. He didn't do Pan's Labyrinth, right? Who did Pan's Labyrinth?
No, that's Guillermo del Toro.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yep.
DVD from Film Look says, yeah, sadly, since I'm started working again, I won't be able to stay for the full 9 hours. No worries, mate. Will we do 9 hours? That's debatable, but I'll be up for it. Nye says, we cover the song Hurt in my band. It's totally different to both the 9 Inch Nails and the Johnny Cash versions. In fact, it's on my channel if you ever want to listen to it. I'll give it a listen to it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Danny says I triple dipped on Star Trek, the OS. I don't have too much knowledge on Doctor Who, but Star Trek, ask me anything. Yeah, I know you're a big fan of Star Trek, Danny. That's cool. I know
He knows everything. He's like an encyclopedia.
Yeah, he picked up some really cool special editions I've noticed on his Facebook page.
His cases, those what do they call those? The cases are really cool. His videos on the cases, you gotta check it out. They're awesome.
Yeah, I agree. True Action Star says, ever seen the film Electric Dreams? I'm just thinking of the song Together in Electric Dreams. That's all I've got. Have you seen the film, Andy?
Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, it is a bit of a weird film, but yeah, I do kind of like it. It's got a lot of heart and charm to it.
Cool. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I have seen the film, but I'm really struggling to remember anything from it. All I know is I have seen it, but yeah, I can't really remember much. I can remember the song more.
Yeah.
Is it on Second Sight?
Yes.
Swear I've seen it on
Yeah, I
Second
think
Sight.
it is. Yeah.
But it's not available in the U.S. though, and that's the thing because I love that film. I actually got it on iTunes because they don't have it available in the U.S. So it sucks, but that's the only way I could get it.
That's a shame. No, normally it's America gets everything and we get bugger all.
Yeah.
No. That's actually kind of the opposite. I know from the other side of the pond, it seemed that we get things, but we don't because see a lot of the things that we have here, the quality of it is like not so good. You know what I mean? And you guys seem to get everything that I want. Like I want Red Sonja like so bad, but I can't get it in the U.S. And Electric Dreams, the same thing. I can't get the actual physical media form. You know, I had to suffer and get iTunes, which iTunes actually it's not bad on iTunes, but I'd rather have the physical media because it lasts longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Scott, are you seen Electric Dreams?
I haven't actually, but it is a film that I've been meaning to check out for quite a while because I do like those type of films, and the song is a banger as well. So yeah.
Yeah, it is. All I've got is Together in Electric Dreams playing in my head now.
Yeah, I won't be singing that tonight. I'm too tired.
Oh, I was half expecting you to give us a number.
Nah, not tonight. Sorry, Pete.
DVD for Roblox says True Action Star of the Dalles. I haven't, but I know it exists. It's basically a guy who wants to what the fuck is computer? From what I understand, jeez.
It's
not.
The apartment the guy lives in, the computer he buys, the computer falls in love with the girl who lives in that apartment. That's what it is.
Ah,
Yeah.
right.
Well, it's a little more than that. It's
a little more than that, but it's not. It's not. The guy
yeah,
doesn't.
it's not
want,
what he's saying.
Yeah.
The guy
it's
isn't
not
gonna bugger his computer. No.
He's gonna bugger his
wants to
computer.
bugger, the lady. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like the
right.
computer and the guy are both in love with the lady.
Yeah.
Ah,
That's-
they're in love
that's
with
what
two
it-
of the
yeah.
same people, right? All right. We got Movies and Train Studios here saying, hey mate, thanks for joining.
Hello.
Yep.
Andy says, I've heard on the Hush Hush that there's 3 Batmans in the new Flash film. I know Keaton's in it, and Affleck. I wonder who the third one will be. Hope it's Clooney. That would be a laugh. Now, the Flash film, I see a pic online of the pop vinyls, and it reveals like characters who are supposed to be in the films, but I'm quite surprised of what they revealed. So whether it's true or not, I don't really have a lot of hype for the film, but as Keaton's backing it, that's the main reason. That's the main draw for me. What about you, Andy?
See, this to me, just on paper, it just sounds like a rip-off of No Way Home. That's what it feels like. It just feels like this is DC's version of the Marvel success. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just I don't know what to make of it. It just sounds like they're copying Marvel again.
Yeah, this film's been in production hell for ages.
Yeah.
They keep cutting it, changing it all over, and no doubt when it comes out, it'll be a mess of a film, I bet.
Yep.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of screams like fan service to me. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see Keaton again as Batman, but only if they do it right. I don't really care too much about the other two, although it would be kind of funny to see Clooney back as Batman. Because I don't mind him as well. I don't mind him as Bruce Wayne. He wasn't great as Batman, but yeah, it would be kind of funny to see him back. But yeah, they just need to do it right.
I agree. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I agree with Andy and Mike. I think it'd be cool to see Keaton back as Batman, but only if it's done right.
Yep. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I feel the same way. Keaton's it was a good Batman. Absolutely.
I don't know who's directing this new Flash film. I think it's mostly just knowing on what's the controversy that's going on with the guy who plays Flash. That's the real draw. Dr. Impossible says, have any of you seen the 83 American film set in the American Juvenile Detention Center called Bad Boys with Sean Penn? Nope. You heard of it?
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it before.
Yeah. I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
No
of it. Yeah, I've not seen it.
The only one I can think of is the Will Smith one.
Yeah.
Andy says, watched G.I. Joe Rise of the Cobra first time in a few years and really liked it as it was a fun film. The director also directed The Mummy and sequels, plus Van Helsing with Hugh Jackman. What are your thoughts? I've seen the first G.I. Joe. I think that is the one. It's fine. It's pretty just a standard action flick. The Mummy films I enjoy, and actually I don't mind Van Helsing. I have a soft spot for that. Plus Kate Beckinsale, so there's that. What about you, Andy?
I haven't seen the G.I. Joe movies, but yeah, Van Helsing with Hugh Jackman's not for me, that movie. Yeah, it's not good.
It's a pretty bad one, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's oh god, the people that play the Dracula's brides, they cannot act to save their lives. It's hilarious.
They were eye candy. That's all they were.
Yeah, they just have no talent in the acting department, and the movie's just full of exposition. Yeah, it's not good. It's bad.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I've not seen the G.I. Joe movies either. They never really appealed to me, and yeah, I don't really know why. I remember seeing Helsing and wasn't the biggest fan of it either. But I do love those mummy films. You can't beat them.
Yeah.
No, they're good fun. I think the way I watched Van Helsing was it actually came bundled with a copy of The Mummy or vice versa. So that's how I watched it. I used to like watching it as a kid, but it's been a heck of a long time since I've seen it. But I did notice in H&V, there's a 4K of it for some reason.
Oh, is that?
Yeah,
Van
there is.
Helsing.
Yep. I have it. I have the 4K of Van Helsing. Yep.
What about you, Scott? What did you think of Van Helsing?
I've never actually watched it. I haven't heard the best things about it, so that's probably why I've not watched it. But I might give it a go at some point.
And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I actually really liked the G.I. Joe series because the second one has Dwayne Johnson in it, The Rock, and he did a really good job in it. And I just liked it, but you really have to watch both of the films together to really understand the whole how it ties in. It's nowhere close to like I grew up with the cartoons G.I. Joe. I remember getting off the school bus, a friend and I, it was G.I. Joe and Transformers. And they used to come on like right at like first it was G.I. Joe that would come on and then Transformers. And then they'd switch it over and they switched the time and then it was Transformers before G.I. Joe. But I know G.I. Joe from the very, very beginning. And the storyline doesn't follow the whole storyline of the cartoon. I don't know if they meant to have it follow, but it doesn't match. But I still liked it because of how well these actors own the role. So I'd say it was done exceptionally well. Van Helsing was like was said before. I mean, it was kind of a goofy film, and it was shot in such a weird hue. It's like this purple bluish hue that's just annoying as shit. And I didn't care for the way it was shot, but it is what it is. It's yeah.
And we have our final guest here. We have Tim here from Tim Jong Un Productions. Hey, mate. Thanks
Hello.
for joining.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm glad to finally be here. I finally got home from work and I ate some food really quickly, and yeah, I'm ready to go. So yeah, just one quick sorry, I don't even know what to say. Correction. It's technically pronounced Tim Jong Un Production, not Tim Jong Un Production. I know that's how you've been saying it. Yeah,
Sorry.
I modeled my name after the the big guy upstairs, the dictator of North Korea. So that's so that how you would pronounce his name. That's just my thing, except Tim instead of Kim. So, but no big deal. I just figure I'd correct you. So yeah.
Sorry, mate. I'm terrible with pronunciation.
It's fine. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. Thank you so much for letting me come on. Though it's a real pleasure. I've been a big fan of this live stream for a while, and so to be here with you guys is really exciting. Yeah. So.
It's a real pleasure to have you on the stream. Been wanting to get you on for a little while, and you do have a fantastic channel.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. So.
Do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, sure. So like Pete said, I'm Timmy from Tim Jong Un Productions. I make stupid shit on the internet. Mostly video essays, but occasionally, reviews and goofs and stuff like that. But my thing is mostly just video essays. I feel like that's where I feel the most comfortable when it comes to the stuff I like and expressing myself. So yeah, I guess that's me. So yeah.
Yep, you make some very well done essays, very in depth and full of knowledge. So definitely, if you haven't subscribed to Timmy's channel yet, his link's in the description down below.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. What were we talking about? Van Helsing or something? Sorry, I just got on, so I didn't know what to. Say,
the Van Helsing film, The Mummy, and G.I. Joe. Have you seen any of those films?
I remember G.I. Joe I saw a long time ago when I was a kid, and I thought it was just the dumbest shit ever. I was very young when I saw it, so even if I thought it was stupid, then it's I don't know what to say about the quality of the film. I don't know. I don't remember anything about them, so I'll have to give them a rewatch. But yeah, Van Helsing is a dog shit abomination. I hate that movie so much. So.
Oh, brilliant! It isn't the greatest. I agree. Next up, we have Cora here saying Decalogue is great. I am great. Doctor Impossible is God. He is almighty. Bow to him and beg for forgiveness. We are sorry, Doctor. True Action Star says, how often do you revisit films? It depends on the film. It does. What would you say, Andy?
Yeah, it depends on how much rewatch factor a movie has. For me, there's movies I can watch 5-6 times a month. And there's other movies I won't watch. I'll watch maybe once every 15 years or something like that.
Yeah.
It just depends on the movie, and it depends on you. And, how you feel about the movie.
That's true. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, when I was younger, when I was a teenager, yeah, I used to revisit movies all the time. But I feel like I've gotten to a point now where I'm just so busy watching like new movies all the time, and I never have time to actually revisit. And that's something I want to change this year. I want to go back to the movies I love and rewatch them, because I feel like I've kind of disregarded that for the last couple of years, and I need to get back into it.
Yeah, I can get that. What about you, Timmy?
I guess it depends. Because I also agree that there are definitely a lot of movies where I do want to rewatch them, but I'm so busy watching current shit that like I just don't have time to go back to the stuff that I do want to rewatch. But there are some films that kind of transcend that. That I like. I was like, okay, I have to set aside time to rewatch this no matter what. And there are two films that come to mind recently that I did that for. The first being Everything Everywhere All at Once. That was a movie that I didn't know what to expect, and I was just kind of so overwhelmed. It's like, I think I need to sit through this again, and I did. I sat through it again, and I watched it like 3 times, and it just kept getting better and better. But then at other times, when I do that for something, it's for movies that I know I like, but I didn't get like 100% what was going on. So like an example of that would be like I'm thinking of Ending Things, the Charlie Kaufman film. Uh, um, I remember I saw that the first time I saw I'm Thinking of Ending Things. I was like, okay, I don't know what the hell happened, and I need to see this again in order to like fully get it. And so by the second or third watch, I just like I fell in love with the film. I mean, Charlie Kaufman is like my favorite screenwriter just in general, but like that movie was just, man, sitting through that like numerous times was like so much fun. I really loved it. So yeah.
Oh, very good. What about you, Scott?
Yes, it's actually been quite a while since I've rewatched a lot of films. I did used to do it quite often, but I feel like the last few years I just normally go for first time watches now. But I would like to go revisit quite a lot of films again and start doing that again. So yeah.
Yeah, it's more to do with the backlog of new releases that are coming out, and you want to watch them and keep up to date.
Yeah,
and also there
definitely.
just isn't enough time, is there?
No, that is true. Yeah.
And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I rewatch things so often. It's like almost like rewind in my head all the time. I mean, I like a lot of the new stuff that comes out, but then you know what? Nothing compares to like my 80s collections or some of the older films that I have. I mean, I don't know. There's just something about watching something that's done so well again. That's why it was made to be watched again. It's like looking at the Mona Lisa a billion times. You never get tired of it. It's a work of art, and film is art. It's just a different medium, and so I actually do it quite often. So
Cool answer there.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Dr. Impossible saying, I'm no idol, Coro. I'm just a simple, mortal being. Human being.
Is this a reference to something? I don't know what any of this means. So
There's just a bit of banter between the two of them.
okay, yeah.
True Action Star of the Dale says, not as often as I used to, but I have revisited a fair amount of times. That's good to hear, Gary. Gary, I'm calling DVD the film bloke. I'm looking at the next person up, and we've got Gary here saying, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Thanks for joining, mate.
Evening, Gary.
Hey.
Next question is, movies, trains, and studios asking, have we seen The Last of Us? If so, what do we think? I've talked about it. I have seen it. I like it. Rest of us haven't. But I know you, Timmy, you've seen it. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah. I actually, this is pretty funny since I actually just released my video on the 3rd episode this morning. So I, as a huge fan of the first 2 games, the second one in particular is actually my favorite of the 2. I was very cautiously optimistic going in, and I can't say I was that blown away by the first episode. The first episode, there were like good elements about it that I enjoyed. Like, I liked the production value, and I liked the acting, and like some of the way scenes were shot. But it was just a lot of just kind of more of the same, except taking longer to get there. And for the first 2 episodes, I was just kind of pondering, like, what's the point of all this? Like, I could just play the game and it would be just as much the same experience, but just more fun, I guess. Like, the clicker scene in the second episode was definitely great. I really loved that section, but it was the 3rd episode where I was like genuinely surprised, like, kind of not just the level of quality that they were able to reach, but like the willingness they were able to take in terms of like, look, at certain points we have to deviate, and we felt that this was a great appropriate deviation to make, because what happens in the 3rd episode was really not what I expected, but I think it made for an all the more interesting show, because now that I know things like this can happen, I mean, I'm not going to spoil anything, so don't worry, but now that I know things like this can happen, and now that I know like certain details throughout this pretty familiar story can change, like, I'm pretty excited now. Like, I'm genuinely curious to see like what other deviations are going to happen. I'm genuinely curious like what else happens next. Like, I don't feel like I'm in this position where I can use the game to essentially kind of like go wherever I think the story is going. It's not like when you watch an anime and it's like you read the manga first and it's like, I kind of know where this is happening, sort of thing. This is like sort of they'll make the deviations they want, they'll make the changes they want if it's more appropriate and better suited for this specific medium. And yeah, I think now I really love it. I don't think it's like a perfect show by any means, but I think where they're going has like a lot of great potential. So yeah.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. The whole thing, what they did with that episode, they kind of pulled the rug under your feet with those who played the games. You were expecting one thing, and it totally delivered the other. And it does make prospect for later episodes to go in different directions, which is quite cool. Next up, we have Dr. Impossible says, I hope, Cora, you finally get to toss the Carver whilst up in Scotland. It's a fine log to toss. Cora's going to Surrey, Dr. Impossible. DVD and Film Bloke says, in the 80s you had theatres, but you also had the VHS rental market, but it was still in its infancy. I believe people had to rent out video recorders because they were too expensive. Yes, they pretty were. No, my dad remember the dad talked about it years ago. He said like it was hard to get one, but he managed to get one. Dr. Impossible says, sorry, aren't you partially Scottish, Coro? Gary says Surrey is nice. Yeah, it is rather nice. Dr. Impossible, DVD and Film Bloke says, actually, I would have to go for the whole 20th century when it came to film. Good pick there. Dr. Impossible says Guildford, Dorking, Barnum, Coro. Doctor, DVD from film. I'm going to get people's names right in a second.
Yeah.
DVD from DVD from Film Bloke says actually in the 80s there was less of a risk of films losing money because many more audience found than audience on VHS. That's very true. Many times I've read up about these films. They did really poorly at the box office, but made loads of money on the VHS rental market. It definitely was saved a lot of companies back in the day.
Well, yeah, because see, back during those times, Blockbuster in America was the big thing. And yes, Blockbuster would just, I mean, it was just it. Because remind you, the only way you could see like films at home, I mean, there was cable, but cable was super expensive too. So you only had like one option, which was your VCR player, your VHS player. And yeah, it was a big deal. Because I remember getting the first, like when we got our first VCR player, I remember getting the first movie we got, our movies was Karate Kid and Ghostbusters. You know, it was a big deal. I mean, it was like MTV for the first time. I was of that generation where Downtown Julie Brown said, "Welcome to MTV." No, it was awesome. You just don't understand what it was like because it was music on TV. I mean, listening to the radio was shit. I mean, to watch it, videos, music videos, oh, it was stellar. It was just so awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I'm a pretty young guy, so a lot of this like is just very foreign to me. Because when I was a kid, VHS was dying out. Because I kept getting DVDs, so it was like the last time I saw a VHS of something was for Kiki's Delivery Service, but that was just purely because I couldn't get Kiki or most of Miyazaki's films on DVD. So I was like, fuck it, this is happening, I guess. So yeah, and I can understand like the hype around it, I guess, back in the 80s or 90s, but I don't know. I wasn't alive during either decade, so it's not something that I'm like super familiar with. Like DVDs were like the biggest shit when I was a kid. Now it's like all this streaming shit that's like very hip and stuff. So, but it's cool to see, So
Yeah,
like watching all
I'm
these
of
like
what
different
they call
mediums
the
die out.
retro. Yeah, I'm of what they call the retro age. I call myself retro aged because I'm of the generation that ushered in Atari. You know what I mean? That was the big thing, and then it was Nintendo.
Nice.
And yeah, so that was my era, my decade.
That's going back some few years, isn't it? Whew.
Yeah, I'm an old guy. Yeah.
Still young. We
Young
all are. We've got Coro saying Cobham, Surrey to be precise. Yes, I'm half Scottish. My left part. My uncle lives in Cobham. Ah.
What's his
Traction star. Pardon?
I said, what's his clan? I'm actually of a Scottish line too. My clan is the McNaughton clan of Scotland.
Oh, it's cool. True Action Star Bedell says, Playtendoguy, I see you only got one 4K. Don't you buy 4Ks much now? I only really get them if they're cheap. I don't make a rush to buy them. New releases, I'd rather just get on Blu-ray unless I find them cheap. I ain't too fussed. Dr. Impossible says, rich place, Cobham. I was born in Hampshire. Now I'm stuck in Bodmin. Bodmin sounds like a wonderful place, Doctor. DVD from Film Bloke says, in fact, I believe decades ago people used to rent TV sets. In fact, a lot of people had black and white sets well into the late 70s. How times have changed, now they can get rid of them. Yeah, mind you, there was like a census of like TV licenses, and a lot of people still have black and white TVs here in the UK. I think they showed about 20,000 people still have them. It's quite impressive. Dr. Impossible says, whatever made me think you were off to Scotland, Coral? Danny says, does anyone watch the Star Trek spin-offs on YouTube? Nope.
No, I'm not a Star Trek person, so.
I haven't, Danny, no.
Winslow's here saying director swaps you'd like to see. For example, Paul Thomas Anderson directing Jackie Brown and Tarantino directing Boogie Nights.
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, is that for me. Oh, sorry. Were you gonna say something first, or?
No, you can go ahead straight away, mate.
No, it's just for me. I think that for this to be hilarious, at least for me, it has to be like some crazy extreme, like one super extreme with the other. So like, if we could get like, I don't know, let's say, let's I actually I have to well, no. Actually, I got it. Okay, so let's say we take Makoto Shinkai, the director of Your Name and Weathering with You, and then we take like Gaspar Noé, who directed like Climax and like Enter the Void and stuff, and make them swap. And I just am curious to see what kind of result comes from that. So like you have Shinkai, this like very very whimsical, very cutesy, like very like romance driven director, make some insane uh like acid trip like movie like Climax, and then you have Gaspar Noé, who is a literal insane person, to make something as cutesy and sweet as like Your Name and Weathering with You. Like it has to be some like crazy extreme like that for me to like get any entertainment value of something like that. Because I could see PTA making something like Jackie Brown, and I could see Tarantino making something like Boogie Nights. You could argue Tarantino already made his own version of Boogie Nights with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So, like I feel like Tarantino and Anderson aren't like that far off from each other where it's like it wouldn't be so crazy if they like switched movies or something like that. So yeah.
I'm just imagining Gaspar Noé doing an animation now. That's kind of scary.
I want him to make like a
Yeah,
Marvel
that's good.
movie because I remember he like hates like Black Panther or some shit and be like, man, if you could make something like Captain Marvel 2 or some shit, I'd be so excited for that. So
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
I've just thought of like the two random movies with Paul that are just couldn't be more different from each other. So let's say if Mel Brooks directed The Elephant Man and David Lynch directed Spaceballs.
hell yeah.
Let's just see how that would turn out.
Oh. Mike, what about you?
I'd probably have to say something like if David Lynch directed The Wizard of Oz, I'd probably just have to say something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fair enough. What about you, Scott?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I can't think of an answer off the top of my head.
No worries. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I don't know, like if Quentin Tarantino, but then again, wait, Robert Rodriguez did The Mandalorian or something like that, or Boba Fett. Do a remake of like Cinderella from Disney or something like that. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair enough. What about the director of Terrifier doing a Disney animated film? That's quite a mix-up there.
Yeah, there you go.
It could be like Watership Down or something like that.
Oh, that's another kids' film entirely. God. Cara says, I heard Cobham is pretty upper class. Would definitely suit my family. I'm the poor black sheep. Cara also says, I had said I was going to Scotland by mistake. That's where we normally went. Haven't been in years, though. Dr. Impossible says, with a mouth like yours, Cara, no wonder you're a black sheep, but we love you here. Danny says, don't forget, Steven Spielberg created Pinky and the Brain too. Oh, that's a classic show.
I don't know what that is. So.
Was it a 90s animated show? I can remember it. It was like Pinky and the Brain. The one of them went zoinks, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I've heard of this. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this wasn't before my time, unfortunately, but yeah, I've heard of this. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah. You remember it, Andy?
Yeah, there was like a slew of cartoons Spielberg produced in the 90s. So you had Pinky and the Brain, Animaniacs, Tiny Toons, Freakazoid.
Yeah.
And they all had that sort of Bruce Timm style of animation from Batman the Animated Series. So colourful, creative shows. Some of the jokes were quite risky. They wouldn't certainly get away with them today. But yeah, that all that was stuff I grew up on. That was bread and butter for me from my childhood. Yeah.
Butter.
Yep.
Yep. I never thought we'd be talking about butter so much tonight.
I'm surprised
I
Spielberg
told you
himself.
I got you started on butter. I did it on purpose. I was throwing butter out there. It's better than butter. Look, it's stuck.
I'm surprised Spielberg himself hasn't directed an animated movie at this point. I guess you could argue that's what Tintin was, but you know, that's like more motion capture than anything. But
yeah,
whatever. So
yeah, it's a shame that Tintin film flopped. That was really good and had some good talent behind it.
yeah, it was a better Indiana Jones movie than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. Mike, what about you? Can you remember Pinky and the Brain?
Yeah, I remember watching it when I was a kid. I haven't seen it in a very long time, but yeah, I can remember it.
Yeah. Scott?
No, never seen it, unfortunately.
And 1RealNerd?
Nope, never seen it.
Cora says, my mum just projectile spat her tea over the couch laughing at your comment about me, Doctor.
This is a real anime plot going on right here. This like back and forth going on. So
Steve O here says, isn't Alan Arkin in MASH?
no, that's Alan Alda, isn't it?
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I can't remember
How
Arkin
would you
in
know
it.
that? You're like, how old are you? You watch the older shows?
No, I've never seen MASH. I've never seen the show or the movie, but I just know I know Alan Alda purely because Bill Hader keeps doing impressions of him, and I have to find out who that is. And I'm like, oh, okay, he's in all this crap. So yeah.
Oh, okay, because you kind of like, I was like, what the? Like, okay.
Yeah, my mind is a freakazoid. You'll never know what reference he'll be able to pick out of my brain. So.
No, I get it. I'm the same way. I have photographic memory and I have an IQ that's like you have no idea. So yeah, I get it.
Dodger Impossible saying, hello, Mum. Hi back. Comments are loading up. You have an eloquent and highly intelligent son, says Dr. Impossible. True Action Star says, ever seen The Howling? Great films. Unfortunately, I haven't. I do want to watch it, especially the first one.
Oh, wait. Howling? I thought I thought you were talking about Howl's Moving Castle. That's where my mind went to straight away. So.
Nah, it's a werewolf film from the 80s, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of this. Hold on. Yeah.
So, Andy, I guess you've seen this one?
Yeah, I've only ever seen the first one, but yeah, it's Joe Dante, I think, who made it. It's got Dee Wallace in it. Yeah, it's a good werewolf movie. Obviously, it inevitably gets compared to American Werewolf in London, which I do think is the better film. But yeah, The Howling's a good contender for a good werewolf movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I've seen it once. I've got to admit, I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but I probably need to give it a rewatch. But for me, American Werewolf in London is the better movie for me.
Yeah. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I remember when it first came out on 4K. I got the box set because I was really excited to watch the film. But unfortunately, when I saw it, it was one of probably the most disappointing films that I'd ever seen. To be fair, I really didn't like it at all.
Oh, that's a shame. But yeah, I can remember the Studio Canal release of that. Really nice set.
It is, yeah.
Have you seen it, 1RealNerd?
Oh, absolutely. I've seen all those. In fact, there was one, what is it, something about Howling 2, She's Your Sister or something like that. And yeah, they did a slew of those. Yeah, no, I know them. Yeah, very well.
Yeah, Christopher Lee's in the second one, isn't he? And he did Gremlins 2 to apologise to Joe Dante or something, weren't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Howl's Moving Castle. Not the same thing, but great movie in of itself. So.
It's a good film.
Yeah.
Cara says, I have to disagree. Good sir, my son is a moron. I don't think she'd say that. You're a great guy, Cora. We've got Mike here saying, not sure if anyone's seen it, but really good film on Netflix with Jennifer Lopez called Enough. Classic movie, really good one. Haven't heard of it.
No.
No,
Yeah, I haven't
no,
heard of it either, but from experience, if Jennifer Lopez is in anything, it's probably not going to be that good. So
AJ was talking about that the other day. Yeah, he saw that. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen Geely, so like, I'm just convinced she can't act for shit. So yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen many films with her. She was a singer, that's all I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen a lot of her, and I think she's a good actress. I'm just the opposite. I like her.
I didn't mind Hustlers. I thought that was a pretty good movie.
Oh
Nah.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, like one good movie then. Fine.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Shall We Dance? That was a good movie.
I don't think I've seen it. Yeah.
I'm just remembering that one came out last year called Marry Me with Owen Wilson. That's the only one I think I've seen her in.
She was in Angel Eyes.
Don't think I've seen that one, no.
No.
I've got a soft spot for Anaconda, even though I know it's not good.
Same.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Anaconda.
Oh, she's
yeah,
in
you're right.
Anaconda.
I got that.
Anaconda.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember
Stoltz,
Ice Cube from
yeah.
that movie more than anything, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Ice Cube was the
Yeah.
funnier person.
Yeah, he was. He's
Good
fun.
movie.
Yeah.
Well, I say good. It's not great, but it's fun.
No.
It's fun.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I've
fun.
got the Amandaconda set, and there's just like there's 4 films in it, as I'm dreading to think what the final ones are like in the collection.
They're garbage. Yeah. Anaconda 3 and 4, yeah, they're not good.
They're
Not
probably
good.
like Sharknado.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wow, I'm in for a treat then.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I didn't pay too much for the box set. It was like only 15 quid, so it wasn't
think-
too bad.
I think in the last one, you've got the guy who plays Johnny Cage from the 95 Mortal Kombat movie and John Rice Davies in it.
Oh,
It's it's a weird combo, and the CGI is terrible.
That doesn't surprise me. Isn't Hoffman one of them?
Yeah, I think he's in the third one. Yeah. Yeah.
That explains a lot. He appears in a lot of these sort of films. We've got Ian here saying, remember seeing Quadrophenia at the cinema on release? Great music, brilliant cast. Have you seen it? What's your opinion on it? I've seen it a couple of times. Great film. I actually watched it as a kid. Probably shouldn't have watched it as a kid, but great cast in it. Stings in it. I think Toya Wilcox in it as well. You got the guy out of EastEnders who gets killed off in EastEnders. Spoilers for 20 years ago of EastEnders. Very good film. Great soundtrack. 4K release. That would be a good one.
Yeah.
Quadrophenia. There you go. Studio Canal released Quadrophenia in a big box set with a CD soundtrack. Oh, day one.
Nice.
Have you seen it, Andy?
Yeah, it's a movie I respect, but it's not a movie I love. It's it's not for me. It's one of them I've got to be in the mood for.
Yeah.
It's like that British 70s feel to it. Yeah, it's not one of my favorites, but I do respect the film.
Yeah, I get that. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I like the movie, but it's not one I go back to all that often. I do like the album though.
Yeah, I agree. Good album. Scott, what about you?
Yeah, lovely album, lovely film. One of my favourite films ever, in all honesty.
Ah, awesome. What about you, Timmy? Have you seen it?
No, never seen it, never heard of it, but adding it to the watch list right now. So yeah.
What about you, 1RealNerd?
Never heard of it either. I'm sorry, that one does not ring a bell. No.
We've got Cora saying The Howling is such a wonderful love letter to the werewolf movies of a bygone period. Dr. Impossible says, why is it that no one ever discusses the great short-lived series on American TV called Werewolf from '87 starring Eric Cord? That was brilliant.
Well, that's your issue there. It was short-lived. It was in the 80s, so like 99% of the time I probably wouldn't have heard of it. So
Yeah, haven't got a clue. 1RealNerd, have you heard of that one before?
I haven't, no. And that's kind of weird because I've heard of all that stuff. I mean, I remember one show that came out that was a reboot. It was Dark Shadows Revisited or Revival. That was good. But no, I hadn't heard of that one. Nope.
We've got Oswald the Cat here saying The Ascent is brilliant. Cool. I haven't seen it. You guys seen it?
No.
No. Sorry to say.
Do they mean the Descent? I've seen the Descent. Is that not the same thing?
No, he's saying Ascent, not Descent. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I have heard of this. Yeah. It's been on my watch list for forever. I've heard it's great. Yeah. So.
All right. We've got True Action Star saying, "What's your favorite film from 1987?"
There's two that stand out for me: Predator and RoboCop.
Oh, yeah, they're two fantastic films. That's hard to say no there. Mike, can you think of anything?
Yeah, I'd say those two, Predator, RoboCop. Did Evil Dead 2 come out in 87?
I think it did.
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say those.
Very good picks. Scott, what about you?
Yeah, well, I'd probably have to go with those three as well, to be fair. Really good films.
Timmy?
Yeah, I mean, someone mentioned Evil Dead 2, so yeah, I definitely agree. Full Metal Jacket, obviously. Stanley Kubrick's my favorite director, and I think that movie's near perfect. I love Full Metal Jacket a lot, so yeah.
Great picks there. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
Did Legend come out in 87?
I think it was 85. Legend.
Oh, was it 85?
Yeah.
Oh, Lethal Weapon came out. Yeah, I liked Lethal Weapon a lot. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Lethal Weapon 1. That's a fantastic.
Well, yeah,
film.
RoboCop was good. RoboCop, because I can't think of anything in specific per the year, but yeah, RoboCop was good because I remember when that came out in the theaters directly. Yeah, and then they did the second one, and that was.
I enjoyed the second one. The only Lethal Weapon movie I think I dislike is the third one. The third one was stupid. The fourth one was just as bad, but at least it had like Jet Li, so like it wasn't as cringe and as like bad to watch. So, but the second one's not bad. There are parts of the second one that I enjoy. So yeah.
Oh, second one's a lot of fun. Diplomatic immunity.
Yeah, and that's where they introduce Joe Pesci's character before he becomes annoying as shit. So yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people love him. I wasn't the biggest fan of him. Leo Getz, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I see him in those movies, I'm like, go back to doing Martin Scorsese gangster movies, okay? Like, go back to doing that. So
Yeah, Joe Pesci is actually a really cool. I met him once.
Oh, cool.
And he's a really, really cool guy in person. I mean, he's like down to earth. He's the type of guy that would buy you a coffee and get you a bagel. You know, he's like really cool guy for real. And real life.
Yeah, I don't mean to disrespect Joe Pesci. I love Joe Pesci. I think he's awesome. Yeah. So if my favorite performance from him is actually none of the gangster movies. I think his best performance is Raging Bull. I think he's fucking awesome in that film. So
He is great in that film. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yep.
I do love him in Goodfellas. How he just loses it in that bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a classic for sure. Yeah. So.
Yeah. But yeah, it's always a weird thing having Joe Pesci in there, I guess, for a bit of comedy relief. But I noticed from Lethal Weapon 1 to 2, they definitely doubled down on the comedy. But the first one is just lightning in a bottle there. 2 pairing of Danny Glover and Mel Gibson worked incredibly well. And a Richard Donner film as well.
Yeah. I would say the first one isn't as comedy filled as I think people say it is, because there's a lot that's going on that I find really interesting. Like Mel Gibson's like sort of like he's like suicidal because he like lost his wife or whatever, you know, like I think all that is like kind of interesting and like essentially a buddy cop action movie. And maybe this is a hot take, but I think that's the only Mel Gibson performance that I actually like. I don't like him in literally anything else. Like I think Braveheart is like a massively overrated piece of shit and he's like awful in the movie. And I can't think of another Mel Gibson performance that I like. So I haven't seen Signs. I'm sure he's good in that, but you know, whatever. So.
Oh, I love Braveheart, man. That movie is like, I don't know if it's a call to anybody that's Scottish. If you have anything Scottish in you, then you'll like it. I don't know. There's something about it that works for me.
I just thought it was just the most repetitive, cheesy, like unsubtle thing in the world. Like having two cool fight like battle scenes like doesn't change how like boring and uneventful your film is. I'm sorry. I know
but it has to do with history though. This is the thing. It had to do with history. And it was significant history in the Scottish,
Wasn't the film like massively historically inaccurate though?
I think it was inaccurate.
Yeah.
It was still fun to see Scotland in a positive, negative, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean, in that case, yeah, sure. But like, I don't know. Like Mel Gibson is not a director that I resonate with at all. I don't think he's made a single good movie in his career, like directing wise. Like I thought Hacksaw Ridge was like the most generic war movie ever. The Passion of the Christ is just a Bible lesson, but with like some gore from Saw. And then Apocalypto is just an insulting piece of shit. I don't like anything that he's directed. He's not a director I resonate with at all. So yeah.
What do you think of him directing the new Lethal Weapon film, Final Weapon?
Sure, whatever.
Oh,
I don't care.
I just love that reaction. Oh, brilliant answer. Oh. Gary says, same. I haven't seen any of the Fast and Furious films. No interest in cars.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. But you have to watch 5 and 7. 5 and 7 are so much. The Fast and Furious movies are basically anime. Like they're just they're better live action anime movies than like any actual live action anime movies. Like those movies, like logic, what's that? Like reality, fuck that. Like we're gonna just do some shit, and it's just the most entertaining thing of all time. Furious 7 is my favorite one because like that one was directed by James Wan, and I think he might not make masterpieces, but all of his movies are so entertaining, and like that one's easily the most entertaining. I love Furious 7. So
What did you think of Furious 9?
I haven't seen any of the ones after the 8th one, so I haven't seen the 9th one or Hobbs and Shaw. Yeah, so.
All right, no worries there. I was going to ask you about this as you're an anime fan. I see that Netflix are doing their own version of One Piece. What's your thoughts on that?
I think that's a cancerous idea, and I think they should slap themselves in the face for even thinking about something like that. Like
I thought you would say something like that.
Did they not learn their lessons from I don't mean to make this a big deal. I'm sorry, but now that you brought that up, I'm just going to tirade for a bit. Did they not learn their lesson from Cowboy Bebop? Did they not learn their lesson from Death Note? Did they not learn their lesson from fucking anything? Like, it's... See, Cowboy Bebop, like, I can kind of see maybe, possibly, like, some kernel of an idea of, like, a live-action show being kind of possible, but like One Piece is one of the most expressionist, like, and I'm saying this as someone who's not even a fan of One Piece anymore. Like One Piece I fell out of love with a long time ago. I'm not caught up with what's happening in One Piece anymore, but how like part of the charm of One Piece is just how expressionful and like how energetic the animation is. And if you read the manga, there's like so much going on in terms of like its presentation, like the way fight scenes are constructed. Like part of like of Luffy's like whole shtick is that he can like stretch his arms and like punch really fast and really hard and stuff like that. Like how in the fuck are you supposed to make that look not only convincing but like something that you can invest in live action? That's just like not possible. And I don't understand why these fucking dumbasses at Netflix keep thinking this is a good idea, because this is not the only thing their live action show they're making. They're making a live action Yu Yu Hakusho show, and they're making another live action Death Note movie. It's like, who the fuck at Netflix thinks any of this is a good idea? I just don't understand. It's like they're living in another reality, and I'm just sitting here going like, what the fuck? Like, am I on drugs? Like, am I insane? Like, am I the only one who thinks this is like not a good idea? What? So yeah.
So it sounds like typical Netflix to me.
Yeah.
Let's just say. Dr. Impossible says, good Kevin McDonald film is Touching the Void. Ah.
Yeah, it's a good film.
A good Martin Campbell film that doesn't include a Bond film. Ooh, I haven't got a clue. Martin Campbell film.
Green Lantern.
Oh dear.
The Foreigner's quite good with Jackie
Foreigner's
Chan.
great. Yeah.
I enjoyed that. I thought it was really good.
Yeah.
The
I was
Foreigner.
kind of mixed on that, yeah. So, I heard his
Well-
Zorro movies are pretty good. I've never seen them, but I heard they're fun. So,
I like the first one.
I like them. They're not too bad. I enjoyed his Liam Neeson one called Memory. That was pretty top tier for Liam Neeson quite recently. What about you, Scott?
But one that really stands out is Scum, even though that is a really hard movie to watch, but it is a great film.
What about you, 1RealNerd?
I'm not sure, actually. Not sure, actually. Really, I just have no idea.
True Action Star says, is artwork on a disc a must? Not really, but when you spend expensive prices for films, it's nice to see they put a little bit of effort into the packaging, let's just say. But it's not the be all and end all. Andy?
Yeah, it's a nice to have, but I'm not going to lose sleep over a disc that doesn't have, artwork on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as it's got the title on, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott?
Yeah, it's nice to have, but again, I won't lose sleep over it either if it don't have artwork on there.
Mike?
Yeah, same as what you guys have said.
1RealNerd?
I say it depends on if you're displaying the media. Like if you're having there's one guy that has a really cool room, and he actually has all his media faced out so it's flat instead of chucked in the rows.
Yeah.
And it's really cool to see all the media because the artwork kind of draws you to the whole, what to watch. Because if you just look at the titles when you're going through I have 18,000 movies, dude. So it's like when I go through, if I was able to flip them around, it'd be so cool because I'm sitting here looking at the Swamp Thing right now. The cover of the Swamp Thing is awesome, or even Earth Girls are easy. The cover draws you into it. So I say the cover art is important. Yeah.
Cool. What about you, Timmy?
I'm indifferent. I don't feel strongly either way. So if it's there, that's cool. If not, that's also cool. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Oswald the Cat saying crime woke equals I don't like seeing people who aren't white or hetero in media. Right.
It's pretty much it. I mean, I feel like the term woke has just lost all meaning at this point. It's like I feel like the people who are claiming things are woke don't even know what that word even means. So
We've got Radley here saying, hi guys, I just got a couple of Midnight Factory Blu-rays in the post today. Be Devil and Devil's Candy, reasonable price and great packaging. Anyone familiar with this label? I've heard the label's really good. I'm pretty certain I've seen John at Mondo picked up a couple of them beforehand, and yeah, they're really nice releases. Haven't heard of the films though. Have any of you guys got any Midnight Factory films?
No.
I don't think
Yeah.
so. No. Yeah.
Nope.
We've got Rogue saying Japan still denies any wrongdoing in World War II and refuses to pay repatriations nor apologies to the victims and even punishes veterans who talk about them. DVD even film like says, I only buy pre-owned if a title is out of print. Yeah, that's about the same here with me. He also says, with pre-owned, you also have the risk that the disc will be scratched since the previous owner was a twit. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Half the times that I looked in CX, some of the discs look like they've been touched by Freddy Krueger. They're scratched a bit. Gary says CX, the place for body odor and idiot stuff. Absolutely. Dear me. Definitely really do need some spray in there. God, my days. The smell of sweat almost knocks you out. Rogue says the late former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was the first Japanese leader to talk about the atrocities, and he was ashamed for talking about them. His assassin killed him because of it. All right. DVD and Film Bloke says, I don't know how common disc rot is. It only happens if they were manufactured poorly or previous owners kept them in a garage or a pond. Yeah, I think it's mostly to do with like if your house is cold and likely to have damp. Like,
Actually,
yeah,
it's not. It's not, and I can speak to that. Actually, it was when they were manufacturing the discs, they just bought cheap discs to print, basically. And it's not always. I mean, there are humid conditions that can cause it, but a lot of it is simply poor manufacturing, poor quality. So I can speak to the. I've actually talked to companies about this. It is the poor quality product that was originally issued. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool then. But next up, we have Traction Star saying, do you like Liam Neeson as an actor? I think he's quite a good actor. I think over the past few years since Taken, his career's taken a bit of a nosedive with his films, but I do like him. He's a very good actor. He's supposed to be coming in a new Naked Gun reboot, which is gonna sounds like a disaster waiting to happen, but
Yep.
here we go. This is Hollywood. But he is a good actor. Some of the projects he picked, though, not so good. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I think he's pretty solid. He's great when he's on his A game. But yeah, I just think he's been a bit repetitive, shall we say, the last couple of years before these Taken knockoff movies. Because I think Taken for me is a phenomenal movie, but yeah, he's just been a bit repetitive, I think, of late.
Yep, I agree. Scott?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with you two. I think he is a good actor, but a lot of the stuff recently just feels sort of the same from him. But Taken is a fantastic film. I really do enjoy that one.
I must admit, one of the recent ones I enjoyed that he did was Cold Pursuit. That wasn't too bad.
I got that on 4K actually. I should check it out.
Yeah, I think it's it's like an American remake of like a Norwegian one called In the Order Disappearance, which I do actually have that I should watch. And that's got Stellan Skarsgård in it. So that should be a good time. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I really like him. Yeah. I'd really like to see him doing movies, like Darkman. I'd like to see him do something like that again, really, really out there, really wacky. So yeah, maybe these Naked Gun movies, they might be interesting for me, because it might be interesting to see him doing something a bit different, because I feel like for a while now he's done a lot of serious movies. So yeah, I'd be up for seeing him doing something a bit more lighthearted.
Didn't he do that Seth MacFarlane one, A Million Ways to Die in the West?
Yeah, he was awful in that. It was just unfunny in general.
I wasn't a big fan of that film, to be fair.
He was also in Ted 2, I think.
Yeah, I think he makes a cameo in that, don't he?
Yeah, he buys a box full of tricks, and the joke is that Liam Neeson buys a box full of tricks. What a knee slapper! I'm just dying laughing right now. Yeah. So.
What about you, 1RealNerd? Do you like Liam Neeson?
I think he's really cool. And I know everybody's saying stuff about how he's like doing the same thing, but we got to look at something about what happened to him. He lost his wife not too long ago, and he's grieving. He's like having issues. So I can see him taking things just because he needs to work.
I think his wife passed away in like a skiing accident, didn't she?
She did. Yeah, she died in an accident. Yeah, and they were really, really close. And so I can only imagine what he's going through. And if you've had a partner for as long as he was with her, you're not going to ever think clear again. And he was excellent in High Spirits. Yes, awesome movie. I loved it. Yeah. He was a farting ghost. Remember?
What about you, Timmy? What do you think of Liam Neeson?
Yeah, I think he's a solid actor. I have no interest in his factory produced old man action movie number 670, blah 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 blah. I have no interest in any of that stuff. The Liam Neeson movies that I'm more into are just the ones that require kind of a lot out of him. Like I think my favorite performance from Liam Neeson, two movies come to mind, and that's Schindler's List and Martin Scorsese's Silence. I loved Silence. I thought Silence was a really amazing movie. Like they somehow turned a subject matter that I have zero interest in and made it really compelling and interesting. And Liam Neeson's character in that film in particular is really, really interesting. Kind of like, just there isn't much about him. So like you have to figure out like more about Liam Neeson's character in that film along with the other characters. And his performance in Schindler's List, obviously, it's like incredible. It's like one of the highlights of the film. So yeah, I like when he does more dramatic stuff. And even when he does comedy, I think it's more interesting than like his generic action movies. Like I thought his performance as good cop, bad cop in the Lego movie was fucking hilarious. I loved that.
Yes.
So yeah. So
That's a very underrated performance. He was quite a highlight in that film.
mhm.
He was in the Lego movie? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was the good cop, bad cop. He's like, hey, you buddy, would you like some water? Oh, yeah, that would actually be great. Too bad. So
Yeah.
I love that.
He was going all nice, and then he was doing the Taken sort of thing, weren't he? Being real gruff and nasty.
Yeah.
So, and he wasn't bad as Qui-Gon Jinn. Like you could have done worse, I guess.
Oh yeah.
You're funny. You remind me of a character off of South Park, man.
Oh, really? Hopefully it's not Cartman. I would prefer not to.
No, Cartman's awesome. Yeah. Screw you guys. I'm going home. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Oh.
Or the best is, Mom, bathroom.
Brilliant. Oh, big fan of South Park, so
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
yeah. I'm just thinking of that 24 Karat comedy now, that Roy Schneider stuff now in my head. Fucking hell. DVD Film Book says, keep your discs in the same condition you feel comfortable living in. Yeah. He also says, disc rot isn't an issue I often encounter. It's usually scratches. Yeah, here's the thing. Dr. Impossible says, good film made by Hammer Films with Stanley Baker called Yesterday Enemy was quite a film about the Burma War, and it proved controversial back in the late 50s. Brilliant film, though. I think I did see that one. That is pretty good. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it does ring a bell. We have True Action Star saying, picked up a couple of premiums. Airplane and Target, great time. Seen them. Only seen Target, but I really enjoyed it. Haven't seen Airplane at all. Thoughts on the films, Andy?
Yeah, Airplane's comedy classic. Love it. Target is one I watched last weekend. Gene Hackman. I thought it was pretty good. Thought it was okay. Didn't blow my socks off or anything, but it was watchable.
Yeah. Scott, are you seen him?
I've seen Airplane, really enjoyed it. A comedy classic, really good fun. Haven't seen Target, but I've heard pretty good things about it, to be fair, and I like the cast, so we'll check it out. But I think I'm going to head off now, guys, by the way, if that's all right.
No worries, Scott. It's been a pleasure having you on. Do you just promote your stream for Friday night?
Yeah, sure. So stream Friday night at 8 PM, and joining me this week is obviously you, Pete and Josh as always, and also Nigel and Matt will be joining as well, so it should be a lot of fun.
Going to be a great night. See you soon,
definitely.
mate.
Good
Thanks
meeting
for
you guys.
joining.
Yep.
See you
See ya.
later, man.
Yeah, Scott.
Take care, Scott. And then there was 5. DVD and Film Book says, yeah, I don't use Rotten Tomatoes. I avoid it. The thing with the scoring system is instead of it being all based out of 10 rating, it's either good or shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's best just to make your own mind up.
Yeah, I think at this point, I don't think anyone uses Rotten Tomatoes as like a valid way to gauge like how good a movie is. I use Letterboxd more than anything, but even then, like I don't usually like just like defining a movie just based on that, even though I do that. I find more valuable to just listen to people talk about the film. So like when I
Word of mouth.
yeah, like when I listen to like a reviewer like Mark Kermode or something review a film, I get more value out of that than like epic 9 out of 10 or something like that. I don't know. So yeah.
Yeah. If you look at a DVD or Blu-ray cover and it says unbelievable action, 10 out of 10 Daily Star, you know it's going to be utter pile of shite.
Gotta sell the movie somehow.
Yeah. Even then, I tend to listen to word of mouth more. Word of mouth is the best, I think.
Yep.
Mhm.
We've got Rachel here.
But there's a lot of people out there that tend to like join in on the common thought though, and that's why I've always been the one that says, you know what, if somebody's saying that they like it, I usually really try to go again. Like I want to see it. I don't think it is, and so I'm skeptical of everybody's opinion because I want to form my own. But I see a lot of people that are all like, always like, oh, I have to watch this film. Oh, it was really good. And then they're like, yeah, that was good. And then they're like, well, not really. And then later on, you take a different perspective. I mean, people can change their idea. Like I just recently kind of changed my perspective when I was doing my review, which I'm going to be doing on Blade Runner Classic versus 2049. And that was that when you look at that movie, the older movie versus the newer movie, you don't notice the nuances of the film, how impactful it is with Kay versus the other character. I mean, it's just like, yeah, but you have to take other people's opinions. So yeah, I changed my opinion a bit on that. Yeah, I did. So
we've got Rachel here saying good evening. 1RealNerd invited me here. Evening, Rachel. Hope you're doing
hey.
well. DVD from Film Bloke says, I believe a lot of CDs from the 80s were prone to disc rot. Yeah, would be. Gary says, Possession is a strange movie. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Brandon Cronenberg film, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
so.
yeah. I saw a bit of it last night after I saw Infinity Pool. I really dug it. I'll probably finish it tonight or something. So yeah.
Nice.
Is that Possessor?
Oh wait.
Yeah.
That's I thought that's wait. So then what's Possession? Hold on.
Possession's the one with Sam Neill.
Oh
Neill,
yeah, I've also heard of that.
Yeah,
That one's been on my watch list for a long while. Yeah.
Yeah. We have Phil 4K Baker here saying, I love Possession. Great. Dr. Impossible says, I've lost a few Warner Region 1 discs from 2003. Straight Time, Lost in America, Time After Time, The Final Battle, Wolfen were just some that had extensive disc rot. Yeah, must have been a bad batch or something. Gary says, I agree, Phil, but strange, especially once the double gangers arrive. Phil says, disc rot on Warner, were they made on demand or proper releases? Dr. Impossible says there were proper releases by Warner's in the early 2000s, all were Region 1 discs. There was an extensive list of disc rot. Warner did replace them though. Oh, that's good. They did state it was a fault in the manufacturing process, so hopefully discs afterwards won't be too much of an issue.
See what I told you? That's the input that I got directly from companies too, was that they just had bad batches of
Sometimes it happens though, don't it? They want to get them out quickly.
Well,
and they
no,
don't check
it's because they want to buy from a manufacturer that's selling them cheaper than like manufacturer A versus B, and B is going to sell for like 10 cents less, and they're like, oh, I want that, and then they don't realize later on that batch was cheaper for a reason. Yeah, cutting corners. Yep, happens all the time.
It's all about making that money.
Yep.
True Action Star says, does too much violence and gore put you off a film? Not really. It depends on what actually happens in the film. If it's something like irreversible or animal cruelty, I'm out. But anything else, I don't mind. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I'm all for it. I mean, my tastes vary so much. I can watch like a kids animated movie, and then I can watch something, one of the goriest films ever, like Brain Dead. You know, it doesn't bother me at all, as long as it's the effects are handled really well and look great. I'm all for it. Some of the best. Like Day of the Dead and Terrifier 2.
That's good picks.
They're absolutely masters of the craft. And I just have an entertaining time with them. Yeah, it doesn't put me off at all.
What about you, Timmy?
Yeah, I'm never put off by gore and violence, in my opinion. Well, like I love splatter films. I love Evil Dead. I love Brain Dead. I love all this stuff. You know, I guess for me, my opinion of like lots of blood and gore and violence is not the violence itself. Like that's always going to be entertaining to me no matter what. It's just a matter of one, how you use it, and two, like what's the point of it? Because it's like if you're just trying to be shocking by like having so much blood and gore, like that means nothing to me. Like it'll be entertaining for like 20 to 30 minutes, but then I'll just get super bored and uninvested like for the rest of the film. So like one of my favorite movies of all time is Stanley Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange, and that's a film that's very hyper violent or ultra violent, as the characters say it.
That's understated.
Yeah, but there's a point to it though. Like they're trying to make a big statement about about fascist governments or how people manipulate each other for the sake of their own political goals, or these like conversation that's
100%. Yeah, it was political.
Yeah, about these conversations about free will. So like there's like a point to a violence. Like I don't get anything out of shit like Cannibal Holocaust or Green Inferno or like literally anything Eli Roth directs. Like Eli Roth is the type of guy who just like looks at blood and gore and then his dick gets hard. Like that's the point of his movies. I get nothing out of that. They can be entertaining for sure, but like if you're expecting me to get some kind of emotional reaction to those movies, like you're barking up the wrong tree, because like I don't get anything out of that. So, or if you're going to do that, the least you could do is like make it very entertaining and make it very like well crafted, like a Peter Jackson like Brain Dead, or like a Sam Raimi like Evil Dead movie or stuff like that. Like if you're going to do that, you then like make it entertaining, make it like nice to watch. So
yeah, I get what you mean, mate. You put it right.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, I think when you think about like movies like Brain Dead and Evil Dead, like the gore in those movies, it's so over the top and crazy that you can't really take it seriously. So it doesn't really make the movie hard to watch for me, because it's just so over the top. But it's when movies have like realistic violence, like say Clockwork Orange or Irreversible. I think they're the harder ones to watch. They may not be as gory, but it's just the realism in the violence can be a bit harder to stomach. It doesn't put me off the movie, but I think it can be harder to watch than just gore.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Mike. What about you, 1RealNerd?
I'm not really a huge fan of the blood, guts, and gore in film. I just have never been, really ever. I think it's just not necessary. I like the comedy like horror films. I mean, there's just something about that. But when it gets to be where it's just it just doesn't work for me. And then what I really hate is when they put it in like Disney flicks. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, although I forgot to mention, very rarely can a movie like blood and gore make me like nauseated. Like I'm quite the opposite. A movie does a great job if it can make me feel that way. Like if a movie's violence and gore can almost make me throw up, then I'd say like automatic 10 out of 10. Like the last film to do that for me was Titanic, the Julia Carnell film. Like I almost threw up several times in the film. Like that's how nauseating the movie can be, and I love it all the more. Like I love that film so much. So yeah.
Oh, I'm not saying that these films make me sick to my stomach. I'm just saying that I just think it's needless and senseless. And
I know. I get what you're saying. I'm saying for me as a sick degenerate, if violence and gore can make me feel that way, then it did a great job.
Then it worked.
So,
yeah.
yeah. So.
Mm. Nice pick there, Timmy, with Titanic. That is a quality film.
Yeah.
Andy Lake Stuff says Amanda Donahoe is in Layer of the White Worm as well. Freaky film. She gets her kit off, so worth a watch just for that. She's in Liar Liar a lot older if you don't know the actress. Oh.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. Yeah.
We've got Phil saying all Woody Allen's films were on Twilight time, now all out of print. However, a new company called Sandpiper are re-releasing them all in the US minus extras. Oh, cool.
Yeah, I need to watch more Woody Allen movies. I've only seen like 2 or 3, and I can't say I love them. They're fine, but I don't get much out of them. Like I didn't get much out of Midnight in Paris, if I'm being honest. So yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says no because it took many years for the rot to appear. DVD from Film Bloke says Warner's did offer a replacement program for the in-print titles. That's good to hear. Danny says, "Hey all, I'm off now. Sleep tight." Night, Danny. Thanks for joining me.
Hey, Danny. See you later, man.
Have you, man? Yeah.
Traction Star says Woody Allen reminds me of Jerry's Game from Pixar.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the one who plays the chess in the garden?
Yeah, that's the guy who plays chess with himself. Yeah. That entire short is just the definition of congratulations, you played yourself.
I think it was on was it Bug's Life? I think it was the short for Bug's Life.
Yeah, it's on the VHS for Bug's Life. Yeah.
Yeah, that brings back some memories. Phil says, I would have challenged Warner in the USA. They are very helpful. They replaced my Smallville entire collection free of charge. Wow, that's
Nice.
brilliant. We've got Matt saying the score alone for Titanic is worth listening to on a Dolby Atmos in the cinema. Pure fucking magic. Yep.
It is.
I
agree. I agree.
Phil says James Horner rocks.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah. Avatar 2 was lacking because of the fact that James Horner didn't come back to do the score. Like the score for the first Avatar was awesome. Like I love the music for that film.
Gary says the superhero genre is dying, thank God. You have some real trash coming this year, including The Flash and the Marvels.
Yeah.
Gary says never say never to a young Kim Basinger.
Okay.
Dodd Impossible says The Rock didn't appear until 2017 and they were imported from the US back in the early 2000s, so no chance of getting a replacement for each title. That's true. Dr. Impossible says most of the DVDs and Blu-rays are manufactured in Mexico for the US market. Cut costs for the corpse, yeah. True Action Star says, what's your favourite Paul Newman film? For me, I'll probably say The Colour of Money or this. Was he in The Sting? I'm pretty certain he was in that as well. So I'll say them too. Or Cool Hand Luke. That's another good one.
Cars.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's his final role, wasn't it? Or one of his final roles.
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
He played, was it Doc Hudson, I think, in that film, weren't it?
He played the old ass car. I don't remember what it was called, so.
I wasn't even a big fan of bloody Cars, but I remember the bloody name. What about you, Andy? Paul Newman films?
Yeah, Cool Hand Luke and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Nice picks there. Mike?
I really like Road to Perdition with Tom Hanks, but he's got a good supporting role in that one.
Yep. 1RealNerd?
Cool Hand Luke, yeah. Definitely.
Nice. Yeah. I think that's actually getting a 4K release this year, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, they're doing all the old ones, all those old films now. Finally.
We've got Rogue saying Decalogue is a 9-hour-long Polish film directed by Krzysztof Kolowski.
Kieslowski, I
cool.
think is how you pronounce it. Yeah. I don't mean to be that guy. I just wanted to.
He's actually told me here pronounce Krzysztof Kolowski.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm terrible with pronunciation, so no worries there. Gary says Auf Wiedersehen Pet season 1 and 2 will always be my favourite TV show of mine. Yeah, I agree there. Fantastic show. Young Timothy Spall in that one, and a great theme song. Dr. Impossible, anyone remember A Night to Remember? Andy, I've got a sinking feeling here. Iceberg ahead. Have you seen A Night to Remember, then, guys, or not?
No.
It's one of those movies I've got, but I haven't watched yet.
We've got Rachel saying The Walking Dead, Fleabag, The Fall, all good. Some good TV shows there.
Yep.
Dr. Impossible says, I always thought it was the producer of Never Say Never Again, Kevin McClory, who held the rights to Thunderball. McClory battled United Arts and Fleming. Yeah, it was the only Bond thing he could make, but couldn't use the Bond title or whatever.
Yeah. It's what's his name?
Andy Like Stuff says, Relic Hunter, that was a terrible show. Stargate was a great TV show. 10 seasons, must have watched every episode at least 3 times. I think I've seen a few episodes of that. Quite a good show. True Action Star of the Dial said, would you buy from eBay? Yeah, from a trusted seller, as long as it's a good price, yeah. You're all right, you do get your eBay money back guarantee. Though I prefer Amazon, mainly because you get it next day, and Raw Mail, it could be any time this decade when you get it from them. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I buy from eBay all the time. Yeah. Never really had any issues.
What about you, Timmy?
I don't know. I haven't bought anything off eBay in a very long time, so I don't feel like I can answer this question. So sure, yeah. So.
No worries, mate. Mike?
Yeah, I use it quite a lot. Yeah, as long as it's a trusted seller and they've got like actual pictures of the item and everything looks all good, then I use them all the time.
And 1RealNerd?
I've never used them, actually. Never ever. I've used Amazon, but I've never used eBay once. So yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Dr. Impossible says McClory tried to adapt Warhead 2000 as a Bond film, a natural spin-off to Never Say Never Again. Irvin Kershinger got well with McClory. Never Say Never Again was partially funded by the British furniture group MFI. Wow.
I didn't know that one. I knew Kirshner, but I didn't know anything about that. Interesting.
I can remember that furniture store. That soon went. Gary says Bad Boys is great one with Sean Penn's best films. Oh, I'll have to check that one out. Gary says the actor Lee Byung-hun, who played Storms.
Sorry, he's Korean and I'm Korean, so I was able to pronounce that. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Oh, hey, cool.
I speak Asian languages. I speak not fluently. I speak Chinese fluently, and I speak a little bit of Japanese, but it's more inspired by Godzilla.
Okay, yeah. So I can pronounce certain phrases from anime, and I'm not very proud of that. So yeah.
No, that's cool. Yeah.
Anyway,
no worries. My pronunciations are notably hilariously bad.
Yeah.
If you've seen some of the previous streams, I get myself in a right old mess. We've got Rhodey here saying still live. Damn. Yes, Rhodey, we're still live. I mean, the night is still young.
Yeah. Sorry, not to go back to that Lee Byung-hun question, but he's actually a really great Korean actor. I don't know if you guys seen I Saw the Devil. It's a fantastic Korean thriller.
Yeah.
He's fantastic in that. he's in a lot of good stuff. He was in a movie called The Good and the Bad and the Weird. It's like sort of like a Korean Western wacky comedy sort of thing. He always delivers on good performances. I've never seen I think it's called A Bittersweet Life. That's been on my watch list for a while, but I know he's good in that one. And then obviously he was in Squid Game, but I don't care. So yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realize he was in so many of these films that I've seen, but
oh yeah, he's like a big Korean movie star. So yeah.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
We've got True Action Star saying, do directors sell a film for you or does the premise? Bit of both.
Yeah. Sometimes the premise, but mostly the director. So yeah.
Andy?
Yeah, it can put me off as well. Like M. Night Shyamalan. He always seems to have great premises, but if I see his name attached, I'm apprehensive.
Well, The Happening and Lady in the Water aren't really good premises, but whatever.
Yeah,
yeah.
But of late, like films like Split, I enjoyed. I thought that was like a good premise. Old, I thought was a good premise, but the execution was horrible.
Oh, Old was fucking hilarious. I was laughing like every 10 minutes in Old. I was having so much fun. So them explaining their jobs right after like saying their names is always the funniest shit ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a director that I'm discovering for the first time and I really like a movie they make, then I will probably go and see their other movies. Like what's the director's name? Like the guy who did The Witch, like Robert Eggers. I think once I saw The Witch, I couldn't wait for The Lighthouse. I couldn't wait for The Northman. So yeah.
Oh, brilliant. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
I don't know if I really have an opinion on it, really.
No worries, mate. We have Mike here from Did You See That saying the legend Tim is here. Yeah.
Yay! Yeah. Hi, Mike. I'm here.
It's brilliant to have you on the stream. Been wanting to have you on for ages, so glad you can make it. Dr. Impossible says, sorry gents, I was pushing my luck with Decalogue. Well, Mike and Andy, if you're interested, it's available on Arrow in the UK. Drama at its best. Unforgettable. DVD and Phil Black says it's a mix of both, but it's more the premise. Mike says, 6 legends on the stream tonight. Always enjoy the Wednesday streams and always a massive range of film knowledge. Thanks ever so much, Mike. Really appreciate the support.
Thanks,
Mike. DVD and Film Blokes just subscribed and started following you on Letterboxd, Tim.
Cool. Yeah, I'll follow you back. So thank you. Yeah.
Also, sad I didn't realize you had a Letterboxd, Scott, so I just started following you. He also said we had Blockbuster in the UK, but I don't know when it came along. We didn't get multi-channel until Sky in '89. In '82, we only had 4 channels, and before that, we only had 3. Yeah, I think we only had 1 back in the day. Andy Like Stuff says, "What's the most memorable rewatch that you haven't? What's the most memorable rewatch that you haven't seen in a decade or more, and it changed your mind on the film?" That is a very good question.
Huh. Yeah, I'd have to think about that one.
I'm gonna go with the controversial choice. So it isn't controversial now because I know a lot of people know I'm not the biggest fan of it. But probably The Dark Knight. When I watched it for the first time, I really liked it. But then years afterwards, it's gone stale a bit, I think. For me.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah. So.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I think for me there were a couple of kids movies I watched when I was younger for the first time, and I didn't go back to them for the longest time. I wasn't keen on the Addams Family, and there were a few scenes in Hook that scared me as a kid, and I didn't want anything to do with those movies. And then it was years and years later that I went back to them. I was like, okay, these are actually pretty decent, fun movies that I'm enjoying. And yeah, there are some moments in there that are a little bit questionable, but yeah, I do enjoy them now.
Good pick, sir. What about you, Mike?
Honestly, I'm drawing a blank. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
No worries. What about you, 1RealNerd?
I'm kind of the same way. I don't really have a real opinion on that one.
You're all right. You got any, Timmy?
I don't think so. I'm just scrolling through, just trying to see which one, like what movie kind of sticks out in my mind, and there isn't really anything that's like, I don't know. I don't think I'd like to believe that I don't have consistent taste since I was like 10, but like there's nothing really that like sticks out in my mind that I went either, oh, this is worse than I remember, or this is better than I remember.
It's a hard question to think on.
Mm-hmm.
DVD from Public says, I know there was Granada, but I don't know if they ever rented out pre-recorded tapes or it was just VCRs and TVs, as well as serving the Northwest ITV region. Actually, another reason people rented video recorders was early video recorders were prone to break-in. I believe the rental costs covered repair. They did indeed. The thing is, a broken video recorder is more devastating than a broken DVD or Blu-ray, since a broken VCR could eat your tape. Yes, I can remember one of them when I was a kid. Ours did that.
Yeah, I remember that too. Too many movies lost to the old munch machine. Yep.
Yeah, so when I was a kid, I thought I put a sandwich in to keep it full up. That was a stupid thing to do.
Are you kidding me? Oh, you're funny.
I put a sandwich in as a kid.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
I was only like about 2 or 3 at the time, so I thought, oh, it's hungry, so I'll give it a sandwich to shut it up.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's funny.
Dr. Impossible says radio rentals, they sold TV and VCRs plus rent TVs and VCRs. Sound very similar to Hughes where we live. DVD Before Black says, cheers. I knew they did TV and VCR rentals, but I didn't know what else. I believe Granada was set up in the 30s as a theatre company. They became a TV company in the 30s. I do believe you are right there, that they did start up as a theatre company. We've got Andy Like Stuff here saying my early gaming years was Atari Tetris. Atari Tennis, ZX Spectrum, Commander 64. When I was 16, the Game Boy OG came out. Wow. Those are some retro games there, mate. Dr. Impossible says Ran by Akira Kurosawa. Please God, has the panel seen it? I'm about to have a nervous breakdown. I haven't seen it, Doctor, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I want to watch it.
Akira Kurosawa is one of those blind spots in terms of directors I need to watch. I haven't seen a single one of his movies. I've never even seen Seven Samurai. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's a very talented director. I have seen I'm sure I've seen Seven Samurai. That was a quality film, but I do want to see Ran. I think it's got a 4K release. I'm pretty certain I've seen it on 4K.
Yeah, Rand does. Yeah, it's 4K now.
Yeah, so, I know he's a great director. I just need just the right. It's like directors like that. It's just I can't just like plop on one of his movies like on a whim. Like it just needs to be like the right moment, right time sort of thing. You know, like part of the reason why I haven't like seen like, for example, like a Tarkovsky film is just purely because like there just hasn't been the right moment. Like I don't want to just like wake up one morning and be like, I'm gonna watch Stalker or something. You know, like just want there to be a perfect moment for that. So yeah.
Yeah. No worries there. What about you, Andy? Have you seen Ran?
Yeah, I've seen a few of his films. Seen Seven Samurai, Ran, Yojimbo. I've got Throne of Blood, but I've not watched it yet. But yeah, Ran's a pretty good one.
Oh, cool. What about you, Mike? You've seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. I love it. It's probably my favorite Kurosawa movie. But he's got so many fantastic movies.
Oh, brilliant. And you've seen it, 1RealNerd?
Oh, I've seen all those. Yeah, I'm totally into anything Asian culture like ninja or samurai or what have you. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Andy says, do any of you collect anything other than movies, memorabilia, figures, etc.? Video games, that's what I collect mostly, and figures of video game characters. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, just action figures, to be honest. Yeah.
You've got a great collection. I've seen some of them. You've done a video on them, haven't you? I think.
Yeah, I've done like separate videos. Must have been about 18 months ago now.
Yeah, quite a while
some
ago.
of the stuff I've got, but the collection's evolved and changed since then. But yeah.
What about you, Timmy?
Not really. No, I want to get back into collecting physical media again because there's a bunch of stuff from the Criterion collection that I would really like access to, and I remember I used to buy manga frequently, but I just kind of fell out of that. But I wouldn't mind getting back into that again. So yeah.
Sounds good. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, it's mostly just Blu-rays, occasionally action figures, and occasionally some vinyl.
Good selection there. And what about you, 1RealNerd?
Oh, I'm strictly like movies, but then remember I build arcades, retro arcade cabinets, and I'm into gaming big time. So yeah, that's the deal with me. Anything to do with the memorabilia, that's the game systems themselves. I mean, they're more iconic than anything when you think about it. When you design a arcade cabinet, and when you create it, you've created the work of the 80s today. I mean, it's like, I have friends, like I'm friends with a guy called Retro Ralph. He's a YouTuber that does restoration on video game cabinets and such. There's a lot of work that's involved in it, and you're bringing the past to the future now. It's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, highly complex stuff. DVD from Fun Bloke says, used to, but not really. I mean, people often buy me merch. That's cool. Dr. Impossible says, old guy, Christ, I was born when cinema was invented. Just kidding. Andy says, just gotta say, Pete's a legend for doing these streams every week. If you're watching, hit the like and subscribe. Thanks ever so much, Andy. Really do appreciate it. But this stream wouldn't be nothing without you guys watching at home and everybody on this panel. Really does mean a lot. It's a huge group effort. Andy says, Howling movies for me felt dated in their time and weird. American Werewolf in London has a different tone and feels classic. You're right there. Yeah.
I swear to God, I keep reading Howl's. I keep thinking it's going to be Howl's Moving Castle, and then it's just not that, and I just get really upset. So, someone asked me about Howl's Moving Castle already. Jesus. So.
DVD from Film Bloke says Joe Pesci was great in My Cousin Vinny. I haven't seen that in a while, but that's a fun film.
Yeah, it is. The Two Youths. Yep.
He also says Lethal Weapon is more of a serious action film with some comedy thrown in, but the sequels are more action comedy. Absolutely.
I've always found that very interesting because I mean you're right, absolutely, but I find that interesting because Shane Black wrote the first Lethal Weapon, but what people kind of know him for is like making these sort of like smarmy, like sarcastic, like wit-driven, like buddy cop comedies. And to see Lethal Weapon kind of like a more serious type movie, like if you compare that to something like Kiss Kiss Bang Bang or The Nice Guys, it's like, wow, like is this the same writer? Like, I mean, it's the same writer in the sense that he does the same thing where it's like two guys are cops or something. It takes place in Christmas, and then there's some gunfights and some action. Like, but like the way they took Mel Gibson's character seriously in that film, it's like, wow, this is like kind of surprising for like a action movie, especially an action movie at that time. So
yeah, it isn't a Shane Black film unless it's set at Christmas.
Yeah, that's why The Predator sucked, because it didn't take place in Christmas, and only for that reason, nothing else.
I know they originally wanted Lethal Weapon 2 to be much more dark, but apparently Richard Donner didn't want it at all.
Yeah,
That's
apparently,
why it was more like time.
yeah, apparently Shane Black wanted to kill off Riggs, and Donner in the studio said no, thank you. So he dipped.
No.
So
Yeah, got to have all those sequels. Ransom is a great film with Mel Gibson. I haven't seen
I'm
that
sure. Yeah, sure. I'm sure he is.
one. DVD even film book says Mel Gibson's a good actor. Shame he turned out to be such a twat in real life. Dr. Impossible says, ever seen Joe Pesci in The Public Eye as Leon the Great Bernstein crime photographer? Never heard of it.
No.
Adding it to the watch list now.
Dr. Impossible says he's nifty in that film, good performance, and The Public Eye got overlooked. Andy Like Stuff says RoboCop 3, Ninja Robots.
Robo
I'll get
Ninja.
there.
I know that one. Yep, Robo Ninja. That's a funny one actually. That's Chinese actually.
Superman 4 came out in 87, said the Doctor. Classic.
Yes, masterpiece.
Yeah. All for the right reasons, of course. The Viewer Drew says, thoughts on the Rambo movies? Yeah, pretty solid series. My favourite's the first one, Rambo 2008. Is it 2008's really good? Second one's good. Third one, not too bad. The last one, I have to admit, I didn't mind it. The second half was more fun than the first half. It was just like an OAP version of Home Alone. It was at the end. What's your thoughts on that, Andy?
Yeah, I think the third one and the fifth one probably the weakest of the franchise, but I still like them. I still get some enjoyment from them. Part 2 is Stallone's version of Commando. It's his demo reel. And 4 is great. I love 4, and the first one's immaculate. Love it.
Yeah, I agree there. What about you, Timmy?
I've never seen any of the Rambo films, so I can't really comment.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I love the first one. It's probably one of my favorite movies. The sequels are nowhere near as good, but I still get a lot of entertainment out of them. They're very different movies from the first one, but yeah, they're still pretty fun.
What about you, 1RealNerd?
I'd say the first 3 were awesome, but then like as they continue to make them, they got worse as they went on. I mean, you get into like the 4th and the 5th and whatever they're on that right now. Oh no. Pudgy Killing Machine doesn't work. No.
Yeah. Right, Dr. Impossible says, and Jaws 4 was 87. Mike, it's not a masterpiece, but a semi-masterpiece.
Yeah, okay.
Dr. Impossible says Michael Caine's best performance is The Swan. DVD from Phone Bloke says, to Oswald, in relation to the woke comment, I agree completely. It's usually people who are racist, sexist, trying to be their best and failing not to see the bigoted they are. Sadly, people do get indoctrinated into this whole woke, the world is woke crap. Thank God I've gotten out of the way of thinking it and grown up.
Yeah, it's usually how it is, so yeah.
Andy says, Liam Neeson in Gangs of New York, underrated.
I think that's one of the few Martin Scorsese films I've never finished. I don't think I've been so uninterested watching a Martin Scorsese film than Gangs of New York. And it has an interesting premise, like old-timey gangsters. Like that sounds like fun. I don't know how they made that not fun, but whatever. So.
Andy Like Stuff says, are both these new streamers American? Both
Last
these
time
guys
I
are
checked.
from America, yeah?
Last time I checked, yeah. So.
Yeah, I am at least. Yep.
It's been great to having more people from America. You've been our first guest from America for a little while.
Oh, really?
Huh.
Cool. Well, happy to represent the team, I guess. So.
My favourite movie is A Clockwork Orange, says a DVD from Film Bloke.
Nice.
I still need to see it myself.
Oh, you haven't seen A Clockwork Orange?
No, I do have it, but I haven't got around to watching it yet.
It's a it's like my favorite movie. It's weird because I think 2001 is his best film, Kubrick, but Clockwork is my favorite. I mean, Kubrick is my favorite director, so like anything he makes is just an automatic masterpiece. Like even the films from him that I haven't given a 10 out of 10, they're basically almost becoming a 10. So Full Metal Jacket and Eyes Wide Shut, I gave both of those a 9, but they're so high like they might as well be 10s. So yeah.
What about Barry Lyndon? I quite enjoy that one.
That's one of the few I haven't seen, so that's like high on my watch list. Like Barry Lyndon, Lolita, and God, what's the other one? Spartacus. Those are the 3 I still haven't seen from him. I've seen everything else, so yeah.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Traction Star says Tim is awesome.
Thank you.
Agree.
Yeah. It's the least I can do. So.
Tom says, when I said earlier about the background, I meant the Clint Eastwood box set that looks like it says cunt. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Marvel Fan says, hi guys, how are you? I have now got Clerks 2 on Blu-ray now, but it's in a double pack with Zack and Miri. All I need to do is buy Clerks and Clerks 3 on Blu-ray. Oh, that's good to hear, mate. Well, Clerks and Clerks 3 are pretty easy to buy over here in the UK. It's just Clerks 2 that's the bugger. At least you've got it. Rogue says, movie scores haven't been the same since James Horner's passing.
Mm-hmm.
No. DVD even Film Bloke says, yeah, BBC One came along in the 30s, 2 in 64, ITV in 55. In London first and the rest of the country to the early 60s, and Channel 4 came along in 82. It's amazing how we cope with only a few channels. Dr. Impossible says, good Paul Newman film, The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean. Epic. Never heard of it.
No.
DVD from Film Bloke says, until I believe the 90s, ITV was a collection of multiple companies broadcast by the ITA. In fact, the intros to my videos since 2018 were tributes to the old ITV regions. Oh, really? I thought I recognise them. Reaction Star says, sorry guys, I had the runs. Bad curry, oh god. Was it a hot bit of vindaloo? I've never had a curry in my life, and this is the reason why. Dr. Impossible says, curry is amazing for clearing up constipation or maybe watching Brain Dead. What is this stream coming to? Oh, my Christ. David says, Lisa Lawrence 64, The Addams Family 64 TV series. Have you ever watched it? Yeah, I did watch a few episodes years ago, but it was more the Munsters for me. Have you guys seen the original Addams Family TV series?
Yep.
No.
Yep, I sure did. And I wasn't impressed.
Weren't you?
No.
The girl who played Wednesday in the original Addams Family recently passed away, which was very sad.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that. I saw that. Mm-hmm.
Barrett, head off to A&E. Oh, God. Drinking water by the dozen here. Well, I hope you feel better soon. That doesn't sound good. Are you turning... What the heck? Yes, no more curry for me. I'm like a dog on heat.
What?
Dr. Impossible says, Christ's sake, don't go out today. You might start humping the nearest lamppost or bush. God. Night, guys, I need a doctor. He is a doctor. Can you cure me, doctor? DVD from Film Bloke says, yeah, Gangs of New York is a bit crap, Tim. My God, we are on the same wavelength.
I mean, I'm willing to watch it again. I maybe I didn't give it its fair chance because I didn't finish the film. But yeah, I don't think I would have gotten much out of it if I finished it. So yeah.
What was it? Wasn't Cameron Diaz in Gangs of New York?
Yeah, she was shockingly awful in the film. And it's weird because I generally like Cameron Diaz. Like my favorite performance from her is being John Malkovich. She's awesome in that. And yeah, Shrek obviously. So
Shrek, highlight of her career, Shrek. That's my first introduction to her. But who can forget her in The Mask?
Oh yeah. I think that was her first movie too. Yeah. So yeah, Cameron Diaz is usually good in most things that I watch. She was just not good in a Martin Scorsese movie of all things. So yeah.
Traction Star says night all. Night, mate. I hope you
Night,
feel
man.
better in the morning.
Night, man.
Dr. Impossible says sit on the toilet for 24 hours, you'll be fine. Cheers, True. Marvel fan says good night, guys. Good night, Marvel fan. DVD and Film Bloke saying good night, everyone. I need to go to bed since I have to be up in the morning. Good night, DVD.
Man.
He says cheers, DVD and Film Bloke, and DVD and Film Bloke says one of the disadvantages of starting voluntary work again. You take care, mate. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. So, yep, that is the final comment of tonight. So, yeah, it's been a fantastic stream. We've just about hit the 5-hour mark, and it's been a really lot of fun. I'd like to thank, as always, Andy and Mike for joining the stream. It's always a pleasure.
Cheers, Pete.
Scott as well. He's always a great pleasure, and be sure to check out his stream on Friday night. And I'd also like to thank our two guests. Oh, we do have one more comment. This will be for Andy and Mike. Thoughts on Everton and Liverpool's lack of signings in the transfer window?
Absolutely shite. No other word for it. Garbage. Yeah, really disappointing.
Yeah.
I'm an American. None of this means anything to me. So.
No, none of this means anything to me either, Tim. Sinjin says night all. So yeah, I'd like to thank Tim and 1RealNerd for joining us tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting to both of you guys.
It's been fun, Pete. You made me laugh, man. You made me laugh.
Yeah, it's been great being here. Like I said, big fan and happy to finally be on the stream. So yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get you on for the full stream in future, Tim. That'd be nice to have a little bit longer chatting to you. But it's been a pleasure chatting to the pair of you. And if you haven't subscribed to anybody's channel yet, all the links are in the description down below, so go give them all a sub. So yeah, on that note, we'll see you all again next week at the same time for another Wednesday night movie live stream, where our special guest will be Danielle. So see you all next week. Ta-ta, bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.